All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is February 6th, 2025, and we got an interesting day ahead. We're coming off of pretty decent earnings. Qualcomm and ARM weren't that hot, but if anything, everybody's reacting to Scott Bessent. He is now the treasurer. He made some. Everybody's reacting. Hello, that's me. He made some comments about the 10-year and rates, and Trump isn't telling Powell to lower them, but people liked it a little bit, not to mention we talked about it on the watch list yesterday. Literally, the bonds are back to pre-election level. Now, broadly speaking, it's kind of a good thing. It takes off a little bit of the pressure, but now we still got to navigate a little bit more. So you had jobless claims. They were actually bad. That helped out the bonds a little bit. We have the non-farms tomorrow. That's going to be the big thing. I think Trump today, he's going to maybe talk about AI, something about the education department, and then air traffic controllers. And then at 1 p.m. Eastern, we are going to be hearing from Scott Bessent again. And I think that'll be important. Again, right now with the bonds and data, it is going to be something we want to watch. So our work is cut out. You're going to have a lot of pre-earnings and then post-earnings. Yeah, get Amazon, baby. But Chattadonia, the veterans, what's going on, baby? Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, what up, Gus Gonzo? What up, PHC, Randy, the Jacksons, Jeff Kent, baby, Anzo, Battleboard, Zoraz, Regal, Kurt McGirt, Tyler Hall, baby, good morning. What up, Avery, Laker, Jay, good morning. What up, Dakota, Project, Noah, Golden, George, Charbell, Humble Business, baby, what's going on? Jerry, what's y'all? Mr. Matsuno, good morning, baby. What up, Brown, Tom Cruise, Kira, Energy, Axel, Morgan Hunt, Thoughts and Emotions, Carlos, David, oh, what's up? Y'all ready to go on Friday, Junior, huh? Oh, yeah. What about the Twitch? 333, Stock Sasquatch, Blizzy B, Toy Soldier, Piggy, Mother Liquor, Preform, Slizzin, Danny V, El Coyote, Epic Eric, and Hakuna Marax, and Roach, and Robo Hantek. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. 2 boiled eggs ready to go. Well, let's go, man. You got 30 minutes until the ding-ding. And shout out the vets. I know you guys are here today. I have something I want to tell you, but I'm going to get you some news first. Okay, I love you. Good morning. Friday Junior, baby. Wake your ass up. Woo! U.S. stock futures falter as Ford, Qualcomm slide. U.S. stock index futures wavered as heavyweights, including Ford Motor Company and Qualcomm Inc., slumped in pre-market trading after disappointing earnings. S&P 500 futures were little changed after erasing an early gain fueled by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's comment that the Trump administration is focusing on bringing down the Treasury 10-year yield. Contracts on the NASDAQ 100 slipped 0.1%. Qualcomm, the world's biggest seller of smartphone processors, fell more than 5% on investor concern that demand for the devices will cool. Ford dropped 6% after warning that U.S. tariffs would weigh on U.S. carmakers' profits. Skyworks Solutions Inc. is a chip supplier to Apple Inc., plunged more than 20% after saying competition in the industry is intensifying. Apple shares also retreated. Meanwhile, Honeywell International Inc. slid more than 5% after saying it will split into separate publicly traded companies following pressure from an activist investor. Bessent said in an interview with Fox Business on Wednesday that when it comes to the Federal Reserve, I will only talk about what they've done, not what I think they should do from now on. He repeated his view that expanding energy supply will help lower inflation, but some investors said 10-year yields are unlikely to go much lower, while sticky prices and a resilient economy damp expectations of further Fed policy easing. The 10-year Treasury yield ticked about 2 basis points higher on Thursday, though it's still close to a 1-month low. It is difficult to see the 10-year yield come down a lot unless the economy slows significantly. significantly, said David Zahn, a senior vice president at Franklin Templeton Investment Management. If that happens, which isn't what they want, then I can see 10-year yields going lower. More earnings are expected today, with Amazon.com Inc. due to release results after the close. Europe's stock 600 benchmark rose on track for a record close. Societe Generale SA and AstraZeneca PLC rallied on the back of better than expected results. AP Moller Maersk AS surged almost 9% after announcing a $2 billion buyback. UK stocks outperformed, and the pound fell after the Bank of England cut interest rates as expected, and traders added to bets on further easing. In economic news, German factory orders surged in December, adding to evidence that the outlook for the beleaguered sector may be improving. U.S. data on jobless claims will also on traders' radar today, with the payrolls report due tomorrow. Bond opportunities for all investors hand-wringing over Donald Trump's unpredictability. It's worth keeping in mind that market volatility creates all sorts of opportunities. Well, if an asset you're eyeing is too expensive, you may be just a Trump tweet away from a buying opportunity. Just ask Daniel Iveson, Chief Investment Officer at bond behemoth Pacific Investment Management Company. A little bit of volatility, a little bit of fear in markets for us would likely be a good thing, he said in an interview. Volatility usually means opportunity for active managers. The Newport Beach, California-based asset manager is betting on 5 to 10-year bonds as they generate solid income and are prepared to buy more if yields rise back toward 5%. Trump's policies have put traders on their heels and clouded the outlook for the Federal Reserve's next steps for monetary policy. Big drop, Skyworks Solutions shares sink 28% in pre-market trading. The supplier of semiconductor devices to Apple reported disappointing results amid increasing competition. At least 3 analysts cut their ratings on the stock. The great trade war of 2025. And is that it? Social media has had some fun with this week's tariff news, with plenty of memes along the lines of "Where were you in the great 18-hour trade war of 2025?" and "I survived the global trade war February 3rd, 2025, February 3rd, 2025. While it's too early to call an all clear, the fallout in markets has so far been remarkably contained given the upheaval an unfettered trade conflict would cause. Since Friday's close, you'd be in best shape if you were long gold. Of the key assets, it's up the most since then. The one lingering impact of this week's developments has been an increased demand for gold in a world likely to be shorter of dollar reserve assets. And if you were long the S&P 500, you're up 0.4%. Not bad considering where you thought you might be by now after reading the Mexico and Canada tariff headlines at the weekend. And if you were long the NASDAQ, you're doing even better. The dollar, the most obvious beneficiary of trade tensions, is now lower since Friday. China's stock market reopened yesterday after a holiday, and traders were probably thankful. The piñata of headlines would likely have bounced the price up and down, and yet after the dust has settled, the CSI 300 has gained 0.7%. The Nikkei has taken it in the shins, though, down 1.3%. Top overnight news: U.S. government vessels will now be able to transit the Panama Canal without charge fees, according to the State Department, which added it'll save millions of dollars a year. BBG. The Trump administration's offer to buy out federal employees is said to have attracted over 40,000 signups, about 2% of the workforce. It expects more applications by the end of the day deadline. BBG. U.S. lawmakers are reportedly pushing to ban Chinese AI startup's DeepSeek app from U.S. government devices over security concerns, according to WestJ sources. U.S. President Trump's USTR nominee Greer says U.S. needs an active and pragmatic trade policy to foster growth. Resilient supply chains are critical. U.S. needs robust manufacturing base. Honeywell International is preparing to split into 3 independent companies, marking the end of an era for one of America's last big industrial conglomerates. Honeywell announced Thursday plans to separate its aerospace division from its automation business and move ahead with plans to spin off its advanced materials arm. USJ Dice. Fed's Jefferson Voter said they need to look at the totality of the net effect of the Trump administration's influence on policy goals, and he is happy to keep policy at the current level of restrictiveness until there is a better sense of the totality of impacts. Jefferson also stated that even with a 100 BPS decline, the Fed's rate is still restrictive, which allows the Fed to be patient and wait to see the net effect of policy changes. The Fed released 2025 stress test scenarios, which include heightened stress in commercial and residential real estate, as well as corporate debt markets. Treasury Secretary Bessent said the Trump administration wants to make the 2017 tax cut permanent, while he added that Trump wants lower interest rates and is focused on the 10-year Treasury yield. Furthermore, he said Trump is not calling for the Fed to lower interest rates, and interest rates will take care of themselves if they get energy costs down and deregulate economy. Naoki Tamura of the BOJ's policy board on Thursday called for potentially faster interest rate increases, sending the yen to its strongest level against the dollar in 8 weeks. He said that the central bank should raise rates to 1% or higher in the fiscal half starting in October, and that level is likely consistent with a neutral rate setting that is neither restrictive nor stimulating for the economy. Japan has completely ended deflation, and it's natural for the central bank to proceed with rate hikes to normalize policy, according to former BOJ Governor Haruhiko Kuroda, BBGers. The UK's Sonia rose for 5 sessions through Tuesday, the first consecutive gain since April, reflecting the BOE's ongoing efforts to drain excess liquidity from the financial system. The BOE cut rates by 25 BPS to 4.5% today as expected. The big surprise was that 2 members of the Monetary Policy Committee voted for 50 basis point cut. BOE's Bailey confirmed taking gradual and careful approach to cuts. BBG manufacturing orders in Germany rose in December on the back of aerospace orders, although any tentative signs of a recovery for the struggling industrial sector face the imminent threat of tariffs from the U.S. German factory. Orders for DEC come in strong at plus 6.9% versus the street plus 2%. What's J? There's more. S&P futures there by 0.2 Thursday morning. Comes after U.S. equities finish higher on Wednesday with AI plays, particularly data centers. Among the standouts, banks, pharma, utility, and REITs. Some of the other outperformers, treasuries, little change to a touch weaker, not doing much after a big bull flattening move this week. Dollar up by 0.4, gold is down by 0.3, Bitcoin up by 1.1, and WTI is up by 0.6. Quiet on the macro front, nothing particularly incremental on tariffs. Market waiting for Trump G call, more focus on Trump 2.0 uncertainty, with Senate planning to move first on reconciliation that does not include taxes. Treasury Secretary Bessent said that Trump admin focus on bringing down 10 years, not the Fed funds rate, and expects relief from lower energy prices and government efficiency push. Outside of Washington, earnings are a mixed bag, though they were the number of high-profile disappointments in tech, healthcare, and auto. On the flow front, sell-side desks continue to flag heavy retail buying, underpinning the broader animal spirit dynamic. Initial claims were a bit higher than expected, while continuing claims also ticked a little bit higher. Preliminary Q4 productivity a bit higher than expected, though unit labor was below. Fed Waller speaks at 1:30 Eastern, though the event details with topics related to global financial ecosystem. Looking ahead, non-farms and consumer sentiment tomorrow, and then Bank of England cut by 25 as expected. Huge volume of earnings today, with nearly 60% of S&P companies now having reported. Blended growth rate now stands at 15% up year over year, 200 basis points from last week, and more than 350 at the end of the quarter. In addition, best rates look good with 78% ahead on EPS. Earnings in aggregate surprising to the upside by 6.8%. That's a small amount. Takeaways fairly company-specific. Several high-profile disappointments in tech, ARM and Qualcomm, though nothing to really change the narrative. Skyworks down on big iPhone content shift. Roblox down big after miss on daily active users and bookings. Retail results were well-received with Ralph Lauren, Under Armour, Tapestry, and Peloton. Some of the standouts, Staples, another bright spot. Philip Morris, a big gainer, and Hershey's higher despite cocoa pressure. Autos under scrutiny with Ford Guide weak. Healthcare, Eli Lilly in line with pre-announcement. Molina hit by higher costs. MCK, MedSurge, Align, latest to flag Forex headwinds, and both Honeywell and BDX down after spin-off announcements. Wow. The wire makes you money? Nice. Hit the like button. That's so unique. Good morning, baby. There's more. I got more news for you, baby. Good morning. ARM Holdings, revenue guidance underwhelms. Qualcomm licensing revenue falls short of estimates. Honeywell set to split into 3 companies. Retailers, shippers confused by USPS U-turn on China. Ford beats Q4 results but issues muted 25 guidance. Tesla sales in Europe slide amid consumer backlash. Efficiency gains on DeepSeek startles the power industry. ByteDance may let TikTok operations die rather than approve sale. Online retailers selling on Shein and Temu facing uncertainty from revocation of de minimis rule. Musk says 4% growth in 25. Uncertainty over tariffs in Red Sea. Chicago Goolsbee flags uncertainty around tariff impact on inflation. Fed Chair Jefferson says high pressure jobs market eases inequalities and warns of damage from inflation. Economists say Trump trade war adds to clear decoupling on central bank rate cuts. ECB set to release crucial neutral rate estimate. ECB SIP alone signals further rate cuts. Bank of England set to cut rates again. Bank of Japan Tomura argues that interest rates need to rise 1% by second half with inflation on track to hit target. RBI expected to kick off easing cycle with 25 of cuts on Friday. Inflation and tariffs to fuel market volatility in 25. JP Morgan survey finds swift market reversals keeping traders on edge even after they're prepared for Trump tariffs. Traders renew interest in yen as long dollar positions unwind. Besson said tariffs aimed at returning manufacturing to U.S. stresses U.S. energy role in driving down inflation. Senate GOP breaks with House in opting to leave action on tax cuts for second budget. Trump team combing through U.S. agencies to purge those deemed to be anti-Trump and anti-American or too woke. DOJ lawyers agree to temporarily restricting Doge access to sensitive Treasury system info. U.S. lawmakers propose new legislation to ban DeepSeek from federal devices. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump not committed to troops to Gaza. U.S. won't pay for rebuilding. State Department says Panama agrees to allow U.S. vessels to transit Panama Canal without charge fee. Israel orders army to prepare for voluntary departure of Gazans. Withdraws from UN Human Rights Council. Wow, it's a lot of news, Habibi. A lot of news. Tech, retail do a good, medical 50-50. I have a play for you. I hope you have a like. Good morning on a Thursday. Hold on, I'm trying to get you your plays. It's not loading. Okay, it didn't load. I don't know where it's at. Please hold while we connect your call. Good morning. You want me to breathe? You take a breather. How about that? Good morning. Have a good morning, man. Have a good one. Shout out to Vets. I got something for you, man. That's why you guys are here today. You know that? I'm excited, bro. Oh, I'm excited. But let's get through the plays. I got a couple for you. But here it is, my friends. Here it is. Tapestry, again, that's one of the retails. 18 on earnings. Coherus 12.9 off earnings. Ralph Lauren, again, another retail up 9 off earnings. Philip Morris, they're up 8.1 on earnings. NWSA 7 off earnings. Aptiv 6 on earnings. Hershey's up 4. Yum up 2.9. KMX up 2.6. Evercore ISI upgrade. Align up 2.1. Hilton up 1.6. Reddit up 1.1. Seaport Research initiates neutral. TTMI is up 15. Peloton up 12. AMSC is up by 11.5. UAA is up by 6.6. WRD up 6.2. Launches Robovan W5. ARRY is up by 3.8. BNP Paribas upgrade. RXRX 3.8. Phase 2 data. BBAI is up by 3.1. Warrant exercise agreement. MGNI is up by 3. JMF up 2.9. JP Morgan initiates overweight. LKQ confirms prime report. Forced finance committee formed up by 2.3. ASTS 2.1. Cantor Fitzgerald overweight. IMVT up 1.8 off earnings. LNC 1.7 off earnings. RITM 1.7 earnings. AMPS 27 to be acquired for $5 a share. APPS is up by 22 earnings. Rani is up 21. New pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic data. IVVD up 18, follow through from yesterday. MBX is up 9.7, insider buy. Skyworks down 28 off earnings. Roblo down 20 off earnings. SYM down 15 off earnings. BMY down 5. Ford down 5. Qualcomm down 4. Honeywell down 3.5 earnings and spinoff. CLS down 2.7. Insider sales. CRM down 1.3. Rob Washington appointed CFO. AVB down 0.7 off earnings. Form Factor down 22 off earnings. AOSL down 12 off earnings. MNR 12 million common share offering. BLCO 6.8 will not proceed with private equity. Ego down 6.2. Scories project guidance 3-year outlook. BHC down 3.7 update on strategic alternatives. SDA down 25 shares offering. SRTS earnings down 24. MTRX down 16 and DHX down 7 off earnings. I don't know when Honeywell's splitting, but it was a result of activist pressure. Last time Honeywell did something, it was actually received well, but this time they didn't really like it, you know? So Chatadonia, we're doing good. We're doing good. We'll do plays in a little. I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I come back, I hope you're ready, but I'm going to talk to you. Oh, yeah, I'm going to yap. I'm a yap star for you today. Oh, every day. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? I know. It's Thursday, man. Friday Junior, if you don't know. You like that video? Bonds came down. Again, Besson at 1. And then we'll see what other data.
And so that's something
but like the video. I'll be right back. Real Code News on Twitter. And yeah, BRB.
Novo is focusing more
I'll leave it
on
unmuted just in case.
Next generation shots. They do have an obesity pill as well, but because they've had such a struggle with supply problems, they really haven't had enough supply to actually make these pills because it uses the same ingredient as Wegovy and Ozempic. So they've been focused on this next generation drug, CagriSema, which was a little bit disappointing to investors at the end of last year, but we'll see what happens with that.
Madison, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Madison Muller joining us there. We're also, by the way, speaking about Bristol Myers Squibb ahead of the opening bell, down about 3.5% now. 2025 sales and profit forecasts were below Wall Street expectations. Declining sales of older drugs will likely slow the company's return to growth. It plans to eliminate $2 billion of spending by the end of 2027, and that's on top of the $1.5 billion already planned through the end of this year. This is Bloomberg.
Oh, I forgot I left it unmuted. Oh, yeah. Panama Canal headlines. Panama president. Oh, man. So, Chatadonia, I would love to hear your plays in a little bit, but I'm going to flip it around here a little. Because, again, you guys are here, so I don't know if you've noticed the last couple of days I've gone members only at certain times. And now, even in the morning, I have done that. And one big part, man, I want to honor the vets and why you guys could all listen now. It's members only in the chat. But for real, bro, it's a big, big deal. And I have a new mission. I have a new goal. And honestly, I need everybody to hear it. So that's why I hope you're listening right now. And I'm very grateful that the Chad is actually paying homage. And it's very simple. I do not care what you believe, but what I do care is that we all should hold the general idea that our veterans deserve all of our love and respect. That is not my main mission, but at the very least, with a flippant attitude and no respect, it makes no damn sense at all. These are all heroes, and they've given up so much for us, and it means a lot. And that's why I'm saying I hope collectively as a society, as a generation, I don't know who needs to hear this, but we have placed so many priorities ahead of our veterans. And when people like me say this shit, it just sounds like a bunch of talk because it is. And that's why I'm saying I really hope I could inspire everybody. We should make getting rid of homeless veterans a #1 priority. Again, I mean, it's $6 billion. I'm not a politician. I've never been a lobbyist, but I'm going to be annoying about it, and I hope we can make some sort of difference. And like I'm saying, at the very least here, soldiers, veterans, all of you have served, all of your families, bro. Thank you for everything. Again, it doesn't matter what we believe, and I know we got pacifists. Some people want war and all of this. It does not change anything. You guys are heroes, and you have given up so much for this country. The bare minimum that we could provide would even just be, as a culture, respect and love and honor. So I hope we could do that, but for real, man, I think everybody should just start yelling about we should never have homeless veterans. I don't know. I don't know about you, But that's what I believe in. Veterans, thank you for everything. I really hope you get that crib. I hope you get that long term. Let us help out. Reach out if you need it. I'll refer you to another veteran too who is also helping, man. Either way, it doesn't even matter. I just need y'all to do it. And I think all of us is one, man. I hope we could honor our troops who have given up so much. So thank you, veterans. Thank you to everybody who has served this country in other capacities, even your community, doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, anybody making things run, and all of you guys who work and are the good parts of the machine. I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for doing something honorable. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send out the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, man, shout out to Vets, baby. We did it. Let's go. Are you ready? It's Friday, Junior. It's the first week of February. It feels like it's been 6 months. It's only been one. Let's go, baby. All right, on that note, we got about 3 minutes. We've gotten our bathroom breaks out of the way. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. So here it is. Let's free them. But I do have a couple of plays. Let's see. How do I do this? Okay, you guys are coming out soon. Hold on. I'm coming out. I want the chat to know. Get a long-term slow. No? Okay. Let's just back this anyway. Free them. So, that being said, I got a couple of plays. Really simple. I'd keep an eye out on gold. I don't know if you guys watched the watch list yesterday, but that gold chart that I put up, yeah, that's important. So we'll see what happens with it. But at the end of the day, gold it hasn't done this in like 6 years minimum. So I'd watch that. Then I'm going to watch ARM and Qualcomm. We're going to lose on the ARM. We may get lucky. Amazon, Roblox, and then keep an eye out for oil. But you're here right now, baby. We got 2 minutes till the bell. Trump says we will drive the price of oil down. Everything will follow. What is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Is oil moving on that? No, not really. Brrrah. NVIDIA next week. SoFi calls. SPY 6080 0-day. MSTR. Silver Squeeze. Palantir. NQ Futures. Strike calls. Amazon calls. NVIDIA calls. Micron calls. SPY 607. Strategy, Rigetti, Move AMD, Navid L, Holden Tesla, UPS to the long term, NNE, enjoying the options, Lunar, RKLB, Amazon, SoFi, NVIDIA, Roblox puts, ES long, Elf puts, MSFT calls, SPY calls, Strategy calls. Oh, I was like, Strategy, yeah, it's a new one. AMD, Affirm, USA, SolarWind, Strategy calls, Pins, RGTI, Trump, SCO20, TEM, PM, Eli Lilly, shorting Tesla, AMD, Broadcom, SPY puts Tesla, and the final plays. Brrrah. Bank of America, Qubit, Trump, NVIDIA, SPY put, SMCI, looking at IWM, and Google puts. Wow. And look, Trump made a comment right now on oil. So again, that comment I read you right before, you're only down 20 cents. But again, we're going to hear a little bit about AI today. Something about the airlines from Trump. And now he's making that comment there on oil. And then in a weird way, 1 p.m. Eastern, I don't know if we'll be here, but you want to be here. It's going to be Scott Bessent. And that might be there. So again, oil now, if any future traders, that could have been yours. But yeah, you're down 50 cents now. It's still actually green on the day. No shit. And then we watch for the earnings, and yeah, now we got a minute. So that's good timing. Honestly, oil's going to be tweaking around the first like 10 minutes. Hershey's was decent, honestly. So I have that on my long-term list. Now it's a little bit up there, but it's still a pretty good price. So good luck on that. U.S. claims free passage of government through Panama Canal. Absolute falsehood, says Panama president. I think we're beefing with Panama because they said yesterday or this morning, they said that we got passage, and now the Panama president is like, nah, that's not true. So, yeah, I don't know. And then again, we're still on ice. China and EU, you still technically haven't really heard anything on that. So let's see, baby. Long time lurker. Let's go, Steve. Thank you. Get locked in, baby. It's game time. We got 15 seconds. Like that video if you want a newswire. Yeah, we're actually almost now, kind of. I mean, we'll see. Other than that, man, good luck. Call out any plays. You have any real questions, I'll be here. And game time. Again, Trump is talking somewhere. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, NXPI, that's another one on the earnings. So watch out again. Roblo and Qualcomm. I think those moved, or even like NXPI, and then there's one more that moved 20%. Old NVIDIA's came back. So again, NVIDIA is actually doing pretty good. I want to see the ARMs. The ARMs are going to be washed. Yeah, I don't think you might get lucky. I doubt it, though. The calls actually have, the puts have value on ARM. So hold on. Yeah, actually, they're holding up now, same value. And then again, BABA and China. Keep an eye. I mean, again, you're going to hear a random China thing later today, but I don't know if it'll be a big one. And then again, Hershey's could be good. They're already up 7. That is an outsized move. Hershey's either big continuation or fade. I'm looking at Hershey's now. Even the spreads are wicked. There's a couple of cheap calls on Hershey's, but again, you need it to like break out. A-Lab, Google dropping. Hilton on the high. That was another earnings. Again, Google. Remember, Google, Qualcomm, all these other tech earnings. And then Roblo down 17. It was down 20-something at one point. China is still green, man. Baba's still above 100. Oklo and NE. Yeah, China plays going up. All of your energy plays, again, except oil. So oil's reacting to the Trump stuff right now. That literally gave up that morning move. And now you're holding. I hate Qualcomm. Qualcomm was pricing it. Qualcomm was a giant move, but unfortunately, this is what it was pricing in. It just started a lot, but that could be a good play right now. Let's see. Puts are green. So, yeah, the puts already do have a little bit of premium, and then a very wild spread. Yeah, so Qualcomm, Roblo, who was the other one? Hershey's, and then like NXPI. Those could be your post earnings. Or Eli Lilly. Look at Christian. He just got one. I like it. Way to post the play. Let's see. Honestly, they haven't moved a lot. That's pretty decent. It's risky because it's short term, but I like it. Good luck on that. And then FedEx on the high. Didn't Tesla. Tesla's down 1.7. They were down yesterday. We couldn't really figure out why. And then NVIDIA came down. They were doing a lot better in the morning. And then Oklo again. NASDAQ up 0.09. SPY up a quarter. Dow 0.14. And then the Russell is winning. Again, like we said on the watch list yesterday, I would watch for the Russell to outperform the SPY if the rates hold up. Yeah, because honestly, the Russell hasn't done anything from the election. You want some of that juice again. Roblo's just post earnings. It dropped 20%. You either go for the bounce or you think this thing's going to go back to the 50s. Pretty much like 57 down to like 56 and then 53, or it bounces up to like 64 to 69. Russell has a lot of bangs. Yeah. Again, I mean, that's just the idea from yesterday. If bonds really do chill out, you're back to the election level. I mean, again, if things do look good, bonds don't destroy us, the earnings don't destroy us, maybe you will get IWM and Russell moving. So I like the idea, but it still is dependent upon bond stability to a degree. Qubit on the high. Rigetti's up even too. So again, I haven't heard not much on that Intel stuff from yesterday, but all those quantums are moving. Intel is going break even right now. Yeah, Skyworks got murked. They had a really bad report, though. They like guided down, and they just sounded worried. And they mentioned competition. Philip Morris was the winner. Bro, 12% on it on PM. That's actually insane. That was only like 8 in the morning, and that was a lot. Take a look at Philip Morris. That's breaking out. It might be too gone already, but that's still a giant move for a small mover. MSTR is coming up. I haven't looked at Bitcoin, Matterport. Do they have earnings? Someone brought that one up yesterday. Bitcoin still holding. Oil kind of coming down again. The yen is breaking out again. Our bonds, ooh, pound and euro are kind of clobbered. So again, today's actually weird on currencies. Yeah, because you have dollar up, yen is coming down, or the yen strengthening, but everybody else is doing pretty bad. Very weird. Matters a buyout. Oh, did they get halted? Looks like it. HII down 5. Trump army recruitment has gone up and will go higher. Big Bear. I think that's part of why we saw the Russell moving. So that's good. I remind you of a stock market Kanye. Okay. That's either really good or really bad, but like respectfully, fuck Kanye. That's how I feel. Okay? That's how I feel. So yeah, you know that? I don't like some, that's it. So yeah. I think Kanye would say that though. I think Kanye would say that. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a bully, man. I've been the nerdy kid. Y'all could copy my homework. But if you try to bully my nerdy friends, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Respectfully, I would love and get a long term. That's it. That's how it is. It's very simple. Yeah, Skyworks is the worst one out of all of them. Skyworks and Roblox, but again, none of them have really moved. HSY, I like Hershey's a lot, but that chain is even wicked. And then Qualcomm too, go back to that if you like. I think that Eli Lilly hit, that was great. Christian, homeboy just called that out at 0. That was beautiful. Way to poster play, baby. I like Elf. I think the price is a little bit higher, but I like it. Makeup is just doing bad. I don't know if you guys saw, what's it called? I don't know if you guys saw the earnings for Estee Lauder. And then, like, even, remember, Ulta was doing bad. But, like, ladies, I love you. You guys are great. But, like, did you guys get more confident or something? Because, like, I'm telling you, the makeup sales are down. It's very odd. Like, skincare is doing good. And, like, women are spending more money on, like, skincare. But, like, everything else, hair care and, like, makeup and enhancement stuff is just not doing good. Even Botox, low-key on Abby vibe, Botox was a slight miss as well. So, yeah. I mean, that is kind of... So, I like Elf. You're not running the same, like, I don't know, women were buying a lot of stuff here. And it does have to do with Asia as well. But when it's all said and done, I mean, I love Elf. I think it's a great company. I think the overall broader sector is a little slower. But then I still think the price is really high. But I like it. I love Ulta. We have Ulta in the long term is up over 100%. I think Ulta is my favorite. Out of any makeup company, I would take Ulta over all of them. It's the Costco of makeup. Ladies, I need some backup on that. But they don't feel me because it's true. It's true, bro. They have everything. Peloton, yeah, any retailer did good. You love Elf, yeah, it's good. But what about Ulta? Ulta is the Costco of makeup. That's what I believe. I think it's the best. And then you're going down a little bit, Apple on the high. So just pay attention. It could be one of those days where SPY goes down and Apple goes up. What's it do with curly hair? Ulta is where I go to get hair stuff. I used to, and then I started losing my hair on top. So I felt like it's offensive to go there. They might think I was suspicious because I don't got hair on top, but it wouldn't it'd be odd. So I have to send my girlfriend to go get it. It's really odd. Tesla, Microsoft's on the high. XLE on the low. Watch oil again. Dude, we gapped up again today. Bro, you're almost at 6,100 for crying out loud. That's it. You're still in the fear gauge, even though you are 1% away from the highs. Palantir candle is insane, mother effer. If it's not insane, I'm going to slap you. No, it's not insane, brother. It's going up, though. That's like, it looks like Eli Lilly. So post to play. That's what got my attention last time. Homeboy posted that Eli Lilly. Roblo going. Can you get a head top pick? Do you ask all of your friends for that on the internet? Or just me? But maybe one day if you're lucky. Where's Chipotle? We didn't talk about that one. They did bad the other day. And then Bond's still up there at break even. Again, this is literally where you were at election. So that's why wherever this goes, we got to see. And then again, Besant's going to be at 1. I do think that'll be our most important one of the day. We have Roblo buy at a way lower price. I mean, again, even anytime you've seen me buy Roblo, it was a lot lower. This is where you ride it, but yeah, you could flip it for the short term, but Roblo, you buy it $40 and below. Make your life okay. Am I feeling okay? I feel terrible. So if you could like the video, it would really encourage me. But other than that, terrible. So I need your help, Brandon. Like the video and tell a friend. Thank you. Otherwise, you hate me and you want my day to continue to be bad. I know. Trump is not live. We had comments earlier in the morning. Again, he talked about oil, AI, Department of Education, and a couple of other things. But generally, I mean, again, if I can't say it enough, it's on the watch list as well. Don't forget about the euro and the China tariffs. We really do not have a development on that. That's kind of why you have to really think about it. So we'll see. All right, is that NVIDIA? No, that was Tesla. Uber on the higher. No, what was that? Yeah, Microsoft. And then Palantir's going up. It's just been, again, a couple names. They've either been dancing with the SPY or they're in their own little world right now. And then Eli Lilly coming down. That was a good call out, though. NNE now on the low. So, again, Oklo and Nuclear, they ran up. Those all flip red already. What the hell? It's been 10 minutes. So, 10 minutes, all the Nuclear flipped. Again, oil is coming down. It's like right at break even. Yeah, UPS, I saw the candles move. Something's up with it, but we will see. 109. I don't know. I like Intel. I like UPS. Hershey's moved off the bottom. That would have been great. But I don't know. Intel, UPS, or cash for the long term. That's your decision. At least mine. Because I like Intel, but is that like a Cinco bottom? Like Cinco de Mayo? But then I like UPS too, and I like the yield, but I don't have UPS. I have Intel. All right, bonds going up now. No real headline. You shouldn't be getting much data. Again, unit labor cost was actually a good one. I like UPS a lot. Again, I mean, obviously they will be at the heart of tariffs and everything else, and then the Amazon stuff. But yeah, I think the Amazon thing is what added the most doubt. But I do like UPS. I mean, what can Brown do for you, man? You know, everybody knows. Going back to bill and chill, I don't think that's a bad idea. So as long as rates are high and you can lock them in if you already have good exposure, then yes. I mean, let me put it another way. Would you guys like a long-term discussion? I could give you a long-term discussion from something we've learned in the past. It was one of my mistakes that it was a mistake, and I think it, I feel it as I'm making my decisions. So we're at the lows. I don't know if this is a good time. Give me a sec. I have the long-term loaded up, but I'll show you something. I mean, I want you to see, and I think it's a good lesson. Let me just let's see if we break this, and I'll go over it. We either bounce and then we get out. Otherwise, if we break, you're just going to have a little bit more exciting of a morning. Because if we break, you got like 10 more points to the gap fill. Hershey's on the low. CVS and Coin on the low. Yeah, Roblo call. How many did you buy? And what date? The way to post it. Let's go. My lesson has nothing to do with politics. No. That's what I was trying to tell you guys the other day. It's like, I am excited for some things and I could be optimistic about like the political environment, even the economic environment. But like the thing when it comes to the long term, Donald Trump didn't really do shit. So don't be buying and like, oh, Donald Trump's going to save me. Oh my gosh, yeah. But like what I mean by that is in the sense like, bro, our long term was already on track. You get what I'm saying? So this presidency is going to be on track regardless, I think, God willing. And that's where I'm like, you know, you got to just stick to the plan and ride out the plan. It's not necessarily about the politics, if that makes sense, you know? And that's why I'm saying, as long as you keep a slow plan and stick to it, it's not going to really matter if we already had a plan, and if the economic environment is going to benefit us, great. If it doesn't, though, our plan strategy is there. Look at that. They wanted me to go over the lesson, so boom, there's your bounce. So like I said, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't flush, because then you would have got a little more volatility. But notice, this is what you guys got to realize. Even that option play yesterday, some of you hit in the monies, you made a lot of money. If you made my play out of the money, it moved small. We didn't get much. You guys got to realize we're not moving anywhere. You've gotten back to the deep sea stuff now after this gap up. But again, we just haven't moved in a while. So yeah, there you go. 2 big candles. But yeah, we need velocity. We need to move out of it. Otherwise, this is just keeping you in the range, man. Unfortunately. But here's the deal. So I'm thinking about my long term, right? And like there's a names, and here's a good thing. If you guys want to know how to build your long term, you should just go and find the names that I'm down on, and pretty much like anything I'm down 20% or less on, I would still pretty much be down to buy it. Anything I'm not down 20% on, I would just ignore it if I'm more than 20% down on it. Okay, that's a great starting point if I'm red. But at the end of the day, I remember, I think the year was 2023. We just bought NVIDIA, or we just bought Meta, we just bought Netflix and a couple of other names, even more Uber and JP Morgan, and we were coming into 2023. Do you guys remember that? And I was going to buy NVIDIA, and then I got like greedy. I wanted it at a lower price. Are you guys remember this? Some of you weren't here. Some of you were. And I hope you benefited. And I hope you don't hate me for missing NVIDIA but hitting the other 700 percenters. But you remember that, right? So after I got my growth names, because remember, we had Meta, NVIDIA, we had Meta, Netflix, JP Morgan, Uber. We had everything we wanted, right? So I was like, all right, let me go for some value where rates are high. And then we started talking about Bill. And I needed to build up cash. I even had cash, right? But what did I do with that cash? I went and I bought value dividends. Unfortunately, I bought MPW. I say unfortunately, although I don't really mind that play, and it could have been better, that cost me a lot of opportunity, and I could have just bought other shit. So that's what I'm thinking about coming into this year, because I'm in a similar setup. I have less cash. I've completed all my goals from the year before. Everything is going good. It's like I could use my cash and buy value, or if I just wait like 3 more months, maybe we get lucky off volatility, and then we could position to get any growth winner or whatever else we want. So that's where I'm in between. It's either I go for UPS, I go for a Hershey's, get dividend, or we kind of give it like 3 months, get a little bit of dumb dollar volatility, and maybe that gives us one of the best deals ever. But end of the day, I can be patient because I'm fully invested, but that is how I'm thinking. And now it's the beginning of the year, so we could go to lock in high value now, but if this year plays out different in the first quarter, you might end up paying for it, and then vice versa. So that's where I'm at with my long term right now. I hope that helps you. Nike on the low. We are going to get a rotation, and we're already positioned for that. That's why, in a weird way, I hope I could get a lower price on like good growth, because I want growth. That's, again, we bought a lot of them. Long term means save 10% of your money, and once you get 10% of your money, you start buying long-term stocks that you will hold for a minimum of 10 years. Very simple. No one talks about CART. We had it. We had a really good flip on it, but yeah, CART. I mean, CART it kind of reminds me of Reddit. The guidance and future numbers look very good, but I mean, it's still trading at a mega future valuation, and I think they still lose money. Elon finds the... Oh, look, I was just talking about Reddit right there. That's funny, baby. Welcome. Woo! A making shares free video. I've done it a lot, actually. It's a super simple concept. Just get your money back. Sell back for what you paid and hold the rest. U.S. President Trump to sign executive order to have Bondi lead task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. Wow. I didn't think we'd have a government revival, but I thought like a cultural revival. But yeah, so literally Trump is going to have an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias. I did not hear about that until right now. I knew they said they wanted to do something like that, but not that explicit. So, amen. I think there should be a separation of church and state. You guys should listen to a song. I made it. It's called Josh Answers, Liberals and Preachers. It's a great song. It may give you my thoughts on this topic. Amen. 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 Bonds run on Christianity. I mean, I don't know, but like, yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. No, I did. I made this song. My uncle does rap music. I do country. It's literally, go look up on YouTube. Josh Answers, Liberals and Preachers. It's a song. It's great. Faith-based bonds. I mean, technically they are. I mean, our monetary system is faith-based. I don't mean that religiously, like perceptionally, but yeah. I think you should watch TLT. I put it in the video yesterday. I'm not going to get in the way and influence you on plays. We already have one. It's down 50% from here. So you got to make up your mind if you want to double dip or not. But like I said, you're kind of at an inflection point. And just fact of the matter is, this is where you were after the election. That's a very good sign because, again, we freaked out at the end of the year. There has been a lot of fear, and that's it. I brought it up on the watch list too, man. People are doing the math on the tariffs now. And again, if people could really calm down on that tweaking, that would be a very, very good sign. Coin, it's been moving a lot, man. Even this morning. Still green, though. I thought it was negative. Trump peace plan for Ukraine, ceasefire by Easter. Trump aims to have Zelensky to agree to ceasefire by April 20th, stopping Russia's advance. FNMA, you talked about it yesterday, up 20. Is that with the, what's it called? The privatization? Them and FMCC. But yeah, this one, it's tricky to play, but there is going to be something on this eventually. Meta. Yeah, Trump peace plan for Ukraine leaked. Daily Mail. Again, we said it by end of this week, next week. I was expecting to hear this. So again, but they are punting towards April. You may hear talks, but that's it. NATO would be, Ukraine would be barred from joining NATO under the plan. England cut interest, time to plan. Not necessarily. Just maybe if we cut again, I would say that, but just trade policy and all. I mean, the general vibe is that we are diverging from policy. So I wouldn't be worried about their rate cut. I think it just highlights that Japan, Europe, Britain, every other country, they're going to just do their own thing now. And I think we need it. But I wouldn't get too much there. There's other things that point to a slowdown in Europe. Yeah, oil's dumping again. Maybe this is on the war headlines. Think about it. But again, Trump comment here, war headlines here. You're down almost $2 on oil. But yeah, oil's dropping now. An end to Zelensky's NATO dream. I think that could be it. Palantir on the high. UK. I mean, Germany's another part of it, but I don't think it's too bad, honestly. Like, you guys are doing bad, but you have survived this long. Like, does that make sense? Have you ever seen somebody and they've survived? Some of you think that's me. They just survived so long, at some point surviving is bullish? Because I don't know. Europe and Germany is, God bless their souls, but in a weird way, they've held on for quite some time. So we'll see, but I'm not, like I said, I think let's see what the world does in terms of, just like, let's see how we do after the divergence of policy and trade, and we'll see kind of what it leads to. UBS could go down to the 80s, but that would be like another 20, 30%. Then there's NVIDIA. I like Ford, but I would grab other things right now. I don't think it's a bad option. I definitely think you could do worse, but it's not the number one. Is Quantum going again? Or Getty came down. One of them was just up. Nah, they all flip. And then bonds going up again. SPY down back to the lows. So I gave you that econ lesson, or that long-term lesson, and now we're back to that level. So watch out, because if you go below, we might have to fill the gap. Bonds are still doing great. Oil dumping now again. The NATO peace plan, or Ukraine ending of war, that is kind of contributing to lower oil. Elon Musk. They limited some of the treasury payments. Or the treasury access to Doge yesterday. People are getting mad. SMCI on the high. That one's ripping now. And then Whirlpool even going up. SMCI, again, you had the NVIDIA news yesterday, and then the AI Summit next week. And they are going to put out their filing, I believe. Is there some sort of food shortage? I think there's a lot of fear, but I don't think there is. Eggs are definitely in low supply. I showed an economic chart yesterday, and y'all thought I was plotting eggs. But I don't know. The other agriculture, cocoa, coffee, a couple other commodities went up. Some have gone down as well. But if you go look at the trade data yesterday, our deficit, this is what I was trying to say on the watch list. A lot of people front ran the tariffs. A lot of people really, really bought a lot of stuff, companies and individuals, ahead of it. So that could have led to different supplies. But at the end of the day, I mean, I would give it like a month, and then we'll really know if it's a problem or not. But I think 6 out of like 10 groups have gone up in food, and then 4 the other remaining ones have gone down. So some things are, I wouldn't call shortage, but elevated price. And then the other ones are kind of lower. But I think we just need to find some balance there. Because, again, a lot of people rushed into stuff from November till today. Is Google CapEx really bad? It's not bad now, but if they mess up, it will be terrible. So you're right in theory. It's not, you turn a profit, you do good. It's not bad. But if they start spending more, falling behind, Gemini don't get traction, you get what I'm saying? And then all of this stuff, and then before you know it, other people are kind of taken, then it'll be really bad. Because then they'll probably spend more. ARM is going up. It's only recovered like 2% though. And then SPY about to go lower. Bond still doing well. Again, latest headline got oil, Trump, and Ukraine. That brought it down more than Trump saying he's going to bring down oil. So literally now you're on the low of the day. Is this the low of the week? I think it might be, dude. Yeah, this is lower than the other day, and we bounced. So get ready. Like low-key 69, and then like down to 67, and then 66. That'd be crazy, though, if oil goes down. Again, this is what they wanted. Planter. Spy getting some red, too. Where's Nvidia? What I'm saying, what's drawing us down? What time is it? We've only been here for 30 minutes. I'll get you the checkup in like 10 seconds. I mean, it is working. Again, this is what they want. They want lower oil. Like I was saying, if I really do believe that low oil will be success. Otherwise, high oil, I think, will be a miserable time for some of these aggressive policies. Yeah, cheap oil is bullish. I agree. I think it is. That's why I don't think it's a bad thing. Honestly, this is what I was saying on the watch list. Like, call it whatever you want, but listen, man, if the bonds calm down, because this was like fear, and if bonds are good, oil is low, these are all signs that everybody is coming back to reality. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I was early. Maybe I could call everybody a jackass and saying, why are you scared of $500 lumber when it was at $1,500? You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, do the damn math. Like, these are all little signs that people are slow. Because, again, it's been 3 months, and little data keeps coming in. You've gone through the biggest fears, and, like, you're not watching things get that crazy. So, in a weird way, oil lower, bonds going off of 5%, and, going back to an appropriate rate and then the market not down 5%. My brother, that's a great thing all around. So, that's what I was saying. I mean, we'll take it, but I don't know if this will be permanent, and I don't know. Citi running. Yo, Citi Bank. What's this? It looked way bigger on the high ticker. They did this yesterday. It's not a news move, but they're going up. You got Canada PMIs coming in now. Yeah, Citi, that candle's getting bigger. I'm going to check news. If you got anything on Citi, let me know. I don't see anything on it. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, they file a perspective. What is it, 6:58? It's 2 minutes ago. I just see like a new bond issue. They're doing some sort of offering. Bank of America bought back shares yesterday. Eli Lilly call just started. No update on Intel CEO. There was a rumor going around there that they had somebody, and it wasn't me, and then they haven't contacted me back yet. Citi on the high. Tesla, I don't know. Tesla was down yesterday. Somebody had a headline earlier. I mean, try. Did you guys like the video? You guys don't like the Newswire, huh? Oh, yeah. You guys are close, though. That's good. So let me see.
Thank you for calling Intel. Please select from the following options. If you know the name of while your call is transferred to an Intel operator.
France Mistral launches new app for generative AI. AI chat responds to 1,000 words a second. Claims DeepSeek benefited from Mistral's open source tech. IPO not planned. So yeah, you have a new, what is this, French? Has anybody heard of this? Mistral AI. Now France has one. No one's reacting to it. UPS. Bro, UPS has been doing this all day. It got active there and the contracts are tweaking. Mistral's been around for a minute. You've heard of it? Le Mistral. Oui, oui. Mistral. AI. 1,000 words a minute with Macron. Phew. Yeah, bonds up, SPY near the low. I mean, it's kind of balanced, high-low ticker. But again, UPS is taking off. It was popping like it had something earlier. That one's a little unusual. It's still a small move, but the way it's moving stands out. They raised their dividend this morning. Is that it? Other than that, yeah, I don't know. I see that too when I look. I see dividend increase, but that's it. And then FedEx is going too. I don't know. Maybe there's something going on in shipping. Because look, FedEx has the same exact setup. I don't know. The dividend is 164 a share. I don't know what it was at before. The China mail, maybe. Oh, yeah, Intel, they don't. I tried yesterday, too, man. No more USPS. Oh, maybe that's it. Logistics manager was bullish. That wasn't released today. Yeah, something. I don't know. Maybe we get to hear from something with travel or transports, but FedEx and UPS all morning have kind of been doing well. They raised the dividend by 1 cent. Yeah, I don't think that's too exciting. The news feed, Philip. I think you've asked this every day, and I've answered it. It's only here, man. I've developed my own news stuff, so sorry. I wish I could offer more, but yeah, hit the like button, and there's a nice little news wire waiting for you. There is USPS. Remember, they stopped the USPS from shipping from Hong Kong and China. I think weed could have been the RFK stuff. We talked about this yesterday, and then it's gone up. That's lies. I'm not lying. You actually only came in here. Was The Wire? Anybody know The Wire? Then you started tagging Scotty, and they're like, "Well, with The Wire, what's The Wire?" Someone tell me I'm the liar right now? That's crazy, Philip. It's crazy you put that on me, Philip. That's all. That's literally, you spent 24 hours to subscribe, Philip, and then spent your days going after that, and then you're going to call me the liar, Philip. Now you're going, there's no more questions anymore, Philip. You called me a liar, and clearly you're the liar, Philip. I'm done talking, Philip. Thank you, Chad Vex. So again, if you like the video, you'll get the news. Again, and I have a lot of old videos you can learn from if you care about the info, but you got to hunt for it. We like hunters. Oh, Maersk did have good earnings. You're right. That's it. Stock Sasquatch. Good call. I think that might be it. We read that in the morning. Maersk did have good earnings. Remember, all of them were kind of mediocre. That could have been it. You started doing long-term 6 months ago. You're up way more than trying to beat the system playing options. Thank you, baby. That's it. Well, listen, you could do both. Like I've been saying to everybody, man, just get your long-term. Don't walk away with nothing. Set a very specific budget and don't go over for trading and just wait for the right catalyst. But amen, man. Amen. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. And like, yo, just get literally too, get a long-term, get a house. You guys see me on Twitter, and then you get some of my wild comments, and then I see you guys talking, and you're like, Josh, don't fuck with us. We're little crypto goons. And listen, man, as long as you are not against saving 10%, getting a long-term and getting a house, I'm not going to whoop your ass, bro. That's it. That's very simple. I'm just saying 5 years from now, if you're doing all of this little whatever you doing and you don't get a house, then I'm going to whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because it's already been 5 years. So if you say I've known Josh for a decade and I knew about the long term and saving in a house in 10 years, and so 5 years from now you don't get it, I will beat your ass. I will. Other than that, we good. So get a long term, save 10%. And remember, a long term doesn't stop you from all the other opportunities. I have no other way to say it simply, but people think that that's not true for some reason. But yeah, I'm just, make sure you walk away with something, baby. Can you fight? No. I'm not threatening you physically. I'm just verbally abusive. It's a big difference. So yeah. Don't worry. You'll probably whoop my ass in real life. That's why I'm on the internet. That's how we do it. Duh. Some of you are like, that makes a lot of sense. I'm very good at Halo, too. You could use your 401k as a down payment. There is certain, like, restrictions and all that, but, yeah, you can't use it for the house. Whirlpool, we're still up on it. Like I said today, if you guys go to my Twitter or the YouTube channel here and go to the post tab, but this is the long term. It's pinned. So, like, you literally have no excuse. But it's ordered by the size. But like I said, it's not, I mean, this has moved since then. And take note of the price that I paid and where it's at. And then, like I said, if I am down 20% or less, I will probably buy those stocks again. If I'm down more than 20%, I'd probably ignore them. This is a great place to start. But if I'm up on the play, I don't like telling you guys. I don't think it's a good deal. I don't know any other way to put it. I've just noticed over the years, anybody who's gotten the plays I've gotten cheaper, they've done very well. Even if you got it at the same time, you'll do exactly what I do. But at the end of the day, buying my plays higher, I don't think it's a good idea. Why not buy more than 20%? Because some of the ones that are down more than 20%, like I think 2 or 3 of them have had very big declines, and the story's a little different. I haven't touched them in 4 years. You know what I'm saying? But some of them are down, but like just because they're down, I'm not like, well, it could be 5% down, 1%, it doesn't matter. But just don't go and buy the play that we're up on. Like, dude, we're up like 30-something% on Baba. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually like crazy. So some of those, it's like, although I love Baba, I just, if you're rushing in at 30% gain, like that's going to be, if anything bad happens, you're going to be on the losing side. So just try to get good deals, and you could use my guide as a model, but, you just try not to pay a lot, and because you got to ask yourself, why didn't you want it when it was cheaper? You know what I'm saying? That's all. Why not add to your winners? Because we're still building. I have added to winners. I've added to Abivai. I've added to Uber. I've added to JP Morgan. Go look at all 3 of those stocks on the multi-year. They've ran it up. You know what I'm saying? I've averaged up or down on all 3 of those names. So it's like, even then, we could do it, but I'm just saying, like, there's opportunity right now. When I look around, it's like I would love to average up and increase size, but there's names out there right now, like I'm saying, 100 names that I know are at like multi-year lows and are high quality. So, and then the names that we're still buying, like Intel or maybe a UPS, or even like the Humanas, that even went up though, but all of those are what I like. AMD maybe in the future, but not now. I'm still looking at like boomer stocks. I hate to break it to y'all. Like, that's it. Just shit like old school. Like, I want everything that most people don't really like. But just value, dividends, high quality I've known about my whole life. No confirmation on the Intel CEO guide, no. Hong Kong God capital to buy mall in Tokyo for $1 billion. What price AMD? It just depends. AMD is gonna come down when the chips die. Let's just be real about it, right? When the only time you get a discount on the chips is when they all die. That's even what happened after DeepSeek. So that's why I'm saying it depends, because I'm like, by the time AMD is probably down, I bet you other things will be down too. So if it's still equal, I probably won't even buy AMD. It's just, especially if I could get somebody way better for lower. Do you get what I'm saying? So AMD's already down, but again, all the chips in general are still doing good. Right now, they're low relatively, but then there's other higher names or higher quality names that I think are better that are way cheaper. So that's kind of why I'll wait, and then my price is all relative on AMD to what other stuff I can or can't get at the time. All right, bonds, bro. Bonds keep running. Israel foreman sorry, don't have detail for Trump's Gaza plan. Do I think Lisa is a DEI hire? I don't know, but watch your questions. That's a stupid-ass question. Okay? I think Lisa Su is actually a great person, and to even throw that shade on her legacy is very disrespectful, because she's really good at her job, and she has saved that company. So yeah, I don't even think it's in the realm of even asking that question when she has clearly proven it. So yeah, watch yourself. I don't even own AMD. I respect Lisa. I have no other way to put it. You're a new subscriber. Your dad put you on. Let's go, baby. You better get a long term and hug your dad. Okay? That's it. That's what you got to do. But save 10% and buy stocks for a minimum of 10 years. You will learn stuff. I mean, I hope I don't expose you to gambling, but definitely you will once you start seeing more trading. But as we've talked about a lot here, it is your job to have a real budget and make sure you own stocks for a minimum of 10 years. Any other strategy involving trading without owning stocks for a minimum of 10 years, they are trying to pillage you and take your money. So don't do that. That's it. Long term, baby. I'm glad. I love to hear it. Debt eviscerating intelligence, right? Lisa, man, she's great. Yeah, you guys should see what she's done the last 10 years, not just the last month. But yeah, I don't own the company, but I do. Great history, or that was a good turnaround story, if you're not familiar. And then yeah, Jensen's cousin. Where is Jensen? Damn it! That's it. Last time we heard of him was DeepSeek. And then SMCI, round number 3, I think. Yeah, they're up 8. Fortinet, buying your first house this year. Let's go, baby. Good work. Meta's on the high now, too. Meta's actually taking a couple candles. Oh, what about the CEO of the Peach? Bradley Frizzle, baby. Oh, Peach Nation. Oh, no. Let's go. 61 Mons. We need a new badge. We need a new badge, man. We need a new badge. You know that? That's what we need. Oh, my goodness. Amen. We didn't hear anything about the Trump-Jensen meeting. U.S. government sues Illinois for impending immigration efforts. Oh, whoa. Plot twist. The government has sued Illinois now. Signed up for your first flip yesterday? Been a long... What do you mean your first flip? Wait, like a house flip? Let's go! Good luck, baby. Amen. Amen. Our governor is ruling this state. I didn't know that. That's a plot twist. We've only heard about everybody suing Donald, but now the government is suing him. The S is silent in Illinois. Z. I'm not understanding. I love Illinois. I've never been to Illinois, but everybody wants me to go to Chicago, Illinois. But yeah, I love that place. I love the idea. I love the people there have been generally nice. Even though it's weird. Why do the people with the most gun violence be the nicest to me? That's stupid. And then all you Californians, all you nice people, why I don't get it. But yeah, Illinois is a great place. But on that note, I need to go to the bathroom. 7:30. Oh, let me get you a market checkup before. Give you some things to ponder on. So Dow Jones 13 green, 16 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 58 in the green, 43 in the red. And then SPY 288 in the green, 214 in the red. So I don't know, 50-50, bro. You're literally, first hour we haven't even moved. You're literally right where you open. This is what I was saying, bro. This is like worst fears dying down. That's why, you guys realize, we went from aggressive moves, and then once you've gotten through all the fears, this is all just going to just take you back to doing nothing. It's kind of insane. But, dude, do you not see it? You are just oscillating off of nothing. So, again, an hour to literally go nowhere. But, again, it's different than the Mondays and the Fridays when we're actually responding. But think about it. Last 2 weeks, we have gone through a lot of things, and we're okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. So, again, then we're waiting for the other one. Mm-hmm. But, all right. Everything comes out okay in the bathroom. It will. It will. I ran out of protein for the gym. And I had another protein. And I switched my protein, bro. Terrible idea. Okay, I got it. You could only imagine the conclusion. It's a rough morning, man. Rough morning. So like the video. We don't even have 1,500 likes yet. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So I'm just telling you, the day that I did no members only in the morning, it's taken an extra 2 hours to even hit the likes. Just fun fact. I'm just saying. I know. It's terrible. So let me go to the bathroom. Bradley Frizzle is the GOAT. That's all that matters for the Peach. They don't feel me. All right, I'm trying to get a commercial break. GME pop. All right, I'll go to the bathroom once this comes on. Oil pop. Trump nominee Jameson Greer will seek to implement trade policies to incentivize good-paying jobs for American workers. Well, there you go. We did it. I did it non-members in the morning today because I want you guys, maybe if we can be nicer to veterans and promote no homeless veterans, I would really love that. But it was non-members only today. There's GME. Bro, you posted that before it popped. You insider. No, okay, I just didn't update my chart. Yeah, GME is waking up right now. And then SPY going down. Interesting. Remember, Amazon is earnings after the bell. So that's going to be your big one of the day. Oil fat pop. Yeah. Hey, yo, what's going on there? Check dollar, check currencies. No yen move, no Europe. Euro moved a little. Yo, look at oil. That's something. That's too big. Issues fresh related sanctions. That could be it. But hold on, I don't have any full confirmation. You got more. It's on the website, energy website. Yep. We need to gain market access for farmers, UST nominee. So SPY going down on that. So oil goes up. Confirmed. It's on the website. Energy website confirmed. Trump, they're doing more sanctions on oil. So you either go for oil or you go for the SPY. That one's going to be tough.
All right, it's time now for Social Climbers. The company's making waves this morning. And first up, we have Hershey's projecting a sales increase this year despite higher commodity prices. Hershey, of course, has been faced with record high cocoa costs for over a year, forcing price increases. Shares currently up about 4.7%. Next up, we have Starbucks placing some limits on its mobile orders in an effort to reduce the workload of baristas. It's part of a broader plan by CEO Brian Niccol to speed up the service. The coffee giant also trimming.
Bad news, you got it here early. I went for USO. Oh, wait, you don't have the likes. Never mind. But so, yeah, I'm not going for the SPY, but I'm going to go for USO instead. I got a good one, but I don't think it's going to hit. XOM lagging, yeah. We have the Chevron. Again, I went because remember last time we could have went for the SPY, but I was like, you know what, let's go for the oil. And then I found a 1 cent option, so I put $10 down. So I don't really mind. The tariffs ain't working. No, they're just if you sanction Iran. You clap Middle Eastern oil and you get more tension, that could help keep the price of oil up, right? The other stuff, if he could keep oil down, it's good. But that's why right now, again, they just put new sanctions and it's related to targeting oil and he's been very serious about it. That's going to shoot oil up for a little bit. So it'll get away in one of the other plans, but generally, let me put it this way. That's your news headline for the day. So far, until we get another one, though, that's big enough to, but then again, if it doesn't follow through, that might be it. I was going to say, I put a penny down. I got my penny play, and then that's it. Otherwise, wait for a follow-up, and then this back and forth on oil and the Middle East, that could add to some of it. But then we're expecting and waiting for another EU, China one, and then we're going to hear a little bit more on AI and a few other things, even transportation today. But, yeah. And then NVO rocketing up. Again, Eli Lilly conference call, I believe, is going on right now. So that could be part of that. And then Teladoc. Oh, Teladoc. Great pop. Yeah. Citron long. So you just got somebody getting involved, but, it might be a little slow. The options are difficult. Oh, there's some decent ones for next week is way better priced. But yeah, that's just going to be Citron long. It's going to fade eventually. But that's 5%. So you just got Citron, a private investor with a big, he's pretty noteworthy. I like Andrew Left. He's good sometimes. But yeah, he's got in. He's announcing his play. It's already up 5. Damn it, they took the next week's. That was one of you. There was one on the next week. Somebody took it. I think I got me a $5 one. Shit, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the options just got snaked, unless it goes up another 5%. So we'll see. But yeah, those February 14th, whoever got those, if you got those 14s, that was the one I was looking at. That was a good one. That was like 10 cents. And now they're going for 20. I think that was a hit. So make it free. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to fade eventually. We just got it early. All right, Bond's coming down too with the oil. That was you? Yeah, I saw that one. So for that one, now please stop tagging me in random weird Twitter shits, you say. Thank you. I hope that, next time I comment on the press briefing, please do not comment on it, okay? I don't want to block you on Twitter. But yeah, so I hope, because that's a good play for you right there, and I hope you'll be happy. Natural gas numbers coming in minus 174 billion versus 171. All right, well, I missed my bathroom. Let me see. Yep, it's not there yet. Oh, shit. Did these go? No, they went up already, yeah. No, they won't hit. I was going to make them free. And then Teledoc's still going. So let's see. It's going to happen a lot. But maybe one time it'll help you. But with the whole Trump thing, it's going to kind of be like that. I haven't heard any. The Gaza stuff, again, people rejected it even more this morning. There's a lot of negative comments on that. See, is USO still going? It's holding, but we're going to hear again. That means, too, if he's talking about it now, you're probably going to hear about it later in the day, too. But, again, there's going to be a lot of... Remember, the other news in the morning was bearish for oil. And then now I don't know what's going on with NVO. I think it's the other one. I think it's Eli Lilly conference call. EU von der Leyen set to pitch CEOs on competitiveness plan. Treasury access by Musk Doge. Partly limited by Judge for now. Palantir, dude, new high. Oh, man. Killing it. Rivian pop. Again, you had nat gas numbers, too. Rivian breaking out at 13. Looks decent. And then spot bonds gave up that oil news. So take note, the only thing that got rid of bonds today was the oil sanctions. Again, as oil, in a weird way, this might be the new correlation. I think we're very early, but be on the lookout because, like, pretty much if yields go higher, I think it'll probably be because oil's going higher. Does that make sense? Oil up, TLT down. Oil down, TLT up. I think you might get that for a little bit. There you go, baby. Palantir did. He posted the contracts 214, 110, 190. They're at 340, baby. Let's go. So I'm talking about. There's good plays this morning, bro. Other homie had, I think it was a couple 100% on that Eli Lilly, too. So I'm fucking talking about. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Don't tell me you can't do it. Don't tell me you can't post the play. They got mad ideas, bro. Stop it. Yeah, I got Rivian in the top right. You guys just called that out. GFL. Again, SPY still near the low. Bond's coming down. I'm going to assume oil's going up. Let's see. No, oil's going to watch for it, though. That's going to be interesting. Doge Limited. I keep getting that. You guys keep asking me NVO. It's just moving up. Again, Eli Lilly had earnings today. Remember, dude, they were doing very good. NVO had that big pop, the trial, then they came down. So, yeah, it's just moving all over the place. My Twitter handle? I don't. What? I'm not following. The long-term sheet is on Twitter, yeah. Bro, I need to go to the bathroom. I've been trying to go pee for a minute here, man. They just don't got no commercial breaks all of a sudden.
And we look for medical unmet needs. We look for where we can add the most scientific
Okay, I'll be right back.
value.
Follow me on Instagram. At the Training
Typically, if there's a
Maternity.
medical unmet need, therefore the test will be utilized over time. So it really starts with science and technology, and the profitability, frankly, follows.
All right. Adam, thank you so much and congratulations on another quarter and on the Raritan, New Jersey expansion. That is LabCorp CEO Adam Schechter. Let's get a look now at stocks moving at this hour with Bloomberg's Jess Menton. And Jess, I just noticed it a little time back. Yum Brands crossing the wire. Tell us what they said.
And so this is the company that owns Pizza Hut and KFC, but in particular, it was Taco Bell that was helping drive sales in the latest quarter. And it's interesting, too, because when you're looking at this, that stock's actually just a little over 1% from its all-time high that it last reached in April of last year. So that's why it's important to keep an eye on. It's up about 8% today, on pace for its best day since April of 2020. So looking at those sales turning positive, and also this is an inflation story because when you think about recent quarters, especially at the start of last year, it still was feeling that inflation print when you're thinking about the pressure, especially consumers and shoppers and people going to eat at a lot of these restaurants. So that also is a more positive sign for this type of company moving forward.
Yeah, really interesting to see the stock popping about 8% today. Let's also talk about Philip Morris hitting a record, I believe.
It is.
The kids love Zyn. What's going on?
They definitely do. So the Zyn that you're pointing out, that's the patch, the nicotine patch, and that's what driving things too. So I want to point this out to you because the consumer staples sector that obviously Philip Morris is housed in, that's the best performing sector today. It's up about 0.7%, so helping it give a lift, even though we're seeing some other pockets of consumer staples lower today. So as to your point, it is the smokeless tobacco products that were driving its gains today.
And of course, then there's Honeywell, and it was kind of that 1-2 punch, right? So they finally sort of made it clear that they were actually splitting up and into 3 portions, not 2. But then those earnings caused the stock to drop.
It was, especially when you're thinking about its guidance falling short of that estimate. But of course, now that Elliott Investment Management,
I just think her kids do a lot of drugs.
Recent months, especially in November, because at that point, that's when Elliott revealed a $5
You guys are like, wait,
billion
under
plus
20?
position
No,
in
man,
Honeywell,
I just
and that
think.
was actually its largest ever
I think
in a
there's
single
something
stock.
deeper
So you are
happening.
seeing Honeywell, the ticker symbol is
But
HO.
none of my business. None of my business. But I told you guys about smokeless a while ago. We talked about that being a trend. So shout out to MO. Philip Morris is the leader, though. Zyn, that's it. Apparently, I don't know if it's fake or not. Can somebody confirm? Did RFK? Did he throw a lip during his hearing? Because I didn't know if it was edited or not. I saw a clip, and he was like putting in a lip. I thought that was interesting. For the health, what is his position? Health secretary? Twice? Yeah, no, I swear, I think he did. I don't know if it was fake. How are we supposed to confirm? I mean, I figured if I asked a lot of people who love to tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like that's a great way to find out the truth. I've been doing it for years, actually. I have a couple of ideas that I know are objectively true, but the ones that I am unsure of, I will throw it to the community square, ready for ridicule. So, yeah, I mean, I was hoping you guys would. I didn't see it live. No, I didn't see it live. I only saw a clip. That's funny. Nicotine's good. Well, listen, it might be, but that I don't believe none of y'all. Y'all have lost my credibility, your credibility. Even if you have credibility, and just on the internet, you say anything, bro, and they'll be like, it's good for you. You could, oh, whoa. I had a universal tariff thing. Oh, that's stupid. No. This is a delay. So that news came out 5 minutes ago, but it's getting reiterated right now. Trade nominee saying it came out 5 minutes ago while I was taking a pee. Hold on. No. Because that, again, it might be universal tariffs. If it's something new, I'll let you know. But if this is the move off of universal tariffs, that news came out 5 minutes ago. Like literally 5 minutes ago. Yeah, it's a trade nominee Greer talking about universal tariffs. But I don't know if, again, that caused something, though. That snapped. Oil came down, though, but none of the currencies really moved. I think that might just be to scam you on the premiums, to be honest. I could be wrong, head on a swivel, but I saw that news 5 minutes ago, and then I see that big red, and then I see a reiteration, but I don't think that's legit. Like, I don't think we're getting a big, yeah. Hold on, watch, though. Don't let your guard down. Do not let your guard down, but I don't think that was legit. Like, I don't think it was a new information. Let me see if I can find more on Greer. Because, again, she's the USTR trade nominee, which obviously that could have an impact, but I think Algo's tweaking because it came out 5 minutes ago. Literally, it came out here, and then they reiterate. It just hit another wire. I just saw that hit a wire, and then we dropped. But, again, I was very familiar with that news. It just wasn't again, we've been dealing with Trump and phone calls and other stuff. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be it, though. You just dropped more on that candle than, a real headline. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you what I'm thinking right now. I'm seeing if we could get Greer up here. Oh, is Trump going to speak at the breakfast? I'm telling you, I don't want to, just be careful of I was telling you guys from Monday, Tuesday, I even got suckered into a couple, but then keep them small. We're going to move less on the headlines. Again, everything's getting diluted, and you've went through so much fear in the last 2 weeks. There's a lot of positioning that's going to get you to do nothing. Does that make sense? It's very complex, but I don't think you need to make it that complex. But it just, at the end of the day, we got to really find the real headline to break us out of the range. And now a lot of the ones that moved us in the last couple of weeks, they're going to have less impact. And then now I am more expecting rounds bound until we get a real, you need a hitter of policy or something to actually move us. You know what I'm saying? Teladoc going nuts now. Well, shit, man, you got it on the first candle. I will be live early for the non-farms tomorrow. It depends, actually. Do you honor the veterans? And do you agree that we should have no homeless veterans in America? That will be determinant. That's what I want to know. So watch out. We might come back down. I'm seeing on Greer, but that's the only thing I see right now. Yeah, exactly. We have fear, though, even though you're right next to it. You're right next to all-time highs. It was a reiteration of Trade Representative Greer. Talked about universal tariffs, clapping Canada. Yeah, I don't see a live hearing for Greer. That should have always been taken care of. I agree, man. I agree. That's why. I don't know. I'm not a lobbyist. I've never done politics, but that's something I want to be annoying about. You know, and I think it's amazing. I think it would be a great thing if we could, as a culture, make that a priority. So you're coming back down here again. Only headline is USTR Greer. Important to have transparency on outbound investment. I want to see if we could get this live. Oh, yeah. No, here it is.
Focused on trade issues. It's something that's very important to him. It's been a key platform, plank in his platform for decades.
Okay, this is where everything's coming from right now. These are where all the headlines.
Cabinet members,
Again,
cabinet level members, advise.
Like I'm telling you, the headline came out here, right around here. It hit another news wire, and then everybody reacted. Again, he's talking tariffs. He's a nominee for trade, and then he's even bringing up Canada, Mexico, all of that stuff.
Ask you to comment on it after I read it. I'd like, while I think it is important to hold China to its obligations under Phase 1 agreement, I also fear that it will keep us reliant upon Chinese markets, so we need to be looking around the world at other markets. We need to balance our short-term profitability with long-term stability. I have for a long time voiced my own concerns about unfair trade practices by China, and I hope that you and President Trump are successful in holding China accountable on issues including fentanyl, intellectual property theft, and government subsidization. That said, I believe we must pursue freer trade with other countries to create new markets so that we can move away from China without losing even more global market share to commodities to Brazil and other countries. The free trade
watch the dollar, oil, and the other commodities and currencies.
In large trade
so again, you'll really know if we're actually getting it.
Industries like agriculture and manufacturing.
But again, they're all very stable. Equities are just moving now.
And I know
but you're back near the low.
President Trump is more interested in bilateral agreements than multi-state agreements. And I think if we
new low on the day.
Brazil,
again, a couple industries
South
are still
Korea
up. Banks are still climbing.
China,
a few of the other earnings
and,
too.
EU is being problem countries for us to on trade issues, but there's so many other
his shit's hitting the wire right now.
Where if we have
so again, all of any of the comments, it's like, dude, it's like 3 minutes behind. He says it, but then once it hits the wire, you're getting a baby reaction. He said reciprocity with China requires tariffs, and then looking at deminimizing duty-free exemption is not exploited. So, dude, essentially, he just sounds like a trade hawkish towards China, and then very, very bullish on tariffs. But again, he's a trade representative, and the market's tweaking out on it. But again, they only tweak out when it hits news wires, not when he's saying it.
is really important to keep in mind as
he's just a hawk. He's just a trade hawk. That's it. He's talking tariffs, China, all of this.
Export markets to make sure that our exporters,
and then Bond's catching a bid,
and anyone else, service providers, manufacturers, are not completely dependent on China for their livelihood, because that can be a high risk proposition. My guess is we'll always trade with China, absent a conflagration, God forbid. But we do have to have diverse export markets for our exporters, and I think that if we can be thoughtful in going to other countries where we see real concrete areas of advancement, we should pursue that. And I'm looking forward to working with you, if I'm confirmed, and the rest of the committee, to talk about where we can get the most bang for our buck in other markets to make sure that any agreements we have are aligned with your goals and the administration's goals.
Brazil is a leading competitor with the United States on agriculture. One example is that Brazil has displaced the United States as a world leader in soybean production Another issue with Brazil that I brought up with your predecessor,
that's
Mr.
all.
High, is drastically unfair advantage Brazil has on ethanol. U.S. exports.
Okay, look at oil.
18%.
Keep an eye on Brazil. We haven't heard them brought up in a minute.
Brazil, however, Brazilian ethanol comes here nearly duty-free. So I hope you will address this trade imbalance with Brazil that Ambassador Tai wasn't successful in doing, taking action to reduce or eliminate this harmful tariff on American tariffs.
I don't want you to talk in the morning. Why
Senator,
do y'all
if I'm
forget
confirmed,
5
I will
years
work
so
with you.
easy?
I have a lot of things at the top of my list, but this is one of those things. I'm happy to work with you. If I'm
Don't
confirmed.
be extra, okay?
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Mr. Greer, congratulations on your nomination. Welcome to your family.
I've given
your
you
son has been
8,000
very
hours.
patient, to your whole family, I see. I appreciate
Some of you have
that.
cried.
I understand the challenges during this
Over 18
long
hours.
period. Let me say this, first of all, thank you for meeting
0.001%.
with me. All right, so
You have
appreciate the
defined my
conversation.
personality, my heart, and my
I want
intention.
to talk about a topic
Terrible.
that seems to get lost sometimes when we talk about trade and tariffs, and this topic is so important to Nevada, but also to the United States, which is tourism. It's the single largest export
Damn it, I wanted that
for the
call.
United
One of the
States. And in
calls.
my state, as you well know, from
But yeah, you got a
Nevada,
little
from
bounce
Reno
there.
to
Let's
Las
see.
Vegas and all parts in between, we are reliant on a strong and vibrant international tourism economy. The U.S. Travel Association has warned that 25% across-the-board tariffs on Canada will result in fewer Canadians
Hey,
visiting
this is-
America,
well, listen to what
causing
he says.
$2.1 billion in lost spending.
Last time he
and
talked about it, we
4,000
got
jobs
this.
lost. Tariffs on Mexico are likely to have a similar impact. So my first question to you is, do you view tourism as an important industry? And do you agree that trade wars with neighboring countries
Tourism.
are likely to harm tourism?
So now she's asking tourist side.
Senator, thank you. Thank you for your kind words. And I
Marriott
also
Hilton at
appreciate
Good
our-
Earnings
our
doing
meeting
great
in your
today.
office, which I thought was insightful. With respect to tourism, 100%. This is an important export for the United States, and this is why we have tourism promotion agencies at states and other things like that. It's critical, and I know particularly for your state. With respect to tariffs on neighboring countries, I think the chairman said it very well in his opening. We talked about the action that the president is talking about is about fentanyl, where we don't want another single fentanyl death. A kilogram of fentanyl can kill 50,000 people by some calculations, and we can't have that, and we need to come to an agreement on that. And luckily, Mexico and Canada, from the outside looking in, it appears they've come to do that. Obviously, where a tariff is concerned, I naturally have equities. The Finance Committee naturally has equities, so I would want to be involved and come brief the committee on those issues when they come to a front, because I know it's important to you. I know it's important to your state.
Well, let me just talk about the practical impacts here, because various administration officials, including Secretary Vicente, when he testified before this committee, stated that broad tariffs will cause the currency to appreciate. And let me just say, as it appreciates, it makes it more expensive to travel to the United States.
So look, the more you talk
That
about
has
the
an
thing
impact
that was
on
like,
travel and
the
tourism.
market's liking it.
And so I'm hoping that
It's
you're
a weird
taking that
freak
into
out. That was
consideration.
weird.
Listen, I don't know anybody
see, though,
in
you're
this
at the
room
middle of
or
that
any of my
candle.
colleagues that doesn't want to fight the war on fentanyl. It's impacting all of our communities. And there's a way to go about it. And I believe this war on fentanyl existed during the first administration of Donald Trump.
Fentanyl's a
and he didn't take
painkiller.
this action.
They give you
So,
fentanyl after
there's
surgery.
a way to be smart about that. That is
People
not
started
also
using it
continuing
for,
to
like,
harm our
street
communities
drugs
with
'cause
job
of
loss
its effect.
and billions of dollars of income coming in the travel community. And let me just
Ethereum getting knocked.
I know the administration has put a 30-day pause on the negotiations with Canada and Mexico. But let me just tell you about
Ethereum
the
into the
practical
low.
impacts
So is
of that
Bitcoin, but
pause.
Ethereum a little worse.
I received a call from a Reno small business yesterday that one of their customers in Canada has canceled their project due to uncertainty, costing them tens of thousands of dollars. These are threats that are real. They're impacting our small businesses. There's uncertainty. And so my question to you is, what do I say to my businesses? How do I ensure them that workers aren't going to be collateral damages. These businesses, small businesses, are not going to be collateral damages when we're engaging in this type of trade war. What should I say to this small business?
Well, the first thing I would say is that they can, for one thing, they can come talk to us at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, and we want to hear from people who feel affected by this. That's very important to have that kind of feedback. I would also say that if you look at the first Trump administration, where the president had a very robust use of tariffs and other trade measures and trade negotiations and agreements to create an economy that resulted in real median household income going up by $7,000 in 3 years. It was historic. And so the president knows how to shepherd the economy. He knows how to balance these things. And I think that we need to stay the course when it comes to fentanyl, when it comes to redoing trade policy, so we can all grow together.
I just have to tell them, you're just going to be, unfortunately, a victim of the trade war. Suck it up. It's better for the country. It's better for everyone else. So that's the answer to them. I don't think so. And listen, you're a reasonable man, and we had a great conversation. There's a lot that is being impacted, from our home builders to critical minerals that are essential for this community, to titanium sponge that is important for our national security that we don't actually get here in the United States anymore. There's a lot of impact here, and I'm looking forward to working with you. But there's got to be common sense, and there's got to be answers for.
Dude, we wouldn't be listening to this. I'm telling you. Actually, even this is a weird. This is a weird one to listen to. Again, if I didn't have this reaction, I wouldn't have played this. That was just I'm telling you, it's odd. You had your little move in the oil sanction one. That made more sense, but, they're going to play their little politics here. But when it's all said and done, the news that caused the reaction came out 5 minutes earlier. It was the content of this hearing, and then now he just keeps talking trade. He sounds like a trade hawk, so that's why, if you're wondering, but that's why I just head on a swivel.
The last
we got to
4 years
listen to this
has been
now.
Very little done, and this committee on a bipartisan basis has been incredibly frustrated with just the lack of a phone call coming in to say how we're cooperating together to figure out how we're going to do trade policy and how we're going to do the next place. And as you've heard several of my colleagues already say,
you guys remember when you were homeboys like, Josh, do you look smacks? It popped up on my Twitter after, because we talked about it, and this is how I expect all of you to look. When you do you look smacks? You look like him. That's what it is. Okay, I'll go back to the hearing.
Everybody looks well prepared in your whole family, so I'm glad everybody's here. So let me ask this: when you step in to this role, there are several things we've already talked about. One of them being the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords countries are still asking the same question: what's the benefit of being here? And one of those things should be trade. One of those things that can be done is, how do we trade better? How do we form better trade agreements? And so the next country that wants to join the Abraham Accords knows, if you join, here's the benefit of joining this club. How do you start developing some of those things to be able to make sure that can be done?
Head of UK financial ombudsman quits unexpectedly. Financial Times.
One thing that's interesting about some of those countries, we have existing trade agreements with Jordan and Morocco, for example, right. and so we know there's a pathway to have good trade relations with these folks as well. Again, I'd go back to some of the discussions I had earlier with Senator Bennett, where the president has directed let's look at existing trade agreements, and let's look at markets where trade agreements might be helpful, and let's do it in a way that's coordinated and pragmatic. And so I think that if this committee and you believe that we should be looking at some of potential Abraham Accords members as areas where economic growth
going
can happen
nonstop
for Americans and American workers in a good way, then we should talk about that.
Okay. Well, the focus is there on good foreign policy for us and good for Americans as well. And establishing peaceful relationships across the country allows us to have better trade agreements and better economic activity on it. So we want to continue to be able to drive that messaging home. China's been dumping product. You and I talked about this a little bit in the office as well. I appreciate that. The big challenge that we have on China dumping product is not just that they're dumping it, it's that the process that you have to go through to be able to challenge the dumping of that, how many millions of dollars it takes to be able to challenge that.
Leave me alone.
And then who actually enforces that?
What?
I know this falls largely in the Department of Commerce.
Who was that?
For the enforcement of this. But one of the questions
Now, do you hear that?
How do we help our companies that know Chinese products are being dumped.
Yeah, I have no idea who that was.
And are
Somebody,
killing the
hot
market.
mic.
Have a better response.
Leave me alone.
And what pressure can you put as well?
That makes me want to call
going
Intel
on with the Department of Commerce and trying to be
I'm
able
gonna
to
do that while
prosecute
we're-
those. How do you actually put additional pressure to make sure it stops?
Thank you, Senator. And yeah, this was a great topic of conversation. I know you're concerned about it. As many on this committee know, dealing with unfair imports from China is what I do. It's what I've done in the private sector. It's what I do in the public sector. And so one thing that the president has directed, he's directed the Commerce Department to look at the dumping laws and see if they can be improved to better serve American companies and workers. With respect to USTR, if I'm confirmed, I would be committed to look at other unfair trade practices that maybe aren't captured fully by the dumping laws to see if we need parallel actions going on at the same time to make sure we resolve every aspect of the problem and not just some of the technical.
That was weird.
Issues.
Okay, that'd be helpful on that. There's also been some conversation of late this week dealing with packages coming in from China and how those are going to be handled. This is an area that I'd just encourage you to work with CBP. There was a pilot agreement that was established in 2019 to see if we could actually manage some of this. That pilot program over the last 4 years has exploded and is dramatically changed how we're handling the de minimis issue in USPS. So again, that's
Bank
not
of England
firmly their area,
MPC
but it's definitely
vote
gonna
is
be
not a
trade area. We've
communication
got to be able
tool.
to figure out how to be able to make sure they're paying their fair share of what they should be paying, especially those packages that are coming in from China, as a significant amount are. One of the questions that I have for you, you and I talked about in the office, when you're negotiating trade agreements, you'll hear many of us talk about the power that you have. Countries want to trade with the United States because we produce great products and our manufacturers are.
Hello? Yeah, he hung up on me.
Trade agreement. People are going to want to talk about, me and my colleagues are going to talk about labor agreements and how we're making sure there's unfair labor practices.
He didn't even say anything. He just hung
what
up.
we're doing to be able to make sure that we're not having unfair competition.
That's why you guys gotta like the
standards in
video,
there for
man.
things
Nobody
like
likes
religious
me. I
liberty
need a
and
like on
free
the video.
press and all those things.
The one
So I would
person I
just
want to talk
encourage
to
you,
hangs up on me every day.
You are an ambassador in many ways on many issues. And when you sit down on trade agreements, you have the ability to be able to sit down and to be able to press countries around the world that are oppressing their people on issues like religious liberty and to say, if you want to trade with us, we want to trade with you. We want it to be fair trade, but we also want to see some action in your country as well that begins to balance out our people trading with your people, that we also know that you're respecting things like labor rights or free press or the freedom of religion. So I'd encourage you just to be able to take that action as well while you're also watching out for American workers.
Thank you, Senator. We'll be sure to align with the State Department, who is very good on these issues, to make sure that all of our messaging is aligned to encourage the kind of standards and values we would expect.
Thank you, Mr. Greer, and thank you to your whole family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this important meeting. Mr. Greer, it was great to visit with you, and it's good to see your family here. Yesterday, the Department of Commerce reported that the United States goods and trade deficit set a record last year of $1.2 trillion. So I want to associate myself with the remarks of Senator Grassley, which is, I believe our approach here should be opening markets. I believe that we should have an aggressive trade strategy, particularly at a time when we have a growing middle class around the world. In fact, 2019, before the pandemic hit, the first time the world population.
I got IMF. IMF, we are following U.S. tariff announcements. Assessment of impact will depend on the response of countries involved and countries' reaction. And then you got Bank of England Bailey. So IMF commenting on tariffs. They're not freaking out. They're saying wait and see, pretty much.
Sure, product. That's just one example. But these other markets represent a huge opportunity for us. So when you say in your comments, in answering the question to Senator Grassley, well, we need concrete examples, I think this is where you and I are going to differ. And I get that you work for a guy who thinks that you throw down the tariffs and you force something, some little deal.
He's our president, ma'am.
China. When I'm saying I want an aggressive continuation of U.S. policy over decades and decades and decades. Yes, the Bush administration, the Clinton administration, and others in opening up markets for our agriculture products.
Thank you for mentioning me.
So I don't like the fact that we taxed taxpayers $28 billion last time during the Trump administration. That's what you came and asked, or they came and asked us for, to compensate farmers during that loss. And believe me, I'm definitely being nicer to you than I've been to Catherine Tai, okay? I did not agree with the last trade ambassador's approach to say that I'm going to be the trade ambassador, but I'm not going to spend any time on opening markets. So my question to you is, when you look at apples, and about 30% of our market export is to Canada and Mexico, and the U.S. Free Trade Agreement increased that capacity. And so why are we arguing with our closest neighbors, our biggest export markets for apples, and in the meantime, not going out and opening up more apple markets? The tariffs that were put on cost us an unbelievable retaliatory tariff in India. It basically decimated the market. It went from 120 million in India down to 1 million. And hundreds of
oil climbing back
lost,
up. I guess gold bounced too.
Livelihood. We have about 68,000 people that are employed in the
silver's
apple
about to go
sector
red
in
to
our
green.
state. So this is no small
and then
number.
USO and then dollar
I fought
still
hard
lower.
And did get the Biden administration to work with India and reverse that tariff on apples. And I have to say, we are now back to recapturing that market. But I don't understand why you think a tariff-first approach is the way to capitalize on the biggest task at hand. The biggest task at hand is to get more free trade agreements, to get U.S. products into more places. And I think I mentioned to you in my office that I am for a alliance strategy. I mentioned on technology. I'd rather have a technology NATO. I'd rather bring the 5 biggest democracies and tech sophisticate nations like us and Japan and Australia and Israel and say, okay, these are the rules of the road, China, and nobody in the world should buy from you if, in fact, you have a government backdoor, and evangelize that. So I believe in competing with China and making.
And then IMF. Too early to comment on the impact from U.S. halting USAID.
The administration can ignore this very big challenge of going and opening up markets and instead get in a fight, for me, with our biggest market when they're not really our problem, and not go chase another market like India, or as my colleague from Iowa said, these very interesting markets that people are ignoring. Now, look, every administration comes along and says, I like bilaterals. Okay, I like FTAs, or I like the
free trade agreement.
I'm not religious necessarily on tactics, but I want you to have the most aggressive office possible, not to sit here and get into a tariff trade war that doesn't get resolved for 5 years, but one that's empowered to open up markets and to go get the job done. So I don't understand why this tariff approach. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but if somebody could just, well, I guess we don't have our.
Can I get an extra minute? Anybody
I
got
have
an
to
extra
fight
minute?
For these people, I think I mentioned to you.
Just come on.
In this tariff war,
we haven't even
when
talked
we
about
lose,
oranges.
It's not that you won't have farmland. It's just that it'll be owned by some corporation like Goldman Sachs or Bill Gates or somebody else. But those farm jobs, as we saw with this retaliatory tariffs as a result of the Trump tariffs, did cost families, and we can't afford it, and we can't bail them out with taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Daines.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Greer, it's good to see you here again. Thank you for your commitment to service.
Okay, bonds down a little, oil's still up.
As one of serving our country.
That little headline thing just kind of froze us. Remember, you have non-farms tomorrow, too.
President Trump has certainly laid out an ambitious trade agenda. He's taken serious action this week to secure American interests. I share his view that the United States should use every tool at our disposal to secure our borders, to stop the flow of dangerous drugs into our communities, and to open new markets around the globe. I applaud the quick work done by President Trump to ensure that Mexico and Canada are doing their part.
Still going up.
It's important to note that previous
I think the best
tariff
speech will be key.
for steel
we should get Trump,
and for
but
aluminum had serious
even without
effects
Trump,
on a wide
Besant will
range
be the number one factor.
of my constituents in
I don't know if
Montana.
Kennedy's on this. That'll be
Agriculture
great.
is our number one economic driver in Montana. In some cases, the price of aluminum in the United States rose 15%, which increased costs
There's another
for
guy, too.
manufacturers, was ultimately passed on to consumers like farmers buying.
So you got the Office of Management and Budget. There's another confirmation. Just given this stupid reaction, there might be a headline there too.
Small businesses, manufacturers.
Yeah, Roblo bounce.
By moving quickly to open up new markets in the face of retaliation. The threat of retaliatory tariffs on Montana commodities like wheat, barley, beet sugar, pulse crops still looms as negotiations continue with Canada and Mexico. As I chat with my farmers back home.
So do you guys want something funny?
Very high.
I want you to notice this.
Farmers and
I'm not going to tell you the answer, but if you watched the watch list 2 days ago, I told you to watch for one thing. And you'll notice we're talking about that topic, but we're not mentioning the country that matters the most. It's very funny.
Certain. Mr. Greer, if confirmed, will you prioritize swift and immediate action to secure new market access for Montana producers who are now facing the threats of retaliatory tariffs?
Senator, thank you for that. And I know that these issues are front and center for you and your constituents in Montana.
Think about it.
And they're things that I pay very close attention to as well.
Japanese
With
Prime
respect to whether
Minister
there will be
says
swift
Donald
action,
may
I
include
think it is safe to
discussions
say
of
that the
Nippon
president
Steel.
has a bias
Yep.
for action.
X back on the
And-
table.
And I am going to do my best to keep up with him.
Good post. Yeah, we got two of you posting it. I don't see it on the other wire yet, but remember, we saw it moving
confirmed,
early. But they're saying, I have to confirm, but they're saying the U.S. steel deal might be back on the table in the K. That's who's posting it.
To expand their market access, to give them better growth from year to year. I know these are razor-thin margins. I know every year the farmers and ranchers have to think about how they're going to make their money that year, given the input costs, et cetera. And swift action is certainly what you will get from me if I'm confirmed.
Thank you. It's not lost on us that 95% of the world's consumers live outside the United States. There's a lot of mouths to feed outside the United States and great opportunities. We think about the future of farm and ranch in Montana. A lot of that will depend on access to the 95%.
Yeah, the chip AI thing was from yesterday.
The Biden administration.
The new part is the U.S. steel deal.
These confirmation hearings with the former USTR.
No, we're back out. I wanted one of those calls, but they already had the bounce. But like I was telling, this was weird. You had a 5-minute delay on the headline reaction. So, and it was all because of this, but then we already came back down. So it's coming back up. That's why we're listening. But generally, I think I was telling you this was bullshit, but it is kind of leveled out. But we still don't know. It's kind of weird.
Wheat to Japan,
wheat to Japan,
pulse crops to India. Montana ag has benefited greatly from some of these trade agreements in the Pacific.
And then IMF
I
headlines
remember being in China working with the Chinese leadership to remove a 14-year ban on U.S. beef imports. It's now one of the largest beef markets in the world. We must not forget, despite all the challenges we face with China today, that it is the second largest consumer market in the world. There's a lot of opportunity for growth for our ag producers to get access to that important market. We must continue to engage our farmers and ranchers on equal footing with the rest of the world. My final question, Mr. Greer, how will you ensure that China honors its commitments from that phase 1 trade deal? In fact, Senator Perdue then and myself went to Beijing, sat across the table from Liu He back in late 2019 to complete that phase 1 deal for President Trump. But how do we make sure those commitments made in that phase 1 deal for U.S. ag products increase access to that important market and again ensure that our producers are on a level playing field?
So, Senator, in the president's trade policy memorandum that he issued 2 weeks ago, he directed the United States Trade Representative to review China's compliance.
Hey, yo, PaySafe said to waste sale after getting takeover interest. I don't know the ticker, PaySafe. It sounds familiar, though. Is it PSFE? I think, right? Yeah, PSFE. Buyout. It's already up there a little bit. Yeah, but they're saying, I don't know if it's halted or not. I don't know if it showed up on the wire. But I'm getting at, they're said to waste sale after getting takeover interest. Might be halted. It already moved prior.
Possible that a lot of it is going to be premised on fair market access for our exporters and producers.
Well, final statement, Mr. Chairman, I'm over, but just one final statement. If confirmed, Mr. Greer, I think we will have a very good team in working with you, with working, if confirmed, Senator Perdue, soon to be Ambassador David Perdue to China, working together here in making some tremendous progress and getting access to that very important, very large market for producers. Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Greer. Thanks for our meeting. As Senator Cassidy and Senator Graham and others and I work together towards trying to figure out a proper border tariff, will you provide us technical support and information?
Look at, you're going up. He said he will quickly review China compliance with phase 1 and is prepared to enforce it. So again, China, he said a lot of bad things, but the faster the better.
I think you're referring to the tariffs.
Again, though, this was all bullshit from all of this.
Pollution.
Yes, that's exactly
I think
right
they just
on
wanted
pollution.
your premium money
So
and to
I
see
think
how
when it comes
reactive
to
you were.
this problem, just to, if you'll indulge me for a few seconds.
Well, I don't have very many seconds, and my question
I'll
is
put it
simply,
this way.
will you help
I'm
us?
happy to work with you, Senator.
There you go.
That's the answer you want, right?
Because we do need
what I'll do.
your team's technical assistance as we develop a bipartisan proposal. We each have our own, and we'd like to meld them. Second, in my days on the Intelligence Committee, I developed the proposition that the largest theft in human history was the theft by the Chinese of American intellectual property through cyber intrusions. In my view, that theft has never been properly
First off,
recognized in our
let's go,
commercial
baby.
relationship.
If you need anything,
with
let me
China.
know. Good work.
Is that kind of history of massive theft an appropriate consideration in designing a commercial policy with China, including tariffs?
Yes, Senator, I think that's fundamental to it, and I think that that was a driving force behind much of what we did in the first Trump administration with respect to China.
And third, there is an issue that I think trade policy can help quite a lot, but that we very often overlook here. I'm a Rhode Islander, Ocean State fishing community, and what is going on in international fisheries is really a crime. There are pirate fishing fleets out there that answer to no one, whose crews are essentially modern-day slaves. There is a Chinese,
Microsoft on the high.
Chinese fishing fleet, and I would put the word fishing fleet in quotes because very often they're doing other business for Chinese intelligence services and the military.
Freedom fish.
And we don't have a very robust response to that. When we met in Munich for the Munich Security Council with the four-star head of AFRICOM, he said one of the most important things we could do to buttress our relationships with our friends in coastal Africa would be to provide support for them to detect criminal fishing operations, to be able to identify who's doing
the China talk isn't bad as long as they're not.
Possibly even to
remember, all of it's still on ice
against those criminal fishing operations.
So again, we're still waiting for what Trump's going to do to EU. We need to hear that call. And again, at first it sounds you don't want sweeping tariffs scared everybody, but that was bullshit. But then the more we talk about China and it's not aggressive, the market will take that as good. Remember, in the last 3 countries in this last week, China was the only tariff retaliation where the market advanced. They advanced later after Mexico and Canada, but Yeah, the China is not bad if we don't talk bad about it, but there's still a lot of unknown on China, and that's kind of where, I could see why people could be jumpy, but yeah, PaySafe 24. Okay, we don't have a price on this. PaySafe unhalted.
Slave fleet, if you will, and to the extent that this can become a part of our tariff policy, it would be, I think, very, very helpful. It would protect American fisheries against illegal and brutal foreign competition, and with the side benefit that the rapacious behavior that's happening in our seas is causing massive, massive environmental damage and crushing of fisheries. Many of the top-level fish are down, 90% from their previous numbers because these fleets are operating without restriction,
you guys are on your own for the news for like a minute.
Without consequence. Is that something you'd be willing to work with Senator Sullivan and me on to try to put a hard stop to?
Yes, Senator. This is an issue that's important to me, too.
I know we don't talk about fisheries much, but I really encourage my colleagues to consider that, because it's not just a question of economic competition, our fishermen versus their fishermen. It is also the fact that the Chinese fishing fleet is an extremely predatory extension of Chinese power into a whole bunch of areas. And unless we're taking that on as a national security problem, we're missing a very significant part of the problem set here. So thank you.
I agree with the points you made about our fisheries, Senator Whitehouse. We need to pay attention to them.
Looking forward to working with you on it, Mr. Chairman, and with, of course, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome, Mr. Greer. I'm so glad to see you and appreciate your family being here and your willingness to serve our country. So I believe that too often our national trade policy over the last 35 years or so has really failed American workers. Under both Democratic and Republican administrations, the profits of big corporations, big corporate interests who want to import cheap goods have been put ahead of the interests of workers who make things in Minnesota and in America. And I think that there also is a direct connection between the significant income inequality that we see in this country and the way that our trade policy has been used to benefit big capital and multinational corporations. And as many of my colleagues have discussed this morning, it's not just jobs on the line, it is also our national security. For example, our failed trade policy means that we're way too dependent on China for many things, including critical medicines and technologies.
OpenAI expanding to Texas.
Let me ask you, the role of the U.S. trade representative is a balancing
Stargate
act.
expansion to Texas.
If you're confirmed, you would be responsible
Zuckerberg,
for forging
Elon,
new trade
and now
deals, for maintaining
OpenAI.
existing export markets, protecting domestic producers from unfair foreign competition, and also making sure that other countries comply with existing trade deals. Did I capture that correctly, do you think?
I think that's right, Senator. Yes.
And would you agree that part of the balance that we need to strike is that our trade policy doesn't end up pitting American manufacturers against American farmers and vice versa?
Yes, I agree 100% with that.
So in order to strike this balance, as U.S. Trade Representative, you're going to have several tools at your disposal. For example, let's take an example of a factory in Mexico that is illegally suppressing wages and gaining an unfair advantage over U.S. facilities and workers in the process. You could deploy the USMCA's rapid response labor mechanism to get at that problem.
We'll check here in a little bit.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
And if a foreign country is engaging in unfair trade practices, you can investigate that, and you could impose Section 301 tariffs, for example, on products like, for example, steel. President Trump did this in his first term on some Chinese imports, and President Biden, I think, expanded that with respect to EVs and other critical goods, which I supported on both the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Have I captured that, do you think? This is not leading to a trick question, so don't worry.
No, you have captured it, yes.
I want to go through this because I do think that we can find common ground when you and the Trump administration is standing up for Minnesota workers and Minnesota farmers and American producers. And I think that we could work together, for example, on taking on China's cheating when it comes to trade. You can hear this as an issue on both sides of the aisle here.
China.
But if the Trump administration is going to be taking reckless steps, such as the president's blanket tariffs on our close allies.
So again, this was the first comment that got us called
Mexico, I mean, I'm going to fight that because I don't think that that is going to be good for American
I think it was
workers.
nonsense,
I think it's
bro.
going to end up
That was a
hurting
weird-ass
American
reaction.
workers. So let me ask you how this sort of pans out in real time. You have talked about identifying...
We got another report. Trump is meeting with leaders of U.S. Steel and FedEx on Wednesday. I think that's why you had your UPS stuff, too. Not only just the Maersk stuff, but Trump is meeting with FedEx and U.S. Steel. So we got the U.S. Steel part just a little bit ago, but now we know that FedEx is mentioned, even watch UPS as well. And then she is against universal tariffs.
Back. But what I fear is that the United States, with this kind of erratic and chaotic trade policy,
Don't talk about her
it's
hand
gonna
movements.
Make us seem like an unreliable negotiator and trading partner. I mean, Mr.
I'm the
Greer,
best
how
at
do
speaking
you
with
go
my
in
hands.
and try to negotiate in good faith?
I tell a story with my
potential
hands. That's
trading
all I got,
partners
bro.
When we have a
That's what
president
I
who appears
do.
willing to trade up and tear up agreements on a whim on an issue that might be completely unrelated to trade.
So
we don't see
Senator,
her. You don't
first of all,
see my
thank you
hands.
for what I think is a very good
But,
summation
come on,
of
Yao.
how trade policy should
You a
work.
Houston
It's
Rocket?
important to remember that when we have
Hey,
trade
they see my
agreements,
hands. They know what I'm talking about.
contain an exception for measures related to essential security. And if
I'm doing
dealing
it
with illegal
now.
migration
I
of
bet you can
criminals
imagine
or
what
dealing
my
with
hands are
fentanyl or
doing.
issues like that come up,
That's
this is
what I
very
do.
clearly an issue
I
of
talk
essential
with my
security.
hands.
Other presidents have used
Thank
sanctions
you.
that just cut off trade
Like
entirely.
the
That's-
video.
The president hasn't chosen to do
Like
that here.
it
He's
or I'll
chosen to
tariff
use a
you.
different possibility.
Universal
But I think
tariffs
that's going
on
to
the
be important
chat.
for me if I'm confirmed
If we don't
to make
like
sure
the video.
that I'm coordinating with whatever agency is implementing
Good, you like the
tariffs or
stream?
other
Get a
trade
long
measure, whether it be
term or you'll
sanctioned,
hate
to make
me.
sure that we are balancing the
You
needs
like
of
the
trade
stream
agreements,
now.
opening markets,
Next
protecting
month,
workers, and dealing with essential
more
security matters.
volatility. You'll
So I
hate
think
Josh.
this is going to
You'll hate
continue to
him.
be an issue of
Terrible.
real salience and
Get a
concern
long term.
for
You'll
me
love him.
and for
That's what we do.
Minnesotans. And I think, for
Get
example,
the
of the
long
work that
term.
Minnesotan producers went to sort of build on those trading agreements, to build trading relationships with folks around the world, including in Colombia, only to feel as if the ground is being cut out from under them on something that is completely unrelated in their minds to what that agreement was about. And of course, trade agreements, as you well know, we talked about this, it's not like turning on a light. And if you're a producer, you build those relationships over time. And then there's also what happens, because for every action, there's a reaction, and that ends up hurting American producers as well. So this is an area where I think we're going to have significant challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, for this hearing. Welcome, Mr. Greer, and congratulations on your nomination, and to you and your family as well. Before we dive into trade issues, I want to ask you a really simple question in light of recent events. If directed by the President of the United States to take action that would break the law,
I love these
would you follow
questions.
the law or follow the President's directive?
I can't imagine the president asking me to break the law, and I never would do it.
Such a stupid question.
And if he directs you to do something that would break the law,
Because I wouldn't even expect them to be honest.
Stand by the law or
Like,
stand
you know
with
what
the
I'm
president?
saying?
I will always stand by the law, and the president will too.
Thank you. We will differ on the last point, but we will certainly hold you to that commitment.
She said we'll agree to disagree.
President Trump announced tariffs on all products imported from Canada, which he has since delayed, but will go into effect in a few weeks. About 80% of New England's fuel supply comes from Canada. Before the president delayed the tariffs to next month, some home heating oil customers in New Hampshire were notified that they would have to pay a 10% surcharge, the proposed amount of the tariff, on their home heating oil bills.
Yeah, exactly.
That would add over $100 to the cost of filling a 275-gallon tank with home heating oil. The president's tariffs on imports from Canada would also drive up many other prices in New Hampshire, given that Canada is New Hampshire's largest trading partner. So, Mr. Greer, if confirmed, how would you track the impact of the president's tariffs on New Hampshire's families and small businesses, and what actions would you take to address increased prices caused by these tariffs?
You know what I want. Tell me you break the law.
Thank you for that question, and that's certainly something that I expect, if confirmed, not only the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative.
Hey, bonds have been going down, though. That's the funny part.
And others
since all of
would be
this,
looking closely
the bonds are now
at the
negative on the
economic
day,
effects
all things
of any
considered.
measures taken to secure the national security of the United States.
So did oil chill?
These are things
Nah,
where,
oil's still kind of up.
It's hard to do.
Again, no
How do we
currency
balance
moves.
The cost of
You're
lives
just
lost
back
to
to range
fentanyl
mode.
against
This,
other
after that little
costs.
freak out, no
That's
more
not what you're
headlines,
asking,
produce
but
the reaction.
you need to watch
You do not have to talk to me about lives lost from fentanyl. I was governor of New Hampshire for 4 years. I've been on the forefront of of combating fentanyl in this body.
You did a very
and
bad
in New
job.
Hampshire for a decade now.
If that
We're
was you in
actually
charge,
making some
I'm just
progress.
saying. I don't mean that
by the way,
negatively,
was,
but objectively,
threatened by the
you did
OMB
terrible
order that froze
Don't get mad at
critical
him.
grants that were appropriated by this Article 1 body of the United States Constitution.
William Lauder
But
to
look,
sell
what
land
I
in
have,
Palm Beach. Oh, fuck.
Heard from my
Hey, yo, is Estee Lauder doing that bad? But yeah, homeboy just sold a $200 million land, or he wants to sell it. Should we offer on it? I give you 20 million, 20, not 200. 20 and I buy stock. Yalla. Yeah, but Estee Lauder, William Lauder to sell land in Palm Beach near 200 million. I think you guys just saw that on the water here too. Yeah, billionaire. William Lauder.
Assistance to people. It was minus 20 degrees in Berlin, New Hampshire on Sunday. And between the tariff threat
Don't
and the
do it.
home
Did you not hear my
heating oil
offer?
freeze,
He listed it
people
at
are really
200
worried
million.
about
I
being
said I'll
able
offer
to
10%.
heat their homes. So
That's what I did with
wanna know
Kanye
is
West.
what will
His agent
you
got
do
mad
if
at me.
Confirmed to
I offered
combat
half the value on
that
Kanye's
increase in
Malibu home.
price caused
They got
by
really
tariffs.
angry.
Well, first of all, I think it's important to note that when the president put out those executive orders related to tariffs on potential tariffs on Canada and Mexico, they were for 25%, but there was, explicitly they said it would just be 10% on energy. I think what's important is, for my role, I want to make sure that I'm coordinating with Customs and Border Protection, Homeland Security, so I can understand where they are in negotiations with Canada, so that we can make sure that.
So here's what we need at the northern border. We need, yes, more cooperation from Canada, although they have been good partners. We need a lot more border personnel from the United States government, and we need to take some other quick actions.
Bonds are just
but let me
flushing
just
now.
Remind
That little
you that
freak out
$100
just
more
opened the
for a
floodgate. Bonds are
family,
much more stable.
to fill their heating tank is a significant cost and may cause some real harm. And there are other ways to combat the security issues than you're talking about than making people who are hardly making it through the winter pay $100 more for each tank of oil. Now let's turn to another issue. When we met in December, we discussed creating a hotline at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative for small businesses to call to help navigate increased prices from tariffs. This hotline would also help small businesses navigate any exclusion process set up by the administration. It's critical for the New Hampshire small businesses that any exclusion process be fair, transparent, and nonpartisan.
Okay, you're coming
Will you
down. It's
commit
not
to
off of what
working
she's
with me
saying.
to create this small
Honestly, I
business
think it might be the
hotline
bonds.
at
Watch if oil,
USTR?
like I said.
I will. Yes,
currencies have been
Thank
the most
you.
stable.
I
Yeah,
see
you
my
got
time
euro
is up. I'll
closed.
submit my remaining
But
question
this
on
is just
outcompeting China,
movement,
something
bro.
I've worked on with Senator
And the
Cassidy
euro's
for the record.
recovering.
Thank you.
And the pound, honestly.
Senator Lujan.
This isn't bad.
Thank you,
I mean,
Mr.
they're all
Chairman,
negative,
and
but again,
to
the
our
yen
ranking
and
member for
dollar are
holding
weird.
this hearing today.
I think it's over.
In 2024,
Nope, it's
New
not.
Mexico
Fuck.
exported over $10.5 billion worth of goods, up from less than $5 billion the year before. Over 60% of those exports last year went to Mexico and were worth over $6.5 billion. Mr. Greer, I appreciated our conversation yesterday about your priorities and thoughts regarding the United States Trade Representative Ambassador's role in directing trade policy in this country and its impact on our economy and American workers. As you know, the 2026 USMCA review is approaching, and President Trump has threatened tariffs on Mexico. What specific changes to the agreement would you advocate for?
Again, Dow's still red.
Thank you, Senator. And I also appreciated our conversation yesterday in your office. And I know that being a border state, that gives you unique insight into our relationship with Mexico, which, as you also acknowledged, is complex, across not just trade, but security, foreign policy, et cetera. As we enter into this process of taking a second look at USMCA, which again was built into the process deliberately by the administration and Congress
Banks
to make
still
sure that
ripping.
the agreement remains relevant
Bro,
and
banks are
beneficial
killing
to
it.
Americans, I think we
Banks,
need to
I think,
look
are number
closely
one
at
on the
things
day.
like the rules of
They're up
origin
almost 1%
to
in
make
all
sure
of this.
that third countries or foreign countries of concern are not inadvertently or deliberately benefiting or free riding on the agreement at the expense of America and our trading partners. I want to make sure that the type of market.
Okay, I thought that question could have had something, but very simple. Just, you guys remember right before this nonsense, I was just telling you, we spend an hour to go nowhere. So that, like I'm saying, we've gone, if yesterday's watch list, we've gone through so much fear in the last 2 weeks. And again, you've gotten crazy headlines. So until big new info is materializing, I think we're going to be really range bound. And remember, you have big data tomorrow. You have the non-farms, and yesterday was a data reaction. So just remember, we're not really doing much. This was weird. If you guys are wondering, we got news 5 minutes ahead on this conversation, and he was talking about blanket tariffs, and the market didn't react till 5 minutes later, and then sure enough, we came right back up. So I just think this was a weird reaction, but I don't think we really have any developments thus far. We'll get Scott Bessent here in about an hour and a half, and I think that will be able to move us. He was really what fed into the bonds here to this morning. But yeah, so very weird, but we are kind of back to range bound. Blanket tariffs is everybody and everything pretty much. So most people were assuming EU, China, Mexico, Canada, and the main trading partners, but blanket tariffs are scary because it means everything. That's even what we talked about yesterday on the watch list with gold, if you're interested.
Industry working with our exporters
TM on the
wall
wall.
We can do to make sure
but watch out. Yeah, none of this is moving because of the headlines yet.
American businesses as opposed to businesses and workers in third countries.
Would you protect or change the language surrounding the clauses in the trade agreement to workers?
This is that biotech
as it's currently drafted.
It ran the other day.
We worked closely in the first Trump administration with labor to develop what I think is the most ambitious labor chapter in any agreement. Senator Wyden, he helped develop a lot of that language, including the rapid response mechanism. So
Mr. Greer, as my time is going to expire, would you protect that language?
I would certainly protect it and see if we can improve it.
I appreciate that. Now, given that Mexico is New Mexico's
whatever
largest
this is,
trade
Banks
partner,
Till, Wells Fargo.
how will you ensure that increased tariffs do not disrupt my state's economy?
So something that's very important to look at, and again, we have history on this in the first Trump term, where we had a very aggressive and robust trade policy, where inflation actually went down over time, unemployment went down.
Yeah, bro. The comments are hitting the wire like 2 minutes later, and then you're getting more of a reaction. But yeah, he said we need to review them, make sure other countries aren't free riding. But yeah, I think this is going to get a little confusing.
Tax policy, regulatory policy, permitting
the reactions
policy,
are hella
and
weird.
All of these things need to work together to result in growth across all demographics, which is something we achieved in the first Trump administration, and we can do it again.
Not to
Got a real estate
oversimplify.
Look at you, little lending tips.
Trickle-down economics will help
Me and
my
people
state
getting deals, what?
because of the president's approach to the economy if these tariffs are enacted?
Oh, Senator, I don't believe at all that it's trickled down. These are the kinds
Hey, bonds
of
dying
whether it's
still.
tariffs or market
That's the weird
opening,
part in
these
all
are
of this.
benefits that go directly
Whatever
to workers
happened,
who are
nothing
working on the
happened,
line
but
in
it was enough
factory,
to kill the
people working
bonds.
at a farm and are going to export this. This is broad-based growth. This is how it happened in the first Trump term. There was broad wage and income growth across demographics, and I think that's the kind of growth we want to have.
Mr. Greer, can I get your commitment that if these tariffs negatively impact the businesses in New Mexico, that I have your word to get that corrected?
Well, Senator, I want to hear from you on what those impacts are and what we can do to make sure that they are able to benefit from the growth.
I believe your word to be good. Do I have your word that I can count on you to make sure that New Mexico's businesses don't get hurt by these threatened tariffs?
Senator, I want to make sure that they don't. I can't guarantee economic
promise?
outcomes, but we can create
Tell me you
incentives
promise.
that are designed to benefit
Pinky
workers and
swear.
businesses they work for. And
Right
I
now.
want to work with you to promote that and pursue that. We can't, I can't
Cross your heart and
guarantee
hope to die?
Thing the market's going to do or the
No,
wages
no,
do,
Senator.
but we can do what we can to make sure it's
Mike,
broad-based
cross your heart and
growth.
hope to die.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Greer, I'm delighted to know you have such strong Tennessee roots and how appropriate that your family hails from Trade Tennessee. We think that's a pretty good motto. And we need to get you back in the state, let you see our world-class logistics in Memphis, and meet some of these wonderful manufacturers that we
I like this lady. I don't know who she is. I feel like if she was my grandma, she'd let me smoke weed.
Last year, we had about
Give me like
$62
female
billion
Kennedy
in
vibes.
goods and in manufacturing plants with over 360,000
But you get what I'm saying about the grandma thing?
And of course, this is automobiles.
I just
it
have friends
is
like that, but I'm like, yeah, she would
appliances, and it's
definitely
good
be
old
like,
Tennessee whiskey.
It's okay.
And that, of course, being a primary export from our state. But Tennessee is one of those states that is a manufacturing powerhouse. And because of this, the inputs are important. And right now,
Yeah, we're picking
I've got
up
two
again. It's just-
bipartisan
this is
bills
natural.
over in Commerce Committee that deal
again,
with
the
supply
comments,
chains.
If we are going to come down, he did make those comments on the on not free riding. Again, everything he's saying is hawkish. The market is either ignoring it or reacting extremely late to it. So that's why I'm opting to say this is probably just more fluctuation than not. But generally, he does sound like a trade hawk. He sounds like he's all about tariffs, all of that, yibbity bobbity boo.
Come from our
But watch out, you are
allies
coming back down. That little
and
rally,
allow
you've given
us
up
to
half of it now.
return
And then you're
to
back near the low of that
domestic
first freak out candle.
manufacturing is something that is important. So what I'd like to hear from you is what steps you will take to strengthen these supply
Hymns on the wall.
chains for us,
kind of
for
flushing.
these domestic manufacturers, and make certain they can get what they need without having to necessarily deal with China.
Thank you, Senator. And it was great to meet with you in your office. And you've been
I don't think the video's this
supporter for me. And I
like I'm saying,
just really
he's saying
appreciate
stuff
that.
3
That means a
minutes
lot to
before
me.
it hits the wire on this.
And you're fortunate in Tennessee to have a really dynamic economy. And I think a lot of the country can learn a lot by looking at Tennessee, because you manufacture, you have ag, you have IP, you have all these things that are really lead to robust growth. And so I think when you talk about supply chains, I think that's really important. Historically, we have often approached trade policy sometimes on a product-by-product basis, right? You can have a producer and go get a trade remedy for a specific product, and that's very important. But we need to be thinking about it in terms of supply chains, particularly strategic ones. And in many cases, we need to have trade policies and other policies, economic policies, that incentivize production in the U.S. so we can have a secure source. At the same time, there are going to be instances where we need to procure this from elsewhere, and we want again create incentives to bring in these kinds of
that
things.
Quantum stock's going
from countries that agree with us.
I got another. What is this? Trump signing order on Thursday sanctioning International Criminal Court for targeting U.S. and allies such as Israel. So this is, I think he's more work for Netanyahu.
Free and fair trade.
That's just related to that war, Israel and all that.
That's true, and Senator Hassan mentioned to you about small businesses. We have small business distributors that can only get things from a certain country. And there needs to be that carve out or that recognition. You take something like tequila for a distributor in Tennessee. There's only one place they're going to get that. Likewise, you mentioned ag, and we have 70,000 farms in the state. 90% of those are independent. They are not corporate farms. And China had agreed to purchase $200 billion. You're very well aware of that. That was part of the Phase 1 deal. You were a part of that. China is not living up to buying the soy
NVO again.
And the things that were
I don't know if it's off Eli
in that
Lilly.
deal for Tennessee farmers, and we would like to have your attention on that.
Yeah, they're both going
Senator,
up.
my attention
Bro, that
will be on
Eli
that.
Lilly
If I'm
play in the
confirmed,
morning,
the President has already
Christian, fire.
directed the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative to review that agreement to assess areas of noncompliance.
And before my time runs out, digital trade is vitally important to us. You mentioned IP protections, and
This
for
is
many
related
of
to the
our
EU.
innovators, our entertainers,
They're the ones with the digital.
having this
bigger amount
presence in
dollar-wise.
digital trade and making certain that we are not weakening our position on the global stage or hurting Tennessee businesses that transact in that virtual space. That will be important. And my time is up, but I would like for you to submit to me what we can do, what you will do to recoup that digital trade and protect that IP.
This is E-Trade. The other one is
And I
Thinkorswim.
thank you. Y'all bet,
Thinkorswim's
Mr.
great.
Chairman.
It's a great platform.
Senator
This
Welch.
is TOS.
Pardon me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. You are being considered for one of the most important jobs that affects our economy, as you know. You have a lot of experience in the work you've done. My view is that trade policy has failed the average American. We've exported jobs in return for importing cheap goods, and it's hollowed out a lot of communities. It's something that President Trump did talk about. So the first thing I want to ask you is, how do you see and what are the specific agreements you'll be working on when you take office?
Valero. Oil names are flushing. Chevron, Valero, MPC.
On trade policy, and I really enjoyed our conversation.
The oil's still kind of stable from the morning, but a lot of the oil names are on the low.
Look at the USMCA.
Bond's still near the low,
it's something that's mandated by the agreement, and as part of that review, I'm supposed to go to the public and get their views. I'm supposed to go to Congress and talk to you about your reviews.
At the moment, what's your assessment of how that has worked out? That was, of course, negotiated during the Trump administration.
Sure. So in some areas, it has driven, for example, expanded
TEM still dropping
production in North America and the United States, which is beneficial. I know that the Biden administration has taken steps to look at labor conditions in Mexico, and I know that a lot of our ag community was very happy to get secure,
it doesn't matter, bro. It's not that serious.
Ag market access, but
they have a fucking Bitcoin on their logo. What
is playing?
Come on,
that's our
not pressing.
Trade policy.
So with respect to tariffs and trade policy, we need to create incentives to produce in America, and we need to create incentives to get market access overseas. Our average tariff rate in the United States is 3.5%, which is substantially lower than many markets. And so we've lost a lot of...
You've answered my question. So you see tariffs as a tool for market access and for onshoring jobs here.
Exactly. It can be used as a tool for revenue. It can be used as a tool.
That's a whole new thing. I mean, what your job is trade policy, and if what we're talking about is tariffs for revenue, would you agree with me that that's a tax? That's raising. That's the tariffs are ultimately paid by the consumers.
Well, taxes, Senator, are an assessment on foreign goods, on the value of foreign goods made by foreign workers in foreign countries, and then that exporter has to decide how they're going to allocate.
I want to stop here a minute because when you're using your responsibility,
bro, that was a fire ass play, bro. I see. That's what I'm saying. Post those plays. That was a good one. You killed it, bro. Good fucking work. You didn't even have to. We should be paying you, bro.
Canada were.
Thank you.
That's a tax, and it's beyond trade policy. It's the president trying to use that power for leverage. Do you think that the proper use of the congressionally extended authority to the president?
Okay, you're slipping a little bit.
Emergencies to impose tariffs.
I mean, again, listen to the conversation. There's like a 3-minute delay, but again, I think.
Okay, I don't.
We're still going to be kind of range bound. You got to be mindful of the flush on the gap fill, but that's it. Tapestry now, earnings winner on the red.
Something that's going to have a big impact on the USMCA, where we negotiated that in good faith, and by and large, all parties are in compliance.
Certainly. And in this instance, the president talked about this, I think, in late November and talked about it for several months.
You know, we've been hearing, I'm with Senator Hassan, this has a huge impact on Vermont. You know, we do most of our trade with Canada, and we had a roundtable, and I just asked various businesses, and we had over 150 businesses on this call, and it was everyone from a very successful construction company.
He's paying to play. Hey, man, I appreciate you.
To a woman who gets
Block is just mad.
Yarn and does weaving and organic farmers. Every one of these people was just stunned at the implications that these out-of-the-blue threats of tariffs were going to have on their businesses. I mean, don't people deserve a heads up in Vermont before they get whacked with what appears to be a tariff for us individual
I banned him. I'm sorry. Talk shit to me, but
Senator,
you don't talk shit to the
Chads. Very transparent about this for several months, that he was contemplating doing this specifically because of the fentanyl and illegal migration issues. And so
Homeboy posted the play and killed it.
People to understand what might be
for
coming,
everybody
especially when the president's going to use his congressionally delegated responsibilities to
ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I appreciate you and your
killer. Stock wasn't even green. I called it out because I was like, that's a decent play.
I do have concern about the delegation, the abuse of the delegation of
he posted it. That's why I'm like, man, y'all should post the plays. There's some really good ideas in the morning. There's another one, too.
Negotiating
which one was it? There's the Eli Lilly. There was one more, but that Eli Lilly was very noticeable.
To unilaterally
it's over now.
Impose a tax.
Christian called it.
And one of the things
he literally posted his weekly play like right here.
Of our own
and then we talked about it, and then it moved, and then now boom, 0% to 5.
Of government for any president to totally disregard
Palantir, but that one
People's Branch.
No, there's another one though. I forgot who it was. I'm blanking. There's another good call out in the morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our meeting,
We discussed the importance of the Inflation.
Could I show you what I'm down on? Yeah, what's my biggest long-term
and its
holding?
clean energy investments in
You
Georgia.
tell me what my biggest long-term holding is, Tristan. I'll tell you.
And congratulations to you and welcome to your family.
Trump tweet about Gaza.
We talked about these provisions in the IRA. The state of Georgia has seen growth in our advanced manufacturing sector with both domestic companies and foreign companies making significant
Damn, half the chat don't even know.
In large measure to the IRA.
I regret asking that question now.
Bringing a lot of jobs to
Why did I
Georgia.
ask that question, bro?
One of the things that I'm very proud of as a lifelong
I did not want
Georgia,
fuck, man.
Is that little Dalton,
I just realized
Georgia,
how many of you
known
have
as
no
the
fucking idea
carpet
what's in that
capital
long term.
of the world.
That's crazy.
If you're walking on the floor anywhere, there's a good chance that you're walking on something created in Dalton. But who would have imagined that Dalton, Georgia, would become such a leader in the manufacturing of solar
Vinci profits?
This is due to the Korean solar manufacturer Q-Cells, bringing thousands of jobs to Georgia, creating a domestic solar industry almost entirely free.
Well, it's good. You're right, Tristan. It's
from
Abby
Chinese
back.
supply chains. However, it
So
needs
take a look. This
trade
is the long term.
protections to compete against a heavily subsidized
These are the names I'm down
Chinese
on.
industry. If confirmed as the nation's
Intel's a little bit more than
trade
20,
representative, how
but these
would
are the
you work
only names I would really
to
consider.
protect and
Except
to
for
grow
even
domestic
DraftKings, but
solar
yeah.
and clean energy manufacturing to ensure our supply chain does not depend on China.
Thank you,
Humana
Senator.
break even, Nike
And
down.
I'm glad to
O is
hear
down.
you express
MPW.
concern and interest in this.
MPW
These
is
are
down.
things I'm
I
concerned
split
about,
up. It
too.
lended my
To the
shares.
extent that there's going to be
DraftKings, Pfizer,
energy
I like.
products
Airbnb and
manufactured used
Intel.
in the United States,
These are kind of my
it would be great
favorites.
to have them made
And then
here,
Humana and Nike.
and that we're not using panels that come from China. In some instances may include product of forced labor or the product of subsidies. And so, the first Trump administration did a safeguard tariff. The Commerce
Yes, and
Department
Big
for many
C.
years has had
That's
other
why I made
tariffs
a
in place,
clarification
and I
on
think
what
that
to
those
buy.
can be effective tools.
But if you
which
want to
you've
highlight the bad
testified to
one,
this,
I
that
will
we
give
have
you a
some
big
of these-
B.
that this new
You're
production
not
in the United
helpful for
States.
this
And we see places like
conversation.
Europe where they didn't do those tools, and we see their solar panel industry go away. So I'm very interested in maintaining and exploring possibilities to ensure we have that production here.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to continuing to have that conversation. I'm excited about the investments in solar energy in Georgia. I'm also proud that Georgia, in many ways, is leading the country in building electric cars entirely in the United States, employing thousands of Georgians. Down near my hometown with a Kia plant open, we've got about 9,000 or more jobs that have been created in that area. A major boom, economic boom. President Trump and congressional Republicans have bragged about repealing federal investments in the green economy that have created these jobs. Jobs that have bipartisan support in my state. I support what we're doing there. The governor, the Republican governor, supports it, others. This is a top bipartisan economic issue in Georgia. It's about American manufacturing. If confirmed, how will you use your position to protect the investments and thousands of jobs that foreign car companies have
Man, the
brought to
video's
Georgia?
running.
Well, Senator, my role and my jurisdiction in the administration is to negotiate trade deals where appropriate and to do trade enforcement as necessary, which is certainly an area where I want to make sure that any manufacturing you have, it doesn't have to compete unfairly with foreign product, with respect to other incentives or other legislation.
Man, spy back at VWAP.
That's something that I believe that the Treasury Department, the Energy Department, working with the President and Congress will determine the way forward on that. So I'm not sure.
Would you agree that if we cede that space, that's not good, that's not a net positive result for American business and manufacturing?
I mean, I think we need to have advanced manufacturing here in the United States as much as possible, whether it's,
Yeah, the video's ripping, like breaking out. Check the other chip makers if they could catch up.
So ideology around clean energy should not shouldn't stop us from doing what's necessary.
Well, if we're going to have manufacturers manufacturing clean energy that makes sense in the broader energy policy, we should be making those things here to the extent possible. I agree with that.
Good answer.
Thank you so much. I have other
Yeah,
questions.
he dodged
but I'm
that.
about
I
out
don't.
of time.
Warnock was confused.
Thank you
He
for
answered that
recognizing
perfectly.
the time. I appreciate it.
He said, yeah, if we make
Senator
it here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination, Mr.
He said, all right,
Greer.
shit.
Tariffs are an important strategic economic tool, but I am concerned that President Trump is stumbling into a trade war that won't protect
Girl, you
jobs,
stumbled
that
into
won't
$2
keep
million
Americans
of that
safe,
Pfizer
and
money.
that
I'm
won't
proud of you.
Bring down costs.
I actually
for
like her,
American
bro.
Families. That's
You know that? All of the shit I've talked to her on Twitter, she has never limited me. I said one thing to Robin Hood yesterday, and they fucking limited me on my reply. So I got a little bit more respect for fucking Pocahontas over here. But, again, $2 million, Pfizer.
Changing under U.S. Trade Rep Bob Lighthizer and then under U.S. Trade Rep Catherine Tai. And I appreciate your work as Chief of Staff under Ambassador Lighthizer. Ambassador Lighthizer, I think, had it right when he wrote that problems in our trade relationship with China and U.S. trade policy in general can be traced to, quote, the political establishment of both the Republican and Democratic parties under the influence of multinational corporations and importers. End quote.
I'm aware it's
Mr. Greer,
illegal
do you
for the
agree
politicians.
with Mr.
I just don't have a high
Lighthizer
standard
that
for them.
multinational corporations have just
Does that
had
make
too
sense?
much power over U.S. trade policy?
I agree with Ambassador Lighthizer, and I believe that trade policy in the past has been designed to help that,
Eli
that
Lilly
sector,
again.
And
then Meg, we saw that the other day.
Well, we got to start
And
by
back to VWAP.
recognizing the problem, right? For too long, corporate lobbyists have bought their way into our trade policy, and I am glad to see that changing. But raising
Right?
tariffs doesn't
Corporate
necessarily
lobbyists
mean an
donating
end
a
to
bunch of money to
corporate capture.
senators,
When the last
getting them
Trump
to ask very
administration
specific
hiked tariffs,
questions
corporate lobbyists
for their
lined up
agenda?
to demand
Oh my
exemptions.
gosh.
And now, with President Trump threatening even more tariffs, they're ready to do it again.
That happens, you guys.
So what did this
I'm
tariff
so glad she's
exemption
talking about it.
process look like the last time
Tesla
around?
kind of. NVIDIA's the
Well,
one
I
breaking out right now.
investigated, and I found that the Trump Commerce Department was 3 times as likely to approve exemptions for Chinese and Japanese headquartered companies than American ones.
Wow.
Mr. Greer, favoring foreign companies over American ones, is that good trade policy?
Senator, I think that our trade policy needs to make sure that we have American businesses and American workers prioritized.
Okay. Let's try another one.
I wonder if he's
A
going to
recent
beef with her.
study found that the Trump USTR officials were more likely to grant
The video still-
exemptions to China tariffs to companies that had made campaign contributions to
Okay,
Republicans
I mean,
or had
I'll listen to her,
lobbyists who had recently
but
left.
don't forget, the
Trump
last 4 years we did not
administration.
enforce.
Mr. Greer,
There was no enforcement
favoring
mechanism on any
companies with
China
deep
tariffs.
pockets and political connections, is that good trade
That's
policy?
why you wouldn't get that
Of
many
course not.
exemptions.
Any kind of program like that needs to be transparent and have the rules outlined, which it did.
I appreciate that answer. This time around, President Trump has proposed far broader tariffs than we've seen before, potentially on all goods from all countries. And with more and more tariffs, the corporate scramble for exemptions is more and more intense. One trade lobbyist recently said, and I quote, "Absolutely everyone is calling. It is nonstop." And let's be clear, most businesses across America cannot afford armies of lobbyists. So, Mr. Greer, do you support tariff
Tell 'em, Elizabeth.
exclusions,
Tell
these
'em.
exemptions?
Amen,
And
Elizabeth.
If so,
Amen.
what changes would you make to ensure that it is a fair process and not just a giveaway to political insiders and deep-pocketed corporations?
So Senator, I know you've been a leader on this and you've given a lot of thought to it, which I think is important. Anytime we're taking economic actions, whether it's a tariff or an exclusion, we need to be careful about this. We need to be thoughtful. I don't know, in the event tariffs are applied, I don't know if the president intends to have an exclusion
High
policy
unemployment data
or
would be
program
good for
at all.
bonds.
To the extent
Market will
something
freak
like
out
this
a little
happens,
bit, but
needs
then I
to be
think it'd be good.
transparent. One thing that they did at USTR the first time around is if one company got an exclusion, any company got an exclusion, right? So if a big company got an exclusion for a certain product, the small business would too. So again, I don't know if there will be, exclusion processes, but to the extent there is, they need to be transparent, need to be fair for small and large.
Well, I very much appreciate what you have to say around this. As I said before, I think tariffs are an important tool, and when used strategically and fairly, they can promote American industries, they can protect domestic supply chains, they can protect the jobs of American workers. But we can't have a get-out-of-tariff-free system for those that are very wealthy or politically connected, because that will undermine the whole process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, welcome. When I was chairman of Homeland Security in February of 2020, right as the pandemic was starting, we held a hearing with Scott Gottlieb, other former heads of CDC, FDA, that type of thing. One of the things I was surprised to find out is that we really don't produce the precursor chemicals or the active pharmaceutical ingredients for our drugs. And I felt that was an enormous vulnerability. So that would be at the top of my list in terms of strategic products that we do need to bring back manufacturing. Now, there's a host of reasons we won't do it. It's a refining process, environmental regulations. What other strategic products are kind of top of your list that we do need to think out of the box, figure out how to bring those back here so we're not vulnerable? And how would you view your role in terms of using your position to help achieve those goals?
Senator Johnson, I'm glad you raised this because this is something I think about a lot, and I've written about it, and I've testified before Congress previously about these kinds of issues. So pharmaceuticals, for sure, is one that I think we need to look at. Semiconductors and downstream electronics, something
this
where
might
Congress
hit the
has
wire.
taken action. I think we need to look at aerospace too.
This is what Trump
right?
said
We
2
have,
days ago.
Chinese aircraft manufacturers that are coming online, and they're going to.
And there's China.
There will be a challenge in the market. I think
By the way,
robotics.
we probably need to help Boeing as opposed to try and beat up on them, right?
Well, we can talk to Senator
They've got
Cantwell.
some problems.
What?
Correct. But I think also industrial robotics.
I did not like that answer, but no
Obviously
reaction on
technologies
Boeing.
like
Keep
AI
watch.
and quantum computing. We need to be ahead of the game.
Dude, he
there.
just
So I
laughed.
think you're aware Wisconsin's not only a big agricultural state, but also a manufacturing state. And the reality is, I mean, when we start slapping tariffs on steel.
Again,
I've
he
got
just talked about a lot of
manufacturers
stuff. Like I said, it
who
may
only
hit
can
the
import
wire.
some of
Estee
the
Lauder
types of steel.
flushing.
They're competing against global manufacturers that
Estee
are
Lauder,
gonna
big
have
flush.
access to Chinese steel.
Oil dropping.
You understand that double-edged sword nature
Again, that comment
of a
didn't sound
trade
good,
war
but
in that situation. Can you just kind
the
of
same
speak
time,
to
everything was already
how we
slipping.
can handle that and try and minimize whatever pain tariffs might create?
Certainly. So the steel and aluminum tariffs that were imposed by the Trump administration and kept by the Biden administration.
Now you're talking steel and
as
aluminum.
I think you know, are managed and operated by the Department of Commerce. And so, to the extent I'm working with the Secretary, if he's confirmed, I'm happy to talk to him about this. I think it's important that the administration and the Commerce Department receive feedback. And I, of course, I'm happy to have feedback.
Oh,
on some of these
L'Oreal.
more sensitive.
That's why Estee Lauder, foreign earnings. L'Oreal just came out, big miss. I was just telling you guys, makeup's been doing terrible. L'Oreal 1.4 versus 4.6. L'Oreal dividend 7, estimate 6.8, and then sales were 2.7 on consumer versus 2.3. But that's why Estee Lauder just had that. They did raise their dividend, though.
Commitment to be working very closely.
I mean,
with
Tapestry and a few others did good, but like L'Oreal is huge for makeup.
Again,
all
there's
these makeup
multiple
ones just
uses
got,
for tariffs.
they've just been doing
Scott
terrible in the
Bessent
last 12 months.
Talked about that. Again,
Like I'm
to
saying,
force
women are spending
trading
more on
partners to,
skincare, but not
be
like
fair with
makeup.
us, to
They
achieve
want
other goals.
less wrinkles.
President
They don't
Trump's
want
certainly
foundation.
used that in his first term to secure the border when Mexico wasn't cooperating with remaining Mexico, threatened tariffs, and all of a sudden we secured the border. Another one they're talking about is revenue.
No, even
And I just wanna
Botox
kinda go
slipped a
through
little
what-
bit.
Kind of what the revenue
Even on
amounts
Abi's
that you're
earnings a
talking
week
about. I'm
ago,
obviously highly
it was
concerned
Botox
about,
didn't do good.
$1.8 trillion
decent.
deficits, more than 1.5 as far as the eye can see. This could be one component, but I've heard figures of almost $1 trillion in revenue or replacing the income tax. I mean, I'm just not seeing it. So, again, I'm an accountant. I like numbers. The latest
replace income
trade
tax?
figures I have is in 2023, we had about $3.9 trillion of imports, but of that, only about 3.1 were goods. I'm not aware that we ever put tariffs on services, correct?
We haven't put tariffs on services.
Maybe
So we got
it
about
is
$3.1
TikTok.
trillion of imports.
Unity and
even
Toyota
10%
chosen
across the
for
board
next-gen
tariff would
human-machine
raise about
interface.
$10 billion in tariff revenue. That's not even close
Unity
to
and
replacing income tax.
Toyota.
So talk
Good
to me
call,
again.
Ignace.
Where am I hearing these figures?
Unity
Where is
Toyota
President Trump
partnership.
potentially getting these figures?
Popping for now. I don't know if it'll
Do you have
hold.
in your mind
but you're getting it early.
goal in terms of what revenue you want to raise through some type of tariff policy?
Certainly, I'm happy to talk about this. Clearly, some of this is in the wheelhouse of the Secretary of the Treasury with respect to the income tax, and there are conversations and initiatives going on right now about spending and what are appropriate levels.
Guys
of spending.
talking about numbers in their blabbing.
I
Bro,
don't
go
think we're
plant
in
a
position
fucking tree. Why are you
to,
yelling at me?
Tomorrow, fund the
Fucking
entire
green
government
dream
using tariff
garden?
revenue. I mean,
The hell?
I don't
What
think
did
that's
I
the
do?
case.
I'm
don't
doing
think
my
anyone
job. Go
thinks that.
fucking plant
but
something.
I think that historically,
Get out of
we
my
have
way.
had tariff revenues as an important part.
You got Unity
of funding
early.
the government prior to the income tax, and
But
having
that was when the federal government was 2% of GDP, and now
that's right.
it's
It was much
25.
smaller.
So
that's right. So I think these
Nah,
things
Unity
combined,
Toyota
there's a
partnership.
question of how do we
Again,
fund the
Ignace
government,
dropped
what should
that
the
early.
government be paying
You already
for?
got 2%. I
What
don't know
does
if
the
it'll
budget
hold.
look like? And I understand I'm repeating your question back to you essentially.
I don't have a play on it
because I don't have a number.
I think we
on
have those
this,
old
but I think
Unities
these are
packaged too.
important,
PKG.
issues
PKG, big
to
pop,
chase down.
1.7,
And I think that
no
we have to
headline.
have a sense that if we're going to be using, if the president wants to use tariff revenue, it's important to make sure we have a good handle on the budget and how those revenues could be used. And that's a conversation with Congress, obviously, as well.
But just confirm, my numbers are largely accurate, correct? About $3.1 trillion in goods being imported?
On import goods, yes, that's exactly right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I
Chairman.
don't see anything on
Senator
this.
Cassidy.
PKG, just 2%
Mr.
pop.
Greer, let me first compliment you. Your kids, if this was my
checking.
grandson, he'd be climbing the wall right now. You know what I'm saying? So they've been incredibly well behaved and minimal fidgeting, if any fidgeting at all. So congratulations on your parenting skills.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. You have
I don't see anything on PKG.
expressed skepticism about the need for binding dispute
Again,
mechanisms
Unity's
at
up
the
2.5.
WTO. But my rice producers and others have won decisions at the WTO on commitments by other countries.
That was
on
a great one,
agricultural
Ignace. Good
subsidies,
shit.
and yet they're not enforced. And so, are my agricultural people just out in the cold? There are disputes that they win, but they now don't even have a
PKG dry,
dispute,
just
and if they get
2%
the
pop.
dispute, it's not enforced. You see, help my rice producer here. How are we going to handle that?
No, Senator, I think you're exactly right.
It could be
and
related
that's
to the
part of reason
UPS
why I show
FedEx.
skepticism sometimes about the WTO, because we win a case, we get a result, and then it's not fixed, or it's fixed on the surface in some other.
Now, there's two different issues, though. One, you got to win the case, and then you got to enforce it. But the first step is winning the case, and that I say there's been some
You didn't have
progress.
time
in.
to post the
It's
play?
the lack of enforcement, which
Then
is
just say thank you.
critical. But that doesn't necessarily throw out winning the case, if you follow what I'm saying.
Certainly. I mean, listen, if you're trying to get rid of a trade barrier, there are a few ways to do it, right? You can try to negotiate it, which is on its face not always successful if you don't have the leverage behind it. If you have a case, you have some legitimate authority to go to them and say to change it. We also have domestic laws like Section 301 and others that can identify and detect unfair trading practices.
Now, those are 301 and all those are kind of like economic necessity. Are you saying that we would use other mechanisms, we would abandon, if you will, WTO IDR, to use a bunch of abbreviations, and rely upon existing laws domestically to provide a tariff relief?
So I think we need to use any tools we have available to get relief so we can have the market access.
So I guess my question is, why would we be tossing a tool out? If we want any tool, but we're tossing out the tool of the
Ignace for that. That was
IDR,
fire.
even if there's been faulty commitment.
Again, we don't know
It
what it'll
seems to me
material,
like
like if
we're
it'll
taking
hold.
a
You need
tool
above
and we're getting
5%
rid of
for
it
like real
when
crazy.
We just said we want any
But
tool
that was
that
good
we
for
can.
now.
Well, Senator, I think part of the
I'm gonna
problem
go
we've
get
had
me a
with the
water,
WTO,
so you
and this
guys
has
are
been, bipartisan.
on your own
I've
for a
seen
second.
letters
Please
from
hold.
the chairman and the ranking member talking about how we need to make sure that the WTO doesn't undermine our trade rights and our trade laws. Listen, if we can use the WTO effectively to negotiate rules or to get a good panel result, that's fine. But we need to your point, we have to have enforcement. And at the end of the day, what that means is USTR has to go to the country and enforce the law. And sometimes that means imposing tariffs on them. When we say trade enforcement, that means tariffs. Often.
Okay, so that's my next question. You're setting it up beautifully. About 40% of the imported shrimp to the United States come from India. Now, the EU, Japan, and the U.S. finds illegal antibiotics in their shipments. And there's also allegations that they use forced labor at every step of the supply chain. I think I've raised this with your former boss, with Catherine Tai, and now with you. If we have tariffs as a tool, and we can show, my gosh, there's phytosanitary issues, there is forced labor issues, and yet we are having our people driven out of business, by shrimp being dumped into our country, would you commit to putting a slap and a tariff on the shrimp if we can show that it's being imported under those circumstances?
Well, Senator, if there's a process, and Section 301 and other statutes have a process behind them. If I prejudge them, I get in trouble in the courts, right? But if we have an investigation and it shows there are unfair trading practices, you can certainly impose a tariff or other measures if that trade practice isn't remedied. And I think it's really important to work with you and the shrimpers, because if they feel like they're not getting the relief they need from trade remedies or other venues, then we need to explore, whether it's Section 301 or other tools, to make sure that we're detecting the unfairnesses and addressing it.
Sounds great. Let me echo something I think Sheldon Whitehouse brought up. We spoke about it when we met. Right now,
Google,
I'm not against tariffs. I think just kind of across the board.
Google launches public beta of generative AI toolbox for databases.
Exactly how the law is being applied. But one thing I am concerned about is that China is not using
best thing is going to be in an hour
regulations.
That might be the big one, especially now that bonds have died.
Sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, you name it, in the atmosphere, blows in the trade winds over into our country, but it lowers the cost
you
of
keep
manufacturing
spamming people to shorten a video. Just post your fucking play.
And our industry moves there because they've just lowered their manufacturing cost by 20%.
That's not assertive at all, if you think about it.
Now, this classical economics, you would tax the externality. And I have proposed a fee on the carbon-intense product from countries which do not enforce internationally accepted norms on pollution control. Any thoughts upon that?
Well, I think you've articulated the problem statement very well. I think there's an unlevel playing field, and I think that other countries take advantage of total lack of environmental regulations. And we'll differ, obviously, in our country on the appropriate level of environmental regulations, but we're cleaner than these other places in the way we manufacture. And I think it would be interesting to explore with you and the rest of the committee how do we actually address that issue. And I think we do have to think of
way to post the play,
notions
baby.
on how to do it.
I take that as
you got Unity February's way to post the play. You got VSTs too. Good luck, you guys. Thank you for posting them.
Excuse me.
Amen.
Senator Tillis.
Senator Tillis.
Okay, Senator.
I think the market's cooled down on this reaction, but you're just in the weird,
Mr. Tillis,
still in that
Mr.
weird
Chairman.
range. That was so dumb.
Mr. Greer, during the last administration, trade policy
oil's
seemed
at the low.
To be treated as an abstract
That was from the sanction
concept. Not really an opportunity for America to gain market share, to make our people wealthier. If anything, trade policy was something that
got a hood call
where we were consistently in a defensive crouch. It screamed insecurity. It screamed weakness, and I'm certainly expecting better from this muscular administration as it relates to trade policy. Ignoring trade doesn't make us stronger. It seeds ground. It seeds ground when we are actively looking for partners and allies to help us shore up our supply chain by building redundancies. It seeds all sorts of economic ground. I've introduced a Strategic Minerals Act. We introduced it yesterday that would give this president and future presidents more authority when it comes to renegotiating sector-specific
There's unity,
free
man.
trade
Great
agreements,
continuation. Fire,
focused
bro.
exclusively in this case on critical minerals and rare earth elements. We need these.
Bro, we had unity on the high ticker and confirmed within the first 5 seconds.
We need to trade
in
order to get access to them.
Good teamwork, baby.
My legislation
so I'm saying, post your play. Y'all got news. That was Ignace. That was all Ignace.
We're looking for
I saw it on the
vectors
high
of
ticker, but he had the
cooperation with friends and
follow-up
allies
instantly.
to eliminate
Partnership with Toyota.
to enhance our nation's economic security so we're not starved of essentials as we were recently during the pandemic.
I even think the stream alert got out before it even popped.
For sectoral trade
So,
agreements
yeah, that was
in the
fire.
past. If confirmed, which countries and sectors do you see as the most viable for securing market-opening trade deals that will uplift American businesses and workers? And how will you ensure that the United States is no longer shut out of critical supply chains?
Senator, I appreciate your views on this and the conversation
I don't think it's
we had
huge
in your
news,
office. I'll note at
Well, maybe
the
if it
top
goes above 5,
that the
VIX
president's
is
trade
perking
policy
up right now.
memorandum that he set out 2
Bonds
weeks ago,
haven't moved in
one of
like
the
an
things
hour.
he talked about was considering whether
But watch if we break
bilateral
down.
or
But again, the
sectoral
VIX is
agreements
climbing
might
for
make
some
sense
odd
in
reason. It's
some
still negative
areas.
on the day.
And I spoke earlier with Senator Johnson about some of the key supply chains that I worry about. Pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, critical minerals, rare earth.
Oh yeah, that happens sometimes.
That.
That's why I put up
wanna be very
Unity, but
careful
I
when
feel
we're
you.
talking about
I did
trade
that the other
agreements
day.
because I don't want to be
I
in the
bought the other
position
one that
of
we
going
should have
to
bought.
a country that has a
It's 2
$50
companies
billion
get
trade
news.
surplus already,
One might
and
do
they
way
want us to
better.
pull down our tariffs on
Don't
trucks
worry.
and
Hopefully
cars
you
for
kept
them.
it
Like,
small.
that to me is not the kind of trade
But
I
Toyota
want.
did good on earnings, I think.
But if there is a sectoral agreement with
I don't know what
like-minded
package is.
countries
Package,
who
we
are
didn't
aligned
get a
with us
follow-up
on,
confirmation.
security,
We just
rule
caught
of
the
law,
pop, but
things like
no
that,
headline.
those are the kinds of places where I think we should focus.
Excellent. Well, I'm encouraged by that response. Given the limitations of
right now, how
executive
much?
agreements, they only last for the duration of a president's term. In this case, it would.
Yeah, Trudeau
of course, be
office
4
hit by
years.
network outage day
And the
before
necessity
tariff
of
deadline.
congressional approval for binding market access deals. Do you believe USTR would be in a stronger position if Congress provided a clear legislative framework similar to TPA, but tailored for sector-specific agreements like those for critical minerals?
Senator, I want to think about that because I think that's creative.
This might tie into
I
gold.
think that any trade agreement that the USTR might bring to Congress, I want to have full support.
Remember, if you
right?
watch yesterday's
USMCA,
Watchlist,
we had 89 senators vote for it.
I think he's talking
We had almost
blankets
400
on,
folks in
like,
the House vote
commodities,
for it. That's
but
the
that
level
would
of
imply
support I
gold.
want. And if Congress thinks that a legislative framework will help
But
with
again,
that, I'm happy to.
I don't know if this is going to cause much reaction. I don't know how long it's going to go for. I didn't want to listen to this today, but it was this guy's comments that caused this, even though it was delayed. And then at 45 minutes, we're going to get Scott Bessent, and then I'm going to put that on. That will be, I think they have an exclusive interview with Bloomberg today. Scott Bessent, the treasurer, he's already confirmed. That should be helping out the bonds, but that's really the main event that we're looking for. This just kind of got a little bit weird market reaction. Keeps talking about tariffs in China. He is a trade hawk, and that's why we are kind of just dancing around now. And then we've got a couple of news headlines in between. So good morning.
Countries or
Still
the
mad
United
early.
States, they need to abide
even
by our
9:30.
values. So that's really exciting. But there's, of course, an economic
Panama
dimension
president
to
will
this
speak to
as
Trump
well.
on
Here
Friday.
again, the previous administration did nothing despite bipartisan support for expanding digital trade access. Instead, they played defense the whole time, thinking trade was a 4-letter word. Mr. Greer, if confirmed, how will you work to prevent the discriminatory treatment of U.S. companies in key global markets and ensure they're competing on a level playing field when it comes to digital trade?
Senator, in the first Trump administration, we took action under Section 301 to combat discriminatory digital services taxes. I know there are many jurisdictions in the world right now that are doing this and other measures to try to control the business models of our digital champions. And I want to make sure that if anybody's regulating our digital companies, it's going to be us. And they can't discriminate against it. And I think that we need to explore using Section 301 and other measures to make sure that we're able to stay competitive globally.
And I look forward to working with you towards that objective. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And now Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Little Jameson and Pearl, my staff are bringing you all a goodie bag. Jameson, you need to know that I have 3 big sisters. They're awesome, although sometimes they can be bad. Pearl, you get to share that with your sisters, but you have control as a little sister.
I think that's his kids that he's referring
Mr. Greer,
to.
thank you for being here. You've done an extraordinary job, and there's nothing I can do in 5 minutes that would do justice to all the discussions I want to have with you about trade policy. North Carolina, more than 50% of our
Come
trade
on in,
is
Ray.
Canada,
Take your shirt off.
Mexico, and China. And yet I am wide open to some of these innovative ideas to hold these countries accountable because it could be some short-term uncertainty and gain. With the benefit of long-term pain, with the benefit of long-term gain. Just one question, Mr. Chair. I would like, with unanimous consent, to submit this commentary from Mr. Greer just recently on the posture that we should have towards South Korea. So, without objection.
Approved.
Approved.
I'm going to give you a break, but all of the opening comments about the president creating uncertainty. Okay, let's talk about that. He threatened Colombia if they didn't start working with the United States that he was going to impose tariffs on them. President Petro said, no way. He decided he was going to go to the brink because of the illegal immigrants coming from Colombia. What turns out that, I know people said that the president blinked, but in this case, it wasn't President Trump. It was President Petro.
Yeah, currencies are doing good.
He's showing some respect.
Maybe
for our
bonds
laws.
move off the bottom.
President
You'll start
Petro,
to move a little
who was
more.
elected in 22.
Again,
should
best in
probably
like
also
40
pay
minutes.
attention to an environment that would force
Panama president's
families
talking
to make
more now,
the
too.
dangerous trip all the way from Colombia to pay a cartel to come across the border to come to the United States. Maybe that president should not only work with the United States, but understand he's got fundamental problems that would cause responsible parents to do that. So get to work at home. Mexico, same thing.
Did he just call out Colombia?
Threatened the uncertainty that was created over the course of 4 days, created the horrible consequence of 10,000 troops going to the northern border of Mexico. I hope the president threatens tariffs again and maybe send 5,000 troops to the southern border of Mexico so those people in Colombia cannot make
this
that
is definitely
dangerous
opposite
trip.
of all the other.
Canada,
I hope they do it
if
twice.
Canada had paid its
But I
fair
hope he
share
does
to NATO,
10
I'm a
times more
Republican
than that.
leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group, have been since 2018. If Canada, in this century alone, the last 24 years, had paid their fair share to NATO, we would have $1/3 trillion in modernization and readiness that doesn't exist because they are a laggard. They are also taking advantage of our border, and they are taking advantage of trade agreements. Putting them on notice, I think, is necessary.
Yo, look at homie called them puts out perfectly. Good call. I don't know if he posted the quantity, but yeah.
The most powerful nation on earth, and they're taking us for granted. And I think you're going to find very specific examples of where they've done that.
Yeah,
on
he
trade,
didn't post the
and
size,
that's where
but
we need
it
to
hit.
tailor.
I'll give you half credit. I won't ban you, but that was a hit.
Very articulately.
Way to post it.
And your commentary have identified
That's why I post the full quantity.
and the way that they're trying to counter unfairly.
Just read
I
the
believe,
chat, bro.
Our big
Y'all
tech
think I'm an
and high
asshole,
tech in
but I keep
general,
making them post plays, and there's some
businesses
good
in their
ones,
own
so pay
country.
attention.
And silent on China. And then finally, China.
But again, if they
You know,
don't
at the
post
end
the
of the
full
day,
play,
we
they're
know
probably
in
trying to
North
pump it.
Carolina, if we get into a broad-based
there you go. That's how you
war,
determine.
We're going to get damaged, particularly in North Carolina. They're going to close off access to their markets for pork and chicken, et cetera. But we have to hold them accountable, folks.
The size
I
lets
have
you know
seen
intention.
counterfeit goods that have
If I put
killed
$10
people
versus
coming
$1
from
million,
China. They're stealing our
would you
intellectual
assume something
property
different
theft.
about
They're
what I
stealing
believe?
our ideas. They're making
Ta-da.
it cheaper. They're in many instances less safe. And I believe
Uber ripping.
that under your leadership, we will tailor it.
Damn, Uber's
Everybody's
a
got
5
this
and then
false
SPY.
narrative that we're
Like I
just
said,
gonna
all
do
the currencies,
blunt
but the bonds aren't playing along. And now
tariffs
you're back
across
to
the
the
board. It's
oscillation
illogical. If
right
we
below
did
where we
that,
opened.
We're going to have to discount to
Waste
Senator
management, Pop.
Johnson's question, discount the net revenue.
Decent, Pop. It's only a quarter
because
percent.
It's got to be net of retaliation. But I have confidence in you, Mr. Greer, to provide the advice to the president to get this right. It is time for Europe. It is time for Canada. It is time for China. It is time for the countries of South America to understand where we've been treated unfairly, we no longer will. And I look forward to supporting your
598 SPY.
nomination.
Good luck.
And kids, your
AMB
dad's done a
calls
good
for
job.
March. I'm reading
Thank
the
you very
chat.
much, Senator, for all of that and for the kindness to my children.
Watch DJT.
Senator Marshall. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I guess I'm it today.
Squeezing out.
I think, first of all, it's great to, once again, that both sides of this dais share many of the same goals. I heard my colleagues say that they want an aggressive trade agenda to open up more free markets, so that's exciting to hear. And I would add with that, I assume they also want them to have fair and reciprocal trade agreements as well. So we're assuming that we share the same goal. Under President Trump, he gave us USMCA. He gave us South Korea, an improved Japanese trade agreement so important to American beef.
100,000 this week, 1K
and China
put.
Phase 1.
That
Mr.
doesn't
Greer,
make
what
so you're
trade
putting
agreements were
$1,000
accomplished
on
under
a
Joe
daily.
Biden?
Senator, I'm not aware.
WAPO hit piece, Doge feeding sensitive federal data to AI to target cuts.
Mexico. I think it's one of the simpler ones to understand. Again, thanks to President Trump's USMCA trade agreement, Mexico and Canada supplanted China
I'm not
as
saying,
the
I'm
number
just,
one trade
I'm
partner
making,
for
I'm
Kansas
asking.
agriculture, many of our,
Netflix
materials
Weekly is
as
only a
well.
daily
But
at
under
this
Joe
point.
Biden, Mexico undermined American
I
farms.
just grab
He
another
harmed
week.
commerce, and he bullied
Oh,
U.S.
only
companies.
this week? Okay, yeah,
He
that's what I was
shut
saying. I was
down
like, why not just
GMO
grab next
corn
week?
exports, forcing
Why
a
would you
huge
get a one day?
dispute. Mexico hampered
You have
U.S.
way more
energy
opportunity
production under
with
Joe
random
Biden,
headlines
and Mexico
with little more
seized a
time.
U.S. mining company's operation
I would only go
near
with 0 day
Cozumel.
if you get the catalyst
What
in the moment.
What can we do to reverse this behavior?
Well, Senator, before I answer that, I just have to point out that I do have one child that was born in Kansas. So
that's great to hear.
So,
and
I don't
maybe
give a-
had something to do with your time in the Air Force.
That's exactly right.
Well,
He's
you're
wearing
an
a
honorary
Chiefs
Kansan,
jersey.
You can wear your Chiefs jersey. You can wear a Jayhawk
There,
jersey.
he wanted you to
Any
know.
of those things are applicable. Which one is it?
Well, I have a,
Right there.
it's
Okay.
Sonora, and I have a Wichita State Shockers t-shirt that I
There
wear
we go.
occasionally. So with respect to your question, any trade agreement we have is only as valuable as the enforcement behind it.
Yeah.
And so my view is all these issues you talked about with Mexico, whether it be energy or corn, et cetera, we need to enforce that. I know that there's a case that was done on the corn issue. I'm going to enforce that. I know that there were consultations open on energy, and we're going to bring that up with the Mexicans as well. It's important. Listen, good fences make good neighbors. If we want to have good ongoing trade relations with folks, we have to hold them accountable.
That's right. Right. Let's talk about biofuels
way to
for a
post
second.
them,
I've never
guys. Way
seen
to
such
post
an
them.
uneven playing field for American biofuels. U.S. is subject to 18% tariffs going into Brazil with biofuels, yet Brazil enjoys a virtually free access to the U.S. And in many cases, thanks to some scientific voodoo, they're actually giving Brazil a preference over American biofuels as well. The EU continues to be protectionist against U.S. ethanol. Chinese used cooking oil exports. You're familiar with how they're abusing that. You would think that if we're going to give tax credits, we would make sure they're not going to benefit foreign entities, especially those who wish to harm us.
I think Costco already released data
to help the biofuels
so it's
industry
usually
try to
not an
level
earnings
that playing
play.
field.
Well,
I
Senator,
avoid Costco on earnings.
This is the
They
specific
announce
kind of
like ahead.
unfairness
It's weird.
that drives me crazy, and it's not just me. The president himself, he sees these kinds of unfairnesses and the unlevel playing field, and it's so obvious, it's so blatant, and it's gone on for so long. Again, in the first instance, you can certainly go to somebody like the Brazilians and say you need to fix this, but it has to be followed up with or else, right? I mean, that's a little crude, but we need to have leverage, and if we need to gain leverage by taking investigatory actions or other actions, we'll do that. It'd be much better to do this on a negotiating basis, but we'll do whatever we need to do to try to fix this situation.
Great. Let's talk about China for a second. There's so many more things than just trade barriers or tariff barriers with them. There's many, many non-tariff barriers. I'm sure people have highlighted them when I was gone here. They're stealing seed genetics from us. They're blocking import and feed additive technologies and beef. They're blocking chicken exports from 42 states because of HPAI. They've committed to substantial ethanol purchase but never followed through. And I could go on. In contrast to the Biden administration, how can we build on President Trump's success under phase one with China?
Dollar going lower, too.
Well, we need to start by
If bonds could bounce, dollar goes red, and none of the currencies die, that'll be good.
Or to what degree. In
And
fact,
the
the
gold
president
hasn't
has already
moved.
directed the
Oil's
Office of the U.S.
still
Chair to
low.
do this. And if you go to their website, there's like an announcement that says that they're in train doing this. So I think in the first instance, you have to have a very clear assessment because we don't just want to pound our fist.
Oh,
and have
earnings
rhetoric.
run
We
up
want to
NVIDIA?
be able to very clearly
You're a
see
little
when they did or
early,
did not
but
comply.
if it
And then
works,
from
that's a
there,
good idea.
You move to dispute settlement.
Only
and you
risk
move to
is
enforcement
time
if
in a
you need
random
to.
move.
And again, hopefully this is an
Not
area
bad.
where countries will understand the unfairness and change because they know that President
bought
Trump
the
is
dip,
serious
post
about
the
this.
play.
And I'm serious
Post the
about
play,
this.
baby.
And if they don't, then you move to that last part of enforcement.
Great. If I could just finish with this, as you all know, we have an
I think
almost
bonds
$1
are waiting for
trillion
Besson.
trade deficit in this country.
Again, we weren't really supposed to listen to this, and then this started causing moves. But then look at the bonds; they haven't moved. You got Scott Bassett in 30 minutes. That is going to be your treasurer. And even yesterday, he got the bonds up with some of the announcements. So that will be it. I don't think they may not move until he talks. But look at the dollar; it wants to go red. Bonds want to move. We're still in the range. That might be what gets us to move for the end of the day. We'll see.
That's another way that we can use this. One thing I would dispute, and we would disagree with this with my friends across the aisle, when they say that American consumers will pay for these tariffs. Under President Trump, he used tariffs, but we saw minimal inflation. So at the end of the day, those tariffs were not passed on to Americans in the big picture. I'm sure you cannot find isolationists that you can do that. To me, the big picture is for one reason or another, those tariffs were used properly, and we were able to not pass that on to American consumers. Mr. Greer, is there a way to do that going forward as well, to effectively use these tariffs as a weapon, as a tool?
Yes, I agree 100% with that. What we learned from the first term is that President Trump and his economic team is very good at managing the economy. And we saw real median household income go up by $7,000 over 3 years before the pandemic hit. And this was at a time when we were imposing tariffs in a way we hadn't done in many years. And when we look at inflation under the Biden administration, that happened in 2022, it wasn't about tariffs. It was about healthcare and housing and food, things we don't import from China, right? So we know that we can manage this. We know we have a strong economic team. And if I'm confirmed, I expect to be able to take strong trade action while helping ensure that the economy is growing for average Americans.
Thank you so much, Mr. Greer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Welcome to the committee.
Aren't that bad? Honestly, I think you're just being arrogant.
But I feel
Brother,
like I heard
do the math. I mean, again, watch the watch list. People did the math.
Mr. Marshall,
Goldman, J.P. Morgan have calculated tariffs are only expecting 0.4 increase on PCE. This is all mathematical.
A young girl about being a Kansas Jayhawk fan or a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I know that you're supporting the Eagles, is that what I understand, for the Super Bowl? Yes, I thought that was the Eagles jersey you have on there, sir. I just want to make sure, Ms. Greer, you realize that the
I got DJ T up there. It's kind of been squeezing. No headline.
Fine school for kids to follow, and we have an Air Force base there. I know you're no longer in the Air Force.
Fed tells banks they won't need to do climate stress test. Then what the fuck did we do for the last 4 years? That's crazy. So yeah, the stress test, I think we're going to get the results today or next week, but now they are not doing climate as part of this stress test. Wow.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Second question for you, sir. Is that expanding market access for American-made goods is critical to our economic strength, frankly, and our competitiveness. 95% of our customers are outside of our nation, as we represent about 5% of the world's population.
Hey, you came back down, bro.
South Carolina,
some of you got some dope plays. Homie called those
$36.4 billion
Spy
of
Daily
manufactured
puts right
goods
there.
and products that leave our state.
Let's go!
112,000 jobs that find a home someplace around the world.
Don't y'all want to not post them?
Goods, $1.2 billion.
Let's go, baby.
Access to the world's market is incredibly important. We believe that they create good-paying jobs in South Carolina. We also believe they create great-paying jobs across this country as we took the aggregate value of those goods and services.
And if you ever complain about my membership bullshit, and I see you buying $500 of weeklies, yeah, fuck you, okay? Because you're just gambling and you get mad. You got mad at me for my 18 hours of privatization in the last 5 fucking years.
They're our largest trading partners because we import so much from them.
Great fucking plays, man. You guys are doing great. I love it.
Where they've reached their historical high trade deficit in goods with us, over $100 billion. This is something that has grown substantially. So we have a lot of trading partners like this that enjoy very substantial trade access.
How many of the lottos are you going for?
Access
Post the quantity. You had a good call out last time.
And to me, this is a huge problem.
Let us know it's good, baby.
And it's a problem for our workers. And it's a problem for exporters and manufacturers in places like South Carolina and elsewhere. So I think in short order, we will be approaching these countries to assess their unfair trade practices and why it is that they're able to have
following the trend. That's how it's done.
Huge
then you post your play
with us over many years.
I don't get it.
That doesn't make sense when we have so many products where we're competitive and we should be able to ship overseas. And again, I've mentioned this before. I expect the Trump administration will have competitive energy policy, tax policy, regulatory policy, permitting policies that will only help us be more competitive in these foreign markets. But we have to open them, and I think we need. I need, if I'm confirmed, I have to be able to go to these countries and explain to them that if they want to enjoy continued market access to the United States, we need to have better reciprocity.
It seems to me that the president's tariffs approach really, one has to do with punishment, the other has to do with right-sizing our approach to the global economy. And
I saw a couple Uber plays earlier.
Have the American consumer in mind and our national security in mind as well. And the more efforts we see from the president in this direction, it seems like his ability to recalibrate the global system and, frankly, to make it more responsive to Americans, net positive long term.
Woo!
Senator, I
Long term.
agree with you. I couldn't put it better myself. I think that's exactly
Sorry,
the way
I
we
just-
need to
that's
do
how I
this.
react.
This is the time to restructure the global trading system to better serve American workers and businesses.
It also seems to me that there are countries like China. I'm not sure the politically right way to say this, but they lie, they cheat, they steal. And yet, with the World Trade Organization, they still have
I don't know if there's a nice way to put it.
Nation status.
CMG pop on
What
CNBC.
should we do about that, and how do we re-examine that and try to figure out how to right-size that
With all
relationship
due
as well?
respect.
Senator,
Liars,
I think
cheaters, and
that's really
stealers.
important because I think if you look historically, granting China permanent normal trade relations is one major cause of why we're in the situation we're in now with unbalanced trade. And I think
I
it's
did
important
see that,
for
but you didn't post the
Congress and
play.
administration
Post the
to
play.
work together.
That's what I
about how
want.
that
If you
looks
made a play
going
on it or not, the
forward.
info's there,
In fact,
but
it's something that the
that's what I'm
president
looking
put
for.
in his trade policy memorandum. He specifically said, consider the legislative options related to permanent normal trade relations. There are a
I
lot of
forgot
ways
who it
to
was.
go
Other homie
about it.
posted
Obviously, you wanna
QQQ
make sure
Spy Daily, like,
that, the
with big
economy's doing
size,
well,
too.
or we have growth, but we want to make sure that we're not dependent on China.
Post the full
for
play, sir.
strategic
All
goods, that our
everybody. Let's
farmers aren't
go.
so
It's a good
dependent
day.
on them that they can
Some
be
of you may
victims
not
of
like
economic
it, but I get
coercion.
excited
So
when Chad
I
does
would love to
very
have a
well on it.
conversation with you
If you couldn't tell.
about that.
Mr. Chairman, my last comment really
post your
doesn't
plays in the chat.
necessarily need a response, but from my perspective, our first weapon for national security ought to be an economic weapon, a non-kinetic option. And to the extent that we deploy that weapon in the most effective way possible, we keep more Americans safe, keep our soldiers at home, and frankly, I think it recalibrates or it repositions
5, look at that,
America
see?
as a city on the hill.
Good luck. I got
And
Cooper
hope
in the
that
right.
we
It's up a lot. I'm
engage
surprised
in
he's
the
up
most
6.
effective approach and use of that economic weapon that we possibly can.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greer, thanks so much for being here, and thanks so much for taking the time to visit in my office. As U.S. Trade Rep, you're going to be the tip of the sphere in advancing President Trump's pro-growth and pro-worker trade agenda. You're going to be working to open up new markets for our nation, for our producers, including for Wyoming mining, Wyoming energy production, and for our farmers and ranchers. You'll also be protecting America's interests and fighting back against abusive trade practices
0 days. Good luck.
from foreign adversaries that undermine
Going
U.S.
for the bells.
industries
I'm
and
not.
our
He
critical
is.
supply chains. You have a big
And then
task
more
in front of you,
puts.
as we discussed.
I
We're all
love it.
counting
Good
on
work.
you. And I have no doubt that, given your experience serving President Trump as Chief of Staff at the U.S. Trade Rep during
But honestly,
his
though,
first term, that
just remember,
you're
we're
ready
going to
and
be
you're
range
equipped
bound.
to
So a lot of
lead
y'all
the
throwing
charge
out plays,
on behalf
but
of, the nation's trade
just keep
agenda
in
for
mind,
his
I mean,
second term.
the last like 2 hours,
In regard to
you just
market
been
access,
fucking going back and forth.
I know we
Like,
all
it's
talk
not.
a lot about market access today.
Be wise,
We also
but you
talk
guys are
about
posting a
market
lot.
access when
So good
we
luck.
met in my office. You know, I mentioned to you the importance of opening up new opportunities for the industries from my home state of Wyoming. We talked about how
Palantir might
opening
go
up
again.
markets in Japan for
DJT
US beef,
still up.
That was a big win for Wyoming
Unity
ranchers.
fell and pinned now.
Told you about how Wyoming is an energy powerhouse and the nation's
Scott
energy
Benson plays. I would just go for bonds.
Wyoming also plays a
TLT
major
will
part
probably
in
be your
world,
answer. You flip
the
this
world
by, but
providing abundant, affordable energy
I think he's
to
going to be
our
the
allies
next
around
driver.
the world. We also have huge mineral deposits in Wyoming. A mineral called trona, which is refined into soda ash, a basic chemical building block used in manufacturing lots and lots of products, including glass.
I only played that
detergent,
USO 1
pharmaceuticals,
penny play today.
Whether it's oil, natural gas, coal, critical minerals, and agriculture.
Oh, no, I got a $5
Wyoming's
Teledoc
economy,
one.
The U.S. economy is going to greatly
But
benefit
that was it. I
as
only got
we
one of them.
export
I didn't even post
resources
that
to
one
new
on the
markets.
stream alerts. I told y'all.
As U.S. Trade Rep, what types of emphasis are you going to place on opening up new markets for U.S. exporters and certainly for Wyoming producers?
Well, Senator, thank you for that, and I agree with you on the mineral wealth and other wealth that Wyoming has to share with the country and the rest of the world. I expect that going forward,
too late. I'm not
we wanna be
posting
in a
the plays.
position
I
where
don't.
our
I'll
economy
post the long term.
is very
You guys
strong.
need
So
to
I don't think about trade policy as an
understand.
end in
Long term
itself,
is what
right?
you're
I
going to
think of
blame
trade
me for,
policy as
nothing
something
else.
that's going to result in,
Good
in
luck.
higher wages
But
and
if
higher
you don't,
incomes
if you're not
for
here and you
Americans
missed it,
and
you're
their
late.
families.
Those
And
didn't
that
even work
means
either.
a lot of things. It means we need to make more here.
Teledoc
We need to
had
export
Citron
more as
news.
well. As everyone knows, I have concerns about the trade deficit. I think it's unsustainable and I think it's harmful.
That's
but there
good
are
to
several
hear.
ways to get at it. One is by
Positive
ensuring
trade
that there are unfair
deficit
trade practices
comments.
with imports, but another important way is by making sure that we have other markets where we can export our goods and services.
Could you add into it in terms of maybe how you would do it differently than what we saw the last 4 years under the Biden administration? I thought they fell
DJT again,
way short in
up
opening
6.5.
access to new markets.
Well,
Uber's still at the top. Planter was just moving.
Importance to at a very early stage, and I hope the office of the U.S. Chair has already started in this.
One day, good luck.
It's very important at an early stage to figure out exactly
they're talking a lot
what
of
we want from these other countries. Sometimes I hear people say, "Let's do a deal." And I say, well, what's the deal? What's the deal that you want, right? So the more specificity
I think we need Besant
that I can obtain.
But again, a lot of the headlines were diluted up until here, but
about what kind
still
of market
very weird.
access
We reacted
and where. That'll make my job all that much easier to be able to go in and go to these countries that have enjoyed market access to the United States for a very long time, but who maintain high tariff and non-tariff barriers, and say this is what we need and this is what we expect.
I like the DJT call out, but you didn't post the play
economically with the United States.
You only posted your other one.
Access,
so,
and this isn't about
good,
muscling
people
you did call or being a bully. It's about having fair and reciprocal access.
I want to talk about Mexico and USMCA commitments. So Mexico has repeatedly violated the historic United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. They were ruled by a dispute panel to be in violation of the USMCA with respect to U.S. corn. Mexico has taken hostile actions towards seizing assets of U.S.
Be careful on the
companies.
headlines, bro.
An issue that I've weighed in on over the years has been Mexico's hostility toward U.S. energy companies. Mexico's previous
so if you see a play, like if you see news,
energy producers,
just post if you have no play on it. That's
utilities
fine.
And oil and gas companies. The Biden administration, I think, fell well short of fully protecting.
I don't know why some of you guys are getting that headline that maintain good economic relation or reciprocal act. It's hitting, but again, that's kind of how the other one played out. Very weird, but I don't know why that would hit. Let alone, I don't think the market's reacting. Again, this is even later in this, but keep watch. Besant in 20 minutes.
This matter.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so the question is, going forward under the Trump administration and with Mexico's new president, who's now in office, how important it was going to be for you, U.S. trade rep, to help protect U.S. energy companies and their investments?
Senator, I share all of the concerns that you just laid out. American energy companies were the cleanest companies. Our labor practices are good.
ETH
our
was
governance
down earlier.
Practices are excellent.
Yeah, it's kind of looks like bonds. It's trying to bounce.
That's why we are.
Again, bonds, Bitcoin, Ethereum kind of look the same, but
so
there's some things still at the bottom.
I would expect at a very early stage.
I think it's going to be best
to go in and look.
It's been hours. We're not doing shit.
The Mexicans have been discriminatory against us, or taken unfair action, or favored their state-owned industries over ours, where they have violated the USMCA, and to move forward, if it requires consultations, we'll do that. If it requires enforcement action, we'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Greer, we're getting close. Senator Wyden has another question, and I believe you'll wrap up, and then I'll wrap up, and we'll be done, right?
You will be liberated.
Someone just transferred 200 mil to Bitfinex and USDT.
My question
You're going TLT calls? Let's go. Good luck.
Get into one quick area.
Again, I do think bonds investment will make sense.
Statement
I don't know what direction.
With forced labor. And forced labor and doing everything we can to block it.
This guy going to ask about if we're tariffing garlic or not.
But it's also enormously important to American businesses and American workers.
What's your stance on Chinese mirrors?
Basis thought that was so important. USTR sits on the primary enforcement committee. It's called the U.S. Forced Labor Enforcement Committee. And I would like to know how you think we're going to be able to wage this fight, because USAID and the foreign players are having their roles reversed under what we have been talking about here in the last couple of weeks. So I'd like for your thoughts on what's going to be done to have an aggressive effort against forced labor, which I think is an important effort for the United States for the reasons I just mentioned.
So, Senator, I agree. I agree entirely with you on the forced labor issue, both morally and economically. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is tasked with enforcement, and I know that they've been escalating that in recent years. And I assume that direction is going to continue. It's not my agency, but it's an area where I'm very concerned, and I think I have equities there if I'm confirmed.
Why don't you get back to me in writing on this, because you all do have an enforcement role. That's why I mentioned the organization, and so if you tell me it's somebody else, that concerns me, because I want to know how we're going to be able to push at least as hard as we do today rather than go backward on forced labor. Here's my last thought. I still haven't heard from you over the course of the close to 3 hours, despite my repeated requests, a single good economic argument for these sweeping, universal tariffs. And in fact, some of my colleagues who haven't really had a chance to get into this over the years said, well, that's what we did under Trump 1. That is not what was done under Trump 1. In fact, Donald Trump said specifically he wanted to go way beyond what was done in his first term to these universal tariffs. So I want to leave you with this. I feel so strongly about trade being done right. I want to continue to discuss these issues with you. I'm not convinced we're there yet, because this is particularly critical to our
this one was a weird one today.
To inflation.
That headline shouldn't have moved us, and then it got everybody sucked into it now.
And as I
this
say,
is dumb.
I consider
We shouldn't
this
have been. Who cares about Greer? Respectfully.
A prerequisite.
Again, Lutnick and the other guys are way more important. He does have a big role, but
in my view,
yeah, I mean, there's way more people ahead of him that I think have more weight.
The big change in
he will be a
from
senior
Trump
official,
1
though.
to Trump 2, because they're not, as my colleagues suggested, well, the same thing. They're not.
IBM on the low. That was their earnings winner this week.
Consequences.
Yeah, they're down 3.
By way of saying, I was supportive of the
Rumble 14 posted date and quantity
approach in Trump 1, and I think you might have been in my office with Bob Lighthizer when we talked about it, because then we said we're going to go in and really laser out an approach that ensures that we get the upside of a tariff without the anti-consumer downside. So I want to invite you to continue to work with me and my office to see if we can get through this and come to an agreement in terms of how it's going to be pursued at your office, because I think this is central. And I remember working with you in the past and on a number of questions this morning. Your views and mine coincide. But on this question of what's going to happen with a big universal tariff, this is brand new ground. I don't think it exists in history. It wasn't part of Trump 1, but it's got the potential to do a lot of damage to the American people and the American economy. You don't want that. I don't want that. Let's continue to talk about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And Mr. Greer, again, thank you for appearing. As Senator Wyden indicated, you've been here nearly 3 hours now and have responded, as you have in previous
3 hours, and you've burned at least $300 million in option premium. Thank you.
And I think you've done a phenomenally good job. You have shown that you are completely capable and qualified for this job. I look forward to working with you and making sure that we get your nomination confirmed as soon as possible. With that, I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m. today.
So please contact your corporate sponsors if you have any follow-up questions. Thank you. All right. Well, like I've been saying here, we weren't supposed to listen to that one, man. That one was actually like very, very wild because, again, he said something about universal or blanket tariffs, and it came out 5 minutes before, and then it started hitting wires, and then you got that big. This was like bigger than almost like a lot of the other trade candles. It was like the same size, but then it just didn't feel right. And then like we've been talking about from the beginning, after Monday, these trade headlines are diluted. I know everybody is worried about trade war and all of that, but even though we've been having a lot of fun, it's really boring. And what I mean by that is just you're not getting any new developments. We have to hear from China. We have to hear from Europe. Those are the ones now. And then now that you got the delays, we need to see the next step. So until you get there, that's what I've been saying all day. Just like the last 2 weeks, the market has been exposed to a lot. So it's not as if like, that's why I'm like, why the hell would that Greer comment that it wasn't really surprising. So really we need a surprise more or less. Chicago Bears death of owner Virginia McCaskey. Oh, that's sad. But yeah, in general, we do got to wait now. Scott Best in 15 minutes, he will be on Bloomberg, and that is the treasurer, and that'll probably be our mover of the day. Those Ubers are going, and then DJT Again, Palantir's at the high, but other than that, I just think we spent time listening. The market got a little jumpy, but my bias today is towards neutral. I just think we're going to dance around a little bit unless we get immediate random headline that disrupts everything. But other than that, I just, be prepared for not much until you hear something new. So some of those China stuff I told you to look out for, Europe, we need something new. Something happened. We'll post the play or I'm going to ban you for pumping it. How about that? That's it. You got to post your play, your exposure. We are open to all of those, and we take it. You're just going to put non-financial advice? Okay. I'm going to just ban your ass advice. So there you go. That's it. I need plays. No pumps, just plays. I really appreciate it. I apologize if you don't like it, but I think it is very good that you guys are posting plays and you have done well on them. So way to add more info beyond what I could provide. Sony Court halts takeover of Jeopardy rights from CBS. Yeah, Toyota Unity's hitting the wire now. That's funny. SMC. It was good, dude. There's a lot of plays. I was very surprised. It started in the morning, and then again, though, like I'm saying, though, I did give you guys the warning. I don't make plays to post them. You don't have to do that. I'm just saying if you want to make a call out, feel free. But I did notice a lot of people started. I'm like, y'all playing a lot. But remember, it's like we're not doing much. All this did was just burn premium. So be mindful. Some of you brought up even earnings plays like NVIDIA. I think that's pretty creative. But, yeah, so just keep that. For now, the news is blunted because we've went through a lot. Like, dude, the last 2 weeks, every week has started off with a lot of things, man. So that's why it's like now that the market has been exposed to it, we need a lot of you need something to hit. So we'll be there. We'll be there. Truth Social is launching ETFs. I didn't know the last Truth Social that Trump, again, he's doing something on like removing anti-Christian bias. That's at least what my Truth Social told me. Yeah, I got Truth Social. Man. Yeah, that's the latest post though. It is getting a little decent. Dude, we haven't done any. I think it's phenomenal. It's a very odd setup because of how much everybody front ran everything. But like, dude, I brought this up every day to start the watch list. Isn't this wild? Bro, we haven't moved in months. So like the whole, like after the election, you even touched that level, what, a couple weeks ago? And then now we're over here. But like, dude, this is wild. So like, you have handled so many things, so much front run, and we are not like, again, you have not necessarily advanced or declined. At one point you've made a move, but you're not like the last quarter. We're not moving. Is that real? Yeah, you're bouncing up. So you got a little green shoe. Again, best in 10 minutes. Bonds may have kind of already front ran it, but again, ever since that little weird trade move, they got in this mode, and then it seems like they started waiting. Well, we didn't like recover the storm. I guess it's like the storm, you went through a storm, now you're in the eye of it, and it's either it fades and you don't experience the back end or you do. But point is, 3 months, all of the headlines, all of the info, all of damn everything, it has not been enough to advance you or bring you to another lower level. That's just above all. That means you've digested a lot in the last 3 months, and all of that is fed into the market. Eli tanking. It's good, bro, but I don't think you're listening to me. You didn't post the quantity, though. So I like you did good, though, and I'm proud of you, but we're done. That's it. I need plays, full plays. At this point, you might just be FOMOing people into them. Yalla. I used Tasty Trades back in the day. They're kind of like Robinhood. Good options tools. And then what was the other one? UPS. You're in 607s. Oh, yeah, we do need push-ups. We missed push-ups during the workouts or the, what was it called? The hearings? But yes, I guess. I don't know. We're going to be at the weird middle ground, and then we have Besant in 9 minutes. I don't know how bonds will it depends on what Besant says. Yesterday, he talked about bringing the 10-year down, drilling more oil, lowering the deficit. I talked about it a lot on yesterday's watch list. You should check it out. There's a good analysis, but I don't know what he's going to say, but depending on what he says, we will be able to interpret the reaction, I think. So we'll try. The crash tomorrow, buying puts, end of day market. I will, but like respectfully, without the play, like you're not about that life, brother. Post the play. Show me where your money's at. Even lie to me about it, I guess, but at least we'll have that on record. So that's what matters. Yeah, we're chilling now. At least SPY bounced up. I don't know what it is. Let me get you a checkup. You want me to give you a play and a thesis? Yes, I will. Get a long term. If you don't, your life will be terrible without it. Yes, there you go. That's my play, my thesis. Save 10%. You do that, and I will give you information in the meantime. But above all else, you need a long term. That is a great play. Oh, from the Chads? Oh, okay. I thought you wanted mine. I said that's a good play. Besant might be the trade. It might, again, like I said, look at the currencies. Oil's down still. Oil actually just hit a new low 2 minutes ago. But everything is, everything looked good. That's why I was like, it's weird how we even reacted to that briefing. But at the end of the day, as long as Besant doesn't fuck it up, even if he does at this point, bonds are red, everything's green. We'll see where it takes us. And then you have SPY 280. No, let me see if that's updated. Whoop. 275 green, 227 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 55 in the green, 46 in the red. And then Dow 13 green, 17 in the red. Banks are leading too. That Unity news is it's getting hit again. Remember I said it a couple minutes ago, it's hitting the wire. We had it really early. Shout out to Ignas on that, and then now it just took off. Copper, I'd want to wait till we hear more with China, but I mean that'll kind of be a part of some of that move. You could front run if you want, but I would just rather wait for confirmation. I've never really traded copper, but you could use Dr. Copper as a broader macro. I think a lot of you got TLTs on that. I mean, I do think TLT and bonds are the move for Besant. Like I said, I just don't know the direction. I think the dude, all day. If we break out of here, that'll be good. But if we come back down, I mean, once again, bro, we're 3 hours in, and you are literally right at the opening candle, even though we did gap up. Besant is pro Bitcoin. We'll see. Again, I think Bitcoin headlines, I mean, if Besant said something, then that would be good. But other than that, it's, it's really, really good. But I don't think they're going to move until we get the press briefing or the, actual, what is it called? The hearings, or there's going to be 90 days. And I think it starts in, 2 weeks. But I think that's when we're going to really start to get stuff. No, I'm glad. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. All right, we're chilling. USTR green. Dude, again? I keep seeing these headlines, dude. It's crazy. All right. I think we're good. We have 4 minutes. I'm seeing now where it's going to be. It should be a Bloomberg exclusive.
In which way
but I'm expecting it's going to come here.
That.
So get ready. If we get any headlines prior, then that will be it, unfortunately. So I don't think we will because it's just like a news interview. But if he has anything pre-written, those would hit, but they probably would have hit by now. Thames. Oh, that's. I want to add to the long term. We had that discussion in the morning. We just got to watch out for, again, I mean, it's either there's some good stuff you could like go now on, but you're kind of front running. Because again, we don't know what's going to happen. Or it's like you wait, but let your portfolio speak to you. If you already own stuff, if there's stuff that's down, or if there's stuff that you're lopsided on, I mean, that'll tell you where to look. And then rates are still high. Because, again, that question all started when someone asked me about Bill. Yeah, we're chilling out. Again, you broke out a little bit there. You got past that first candle when all that nonsense happened, but now right back down, bro. You're good. I think you got 3 minutes, 2 minutes to chill. Chevron. I had those Chevron plays. They're still in them, but they didn't hit. Oil was weird. Oil moved down. Oil companies, they've kind of inversed. I don't like ChargePoint. I don't know what Elon and EV. I've never really liked the chargers, but that's all you guys. I mean, I just think there's way better stuff out there right now. I haven't even looked at ChargePoint, dude, in a minute. 0-day puts on QQQ. Good luck. I mean, dude, if we're just going to do the... seems like we hit the level, then sell off, go either a little bit below or above, and then you buy back up. So that should work if we stay range-bound. But good luck. Way to post the play. Took 1,607. Let's go, baby. And we're just ping-ponging. I know, but I'm telling you, though, be careful. You guys got to realize we killed it the last couple of weeks. I think people noticed. That's why all these headlines are just dying. It's very diluted now. We need some new news. Like, that's why I might just be careful. Some of you got a handle on it. Some of you are doing great with it, but in a weird way, if you want the big news thing, we have to wait for it. You have to know which one to shoot at, but yeah, this shit is just, it is kind of oversaturated to a degree, but it's after those fake rumors, and then now with, dude, you digested a lot. It's putting you in a weird spot. So let's see. Besant should be coming on. Let's see what we got. Yeah, today's Thursday, right?
Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons, live on Bloomberg Television and Radio, where we have an important conversation.
Here it is.
Straight ahead. Treasury Secretary
Scott
Bessent
sat down
for an interview with my colleague Saleha Mosin. A conversation that will cover taxes, tariffs, and the other economic policy priorities of this administration. And this hour, we'll be getting more on the role Congress plays in achieving all of those objectives. Republican Congressman Mike Flood of Nebraska will join me this hour, as will our political panel. It's Rick Davis and Caitlin Legacki today. We'll discuss the path forward on budget reconciliation. A meeting at the White House taking place about that today. So much is ahead, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, we have got
They're making us wait for it.
NASDAQ, both.
But yeah, like I told you, this is kind of what we were waiting for. I'm glad, though. Everything's on schedule.
Right now, the Dow is down 104.
And you are breaking out a little bit more.
S&P 500 index moving higher by 14 points, up by about 0.2%, while NASDAQ up 54, up by 0.3%. Relative sense of caution prevailing ahead of earnings after the bell from Amazon and the jobs report tomorrow morning. The 10-year, 4.44%, with a 2-year currently yielding 4.20%. Spot gold is down $15 the ounce. The precious metal down 0.5%. 28.51. West Texas Intermediate crude 70.66 a barrel, down 0.5%. And Bitcoin right now is at 96,677 for Bitcoin. That represents a drop now of just about 0.3%. Honeywell International is going to be splitting into
Ethereum
separate
dumping
publicly
again.
traded companies following pressure from an activist investor. The latest in a line
Other
of
currencies
industrial
doing good.
conglomerates seeking
Yeah,
a more
Bitcoin and Ethereum on the low.
portfolio. Honeywell shares are lower, down 5.2%. Again, Honeywell weighing on the Dow. Philip Morris International, meanwhile, actually Philip Morris reporting better than expected profit. Philip Morris shares, they are surging now by just about 10.1%.
It does sound like he's explaining the showcase.
After warning that
does
profit
give me
this
Price is
year
Right
may
vibes.
fall by $2 billion or more due to lower vehicle prices and costly new model launches. So again, recapping, we do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower. We've got the Dow down 104 now, down 0.2%. To keep it all in context, we have got the
Hey, so
S&P
SPY's already
500
going now. It's their
index
first
up by
breakout in like 3 hours, bro.
0.3%.
So again, it lined up with the best in, but he hasn't even spoke yet.
To Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Limes.
DJT. People,
All right,
I've
Charlie
heard
Pellet in
rumors,
New York with
but
an eye on the markets, and markets
hard to
certainly are going to
confirm.
want to keep an eye and an ear on the next conversation here on Bloomberg TV and radio. So let's get to it
Get
without
ready, this
further
is it.
delay. I'll turn it over to my colleague Saleha Mosin, who is live at the Treasury Department with the new Secretary Scott Bessent. Saleha.
Thank you, Kaylee. I'm here with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining me.
Good to see you.
Mr. Secretary, we are inside the cash room at the Treasury Department. It is almost impossible to overstate how important the work that is done in this building is to the U.S. financial system. Yet right now, there is widespread concern about the DOGE team's access to sensitive payment systems. Are you worried at all that that access and that tinkering of the payment systems could affect the Treasuries market or cause any disruption?
Good. Well, Saleha, thank you for asking me about that because there's a lot of misinformation out there. First of all, when you say the DOGE team, these are Treasury employees. It is 2 Treasury employees, one of whom I personally interviewed in his final round.
Oh, wow.
There is no tinkering with the system. They
sit
are
there.
on read-only. They are looking.
All right.
They can make no changes. It is an operational
He's saying for the
program to
Elon thing, he's saying these are
suggest
Treasury
improvements.
employees.
We make
They're in their full
1.3
right and scope of their
billion
job.
payments a year. And this is 2 employees who are working with a group of long-standing employees.
The letter that the Treasury Department sent earlier this week talked about how the team currently does not have access to change the system. Have they at any point this year had the ability to make changes?
Absolutely.
Bonds are going, but he's
This
not
is
saying
no
anything
different
about
than
it.
you would have
This ain't related to
at a
deficit yet,
private
just Elon
company.
drama.
And by the way, the ability to change the system sits over at the Federal Reserve. So it doesn't even lie in this building. So they could make suggestions on how to change the system, but we don't even run the system.
And if they ask for, if they request the ability to change the system, would you grant that?
No, again, they have no ability to change the system. I have no ability to grant that change. That they can make suggestions, then it would go to the Federal Reserve, and just like any large
No, bonds are just
ERP
getting hyped.
system,
They're anticipating
there would
this.
be tests,
I mean,
there
all
would
of
be
you were
this, there would
getting
be
TLT
that,
ahead of it.
And then the Fed
He hasn't
will
said anything
determine
about bonds
whether
yet,
these
or he's
changes
good
are
comment
robust
towards
or not.
deficit.
As the Secretary of Treasury, you also oversee the IRS. Do you know what kind of access the team has
Spy's about to hit a new high.
IRS
Again,
data
first
or
breakout finally.
individual taxpayer data?
Well, I'm glad you asked that too, because look, the IRS, the privacy issue is one of the biggest issues. And over the past 4 years, we've seen a lot of leaks out of there. The IRS systems are quite poor. When I started in college in 1980, I learned to program in COBOL. I think there are 12 different systems at the IRS that still run on COBOL, but as of now, there is no engagement at the IRS.
And if they request that access, would you sign off on that request?
They haven't, so we'll take that when it comes to it. I think
every question ends with that. Well, what if they wanted to?
The president
again, nothing about yields, deficit, or anything yet. But bonds are back to green. Front run alone.
Getting the IRS in better shape is part of that, sure. Because look, with the IRS, what am I concerned about? I am concerned about collections. I'm concerned about privacy. And I'm concerned that the system is robust.
But do you
and customer service.
But do you think that if they ask for access, that is something you would consider signing off on?
There are a lot of things I'd consider, but look, we're in the middle of
yeah, Nike dying
right now.
Yo, check Nike.
With the government buyout.
Call. As always, flashing the low ticker. That's big. It was selling before, but that's big now.
They mandated that the
check
IRS,
Nike. I don't have a headline yet.
Customer-facing employees, that they're not eligible for that until May 15th. So I don't imagine anything's going to go on.
Did you see anything on here?
Until then or beyond.
Elon Musk just half an hour ago tweeted out that Treasury needs to stop approving certain payments.
I don't see anything on Nike. 2% down.
Payments here at Treasury?
We have not, and I'm glad you asked that too. And just to put in perspective, Elon and I are completely aligned in terms of cutting waste. And
so look at bonds are just running off of him speaking. They spent the first couple minutes just all about Elon Musk.
I believe that this Doge program in my adult life is one of the most important audits of government or changes to government structure we have seen.
But he's fully backing Elon right now.
In my 20s,
and Doge.
we had the Grace Report.
He's adding defense.
There's some great suggestions
from the Treasurer of the United States of America.
Implemented under Clinton and Gore. I think it was to government efficiency or reduce government. Nothing happened.
You could imply bullish, but he hasn't said anything yet.
There's a big agenda.
It's all been about Elon for now,
there are
and Doge.
Gigantic cost savings for the American people here, and I think it's unfortunate the way the media wants to lampoon what is going on. These are highly trained professionals. This is not some roving band going around doing things. This is methodical, and it is going
he's endorsing them heavy.
Big savings.
At any point,
it's a good sign.
Would you heed
what
Musk just tweeted and stop payments from coming through Treasury?
Look, most of that happens above us. That it comes from the departments and the agencies. We are doing a complete review, and I want to emphasize to you and everyone watching that it is an operational review. It is not an ideological review. We want to make sure that the American people are getting the best practices.
I don't know what the Nike headline is, bro.
Happening right now.
I don't see it yet.
The systems here at Treasury,
that's Nike in the bottom right. It's flushing.
To be a little antiquated, but very, very sensitive, but also they're working. I'm hearing, at Bloomberg, we hear a lot about investors being concerned that this could hit markets in some way or start to cause a loss of confidence. What, as a longtime hedge fund investor,
SPY
do
reacting.
You have a response to that?
No headline yet.
People shouldn't be concerned. That at Treasury, we move deliberately and we fix
Bro, low
things.
key, I think it has to
That's
do
the
with
way
China because Nike was
So
moving first.
Everyone should know that all the payments are going to be
He hasn't
made.
said shit.
They're going to be
Yeah,
in
okay,
good
you're already
order.
going.
And at the end
False
of this
alarm.
review, they're going
It
to
might be something with
substantial
China because this is
savings for the American taxpayer.
his content's not matching up
Mr.
with
Secretary,
SPY.
you have
This matches up.
in currency markets, and now as in your new role, you oversee
40,000
US
employees
currency
accepted
policy.
buyouts.
I'd like to ask you, what
That
does
could be
a
the
strong
headline.
dollar mean to you?
Strong dollar question.
First of all, the strong dollar policy is completely intact with President Trump. And I was very happy at his Economic Club of New York speech in August when he reemphasized
he's
the
backing
importance
strong
of
dollar,
maintaining
but
the
that
dollar
could be
reserve
taken both
currency
ways.
status. But let's think about what does a strong dollar mean. It really means four things. One, that when we think about a fiat currency, a piece of paper is credibility. So a strong dollar is credibility and a rule of law that is backing it up. Two, it means a composite price on the screen, the Bloomberg Currency Index, that is the dollar moving up against that.
Doesn't he sound different?
Three, it is a bilateral price. So
he sounded different than the other thing.
To remember is
confirmation.
The dollar is either weak or strong versus something else. So
true.
We want the dollar to be strong. What we don't want is other
you're getting clapped
to
again.
Weaken their currencies to manipulate their trade. And then fourth, that we
Toyota recalling 100,000 trucks in the U.S.
that create the environment for a strong dollar.
Let's talk about currency.
He could have implied the tariffs with the dollar. Again, he's saying the other countries. But otherwise, I don't know why that's happening. You're getting another big candle.
Incoming cabinet officers.
Remember, this candle was bullshit.
The Treasury piece of that is
and bonds
to
are
assess how to handle when foreign nations manipulate their currencies. Do you see any evidence
Again, this is implying China.
Rate markets right now?
Well, we'll wait till the study comes out, but I think just intuitively, you and I could agree that when you
unrelated
see the
headline,
accumulation
PNC's posting
of these
it.
large
Take a look.
Surpluses, that there is not a free-form trading system that's going. It could be due to the level of the currency. It could be due to trade restrictions. It could be due to some interest rate repression policy. So it could be any of those.
Are there any countries that you're monitoring or watching specifically right now? I know the president in the past has labeled China as a currency manipulator. Do you see any
China
other
direct
that
mention?
need to be closely watched?
That's what she was leading into.
I think we'll see on April 1st. And as you know,
that's
China's
your day.
the most
That's the deadline.
Unbalanced economy in the history of the world, and they are in a deep recession right now. They're experiencing deflation, and they're trying to export their way out of that. And we can't allow that. We want fair trade, and part of that is taking a strong position on the currency and the terms of trade.
Yesterday,
I'm reaching, but that may imply China and Mexico may get better treatment.
You were confirmed.
That's an interesting answer.
Do you have
he does
any
not
plans
want them
of
to use their
looking at
exporting.
how the
because we could have used
Treasury's
it for a
debt
good
issuance strategy
purpose.
comes together?
Well, I think the good news is
that's really down the line.
The trajectory
Just being a nerd.
Of the borrowing is dropping. So I was very happy to see that it's one of the few good surprises I was left by the previous administration.
That's good for bonds. He's talking about the
trajectory
refunding from
is
yesterday.
good. And the government's well-financed the end of the third quarter.
Kind of what he said yesterday. They don't need to raise the
believe
refunding.
That as it becomes apparent that the president's agenda is working, that we'll see a great deal of non-inflationary growth. And I think that will help us calibrate what the debt policy should be. But I don't foresee any changes in the issuance for the foreseeable future.
Judge pushes back deadline to accept federal buyout.
Is the most effective way of getting feedback from markets?
Well, I want to thank all the members of TBAC who are here this week. They are a very elite group.
Monday's the new deadline on the White House thing.
That maybe over time we need to think about the style of engagement. It has turned into more of a research think tank than direct market engagement, and that's going to require some changes from both sides. I believe when TBAC was originally started, it was supposed to be a market feedback mechanism, a little less of a think tank, and we've been assigning research projects, so I think there's some recalibration on both sides, but I think that whatever we do, TBAC will still exist.
Mr. Secretary, you said yesterday in an interview that the Trump administration is more focused on long-term yields than what the Federal Reserve is doing,
Okay,
which
listen,
is a bold statement.
this brought bonds up last night.
How do you plan
Look,
to
it's already
keep
ruined.
a lid on yields?
Listen to this.
The
This is for your
deluge of
TLTs.
Debt issuance that is coming down the pike, and also some of the inflationary risks that are ahead.
Well, one of the things I wanted to emphasize is that we are not focused on whether the Fed is going to cut, not cut. What we are focused on is
Or he might even say yield
rates.
curve control.
So we are less focused on the specific of rate cuts and how do we get the whole curve down. I mentioned that the 10-year, I believe, is
listen to that. Talking the curve. He doesn't give a shit about the Fed.
It's mortgages.
That's good.
It's long-term capital formation. So. And look, I think
bonds already
with
had some of this juice. It's just good to
policies
hear.
of energy dominance, deregulation, and non-inflationary growth. I think that the 10-year is going to naturally come down. And then,
if market believes him, the bonds are going to do good.
Do get some big savings.
You just have to believe him. You need more people to believe that.
Programs.
What he's saying right now.
Think of a naive formula. Government equals spending minus taxes. For my entire career and beyond, maybe even back to pre-FDR, government equals spending minus taxes. The S, the Republicans, we like spending. We just wanted to raise it less. The Democrats want to raise it more. Taxes, Democrats want tax increases. We want tax cuts. What nobody's thinking about is what if the S actually went down? What if it actually goes down because of everything we're doing right now?
Spending.
But what about the inflation concerns that are stemming from
See, that's
the
what people have
tariffs
to
and
believe.
tariff
People
threats?
don't believe that.
Look, I'm not sure that where this narrative that tariffs for the country putting on the tariffs is inflationary, that we could have a small one-time price adjustment, that as we saw in
Okay, that
Trump
doesn't sound
1.0,
good, but the math is only 0.4.
Deregulation and the other policies, we stayed right around the Fed's target level. So I'm unconcerned about that. You know, I think especially that China now, given all their excess capacity, will, no matter the level of the tariffs, will end up eating quite a bit.
There's a lot of uncertainty around tariffs. We see them threatened or signaled, and then they're taken back. It appears as if this administration might be
tweaking right now
to businesses. Is that right?
Really, I think it's just the opposite. I think this is the most
that one-time tariff thing hit, but again, mathematically, like for real, it's 0.4 on the PCE.
Is going to
so it's not. That shouldn't be as terrifying.
Return capital, and as a result, working Americans will have very high real wage growth. That what we've seen over the past 4 years is the government and government-adjacent sectors providing the employment growth. And why have we experienced this affordability crisis? First, there was a massive spending met by increased regulation.
You said all the jobs are government.
Inflation, and then government and government-adjacent jobs do not cause real wage growth because they move up at CPI. So, I think that we are going to not only be business friendly,
that is why real wages didn't go up under Biden
for working Americans.
We're seeing companies already under some stress from the tariff threats. China is investigating Google, and also you, as
China
you
back.
are well aware that businesses
that was your bond
to
comment. It was kind of a
plan
reiteration,
ahead,
but it was
with so
decent.
much policy uncertainty, that predictability factor is gone. That all points to a little bit of a tougher environment.
Well, look, I think the best thing we can do for predictability is make the Tax Cuts and Job Act permanent. That would be the single best thing we could do.
People don't like that. Again, they split up the bills on the tax cuts.
Expensing, and
he's going to say if they don't do it, it'll be the biggest tax raise.
Features that I think business is going to be very happy with. But again, the most important thing is that it filters down to working wages, which is what we saw in President Trump's first administration. Hourly workers did better than supervisory workers.
Well, let me ask you about the tax plan.
Not changing issuances is hitting the wire for the third time.
Floated no
so
tax
algos
on
are getting
tips
a lot of the old
and,
comments.
Cutting the corporate rate and a lot of other proposals. How are you going to juggle which campaign promises are high on that the priority list for the bill, considering how costly everything would be?
Well, we're just starting the process now, and we'll do what President Trump will give us his priorities, but I can tell you the real priority is fixing this affordability crisis for the American people. And when you think about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, potentially putting back in auto loan deductibility, all of those benefits accrue to the bottom 50% of income earners in America. They have really taken it between the eyes for the past 4 years, and that's unsustainable.
Before I let you go, Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you
if you have
had your traditional weekly meeting with Fed Chair Powell yet.
Yeah, he said make tax cuts permanent.
I did an away game over at the Fed. We had a very nice breakfast. Chair Powell and I don't know each other well, so it was very constructive.
How do you view that relationship?
He met with Powell.
The two agencies and buildings are supposed to work very closely together, and you've had some criticism in the past of his work.
And as I said at my hearing, Everything I'm going to talk about is things the Fed's done in the past. Prospectively, monetary policy, I will not comment on, and I'm sure he's going to do the right thing, so there'll be no criticism.
All right, well, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining. Kaylee, back to you.
Back to you. All right.
All right, Bloomberg, Saleha
literally, you got what we did. If all of you who did those TOTs, it worked. Other than that, though, I mean, sadly, it just seemed like a reiteration of last night. Honestly, I mean, if that's what I was telling you, we had Bessett comments in the morning. That's why I could predict what he was going to say to a degree. But yeah, like literally, he just said what it was. And someone said, "Is this QE? Is this bullish?" It's very simple, you guys. I've been saying this for a long time. If this works, it is massively bullish. If the plan works, drill, lower the taxes, actually get real wages. You know what I'm saying? Like if everything he said actually is implemented properly, then yeah, I think it's very bullish. And there's a big gap because the bond market doesn't believe that yet. The bond market is still worried about tariffs and the deficit. The bond market does not believe that spending is going to come down. You could tell half of Americans, even on Wall Street, I don't know if I think it's 50-50, honestly. I think you have to realize the main conundrum. The main conundrum right now, if I told you the United States government is going to spend less money, most of you should laugh at that statement. At least half of Americans will. Does that make sense? Why? Does that sound common sense to you? If I said the United States government is going to spend less money, you don't nod your head to that like, oh yeah, I could see that. No. What do you mean we're going to spend more? When was the last time we spent less money? You see what I'm saying? So that's why the bond market and a lot of these people on Wall Street who want to say, no, it's not going to work, they have a point to that degree because you've never really seen the government not spend money. You see what I'm saying? And at the same time, last time we spent money with even Biden, you had energy and a lot of things were tight. And it was, and hired a lot of government workers. So even when Trump was in there last 8 years, we haven't really had an environment where you would spend less money. So a lot of people can't really imagine that. And that's the difficult part. The other part, again, it's the deficit as well as now the tariffs, the spending. That's easy to doubt. And that's what you got to wait and see. But now the tariffs, that's the other one. That's just, I honestly believe, I think that to worry about tariffs right now is truly foolish. Like actually foolish. And like I'm saying, I'm glad, shout out to Goldman and even JP Morgan and any of the analysts that actually did the calculations. Because I'm telling you, like mathematically, go through the Bureau of Labor Statistics, go through, even if you modeled an aggressive reaction. And Bessent brought this up. He said there would be a one-time increase due to the implementation, but the implementation would still take months. So even then, the number comes out to 0.4. You get what I'm saying? So that's all it is. It's just so the inflation worry is stupid for the bond market. I think some people in bonds are like, oh, tariffs. I think that's all nonsense. That's all just to get you freaked out. That's like a media talking point at this point. But mathematically, economically, even fucking big Wall Street banks, they're not really about that right now, or the tide is turning. But the big thing is spending. That's going to be difficult. I don't know that. I would tell historically the probability of us going lower, unless there's a hot ass intern in the White House. That was the only other time I've seen spending go down. And that was in 1998, I believe. But otherwise, you don't really have a good history of that. So that's what the market, there's little by little evidence we get. That's what we need to see happen. And then it will be really bullish or bearish. But it's very simple. I could tell you what it will be if I get some more data. But at the end of the day, it's like, if this plan works, there's a lot of bull, a lot of green. There's a lot of good things, I think, broadly. If it doesn't work, then every single one of your boogeyman fears might come true. So I don't doubt it. I do think even with how people don't like Trump and kind of how crazy it's been so far, I do believe that it's going to be difficult. I don't think it'll be easy. And right now, the market and the bond market, they're taking the under. They don't believe it either. But little by little, the more we see stuff, then you're going to see what happens. So, ta-da! There, you're learning, baby. Let's go. Unless you got a long term, though. That's the real learning. Otherwise, you just get hyped. You know what I'm saying? Get that long term. That's crazy. All you guys got out of that was the Monica Lewinsky joke? That's crazy. Yeah, there's White House. They're preparing executive order to cut thousands of health agency jobs. There's another White House headline. Where was her? Levitt made a comment. They're going to look at options to remove Department of Education, preparing order to cut thousands of federal workers. Right here on the wire. Executive order in works on U.S. health jobs hasn't been finalized. Reducing U.S. health jobs could come as soon as next week. So add this to the calendar for next week. I don't know if the markets respond. I don't think it should. I don't think that's economic related as much, and then it won't even affect your non-farms tomorrow. So remember, no matter what happens today, yesterday, even today with a little bit of Besant reaction, that non-farms has a little bit more importance. I think RFK does have it. I think RFK is going to get confirmed. I think there's been a little bit of pushback, but Gabbard, RFK, and Besant, I think, and Lutnick, I think it's a done deal. I mean, there's a little bit of challenge, but at this point, I do think it is a done deal for those guys and gals. But yeah, Wall Street Journal there on the healthcare jobs. Wow. All right. Woo! How y'all feeling, man? Great day today. Y'all did very good. I'm glad you made it through the fire. So don't get chopped up by daily premium. Okay, daily premium. Again, as they are taking advantage of the headlines because we got those early headlines and you saw what could happen, and then everybody started putting in rumors. Then Trump changed the schedule. So just be wise. That's it. Just don't get chopped up. I really appreciate the play posting today. That was good. But like I'm saying, we got to find the real bullet. You need that real big hitter of news, and that will get you the headlines. In the meantime, we're still playing the game. But I like how that bond materialized. I think we did good, man, and y'all had some good ones out there. So we're coming down a little again. You got a couple more headlines, but unfortunately, this is the moment where some of you will choose to hate me or not, but I still love you. Okay, I'm going to assume most people hate me, but I still love you. That's how I do it. But yeah, we got to get ready for Philo now. So I'm going to switch the stream here in a little bit. We have a Philo. It's members only, unfortunately. But I will get back to you when I'm done. I'm going to read, we're going to talk about a book about like demons and spirits. So I don't know. It's not for everybody. So that's where it'll be. But I love you. You'll have a link there. And then you will be good. But that being said, I appreciate you. I'll be here at the close. We'll be here for Amazon earnings if you want it. And I will post those on my Twitter as well. Any major updates, follow the Twitter. I'll post them. So if you guys aren't there. But I love you. God bless you. Have a good one. Yeah, if you want to catch up with the Philos, you can watch the other ones. And it'll be good. But yeah, I'll see you guys in a little bit. And then get ready for earnings. All right. Peace.